Hello, live on Facebook, and welcome to round number 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink SA National Motocross. Here we're in Velkom, also powered by Tarantino Racing Products. As always, you'll see all the banners around the track there, and it's great to see the sun is shining, but don't let that fool you. It is freezing cold here in the Free State. So I could tell you now, myself and my co-commentator, Themba Khumalo. So guys and girls, just be patient with us. You've got two superbike riders commentating national motocross, but you've got two fanboys, Themba, if I can say that are going to be commentating. So you're going to hear and see the best dirty bastards, as I like to call them, because they're like, we've got a perfectly good road racing track 200 meters away, but these guys decide to play in the mud.
Yeah, good morning, Rob. Good morning to all the viewers at home. It's much colder than it looks on screen. I'm wearing about 3 jerseys and hoodies, 2 pairs of socks and a beanie. But yeah, the guys, you know, I had a chat with Seth Fund and Abila this morning. He's just telling me how muddy the track was. They put a lot of water on the track this morning. He was complaining that it's a bit too muddy and that it might get a bit rough at the end of the day. A lot of guys wearing hoodies, everyone, not a lot of guys, everyone wearing hoodies this morning because it was about, 1 degree when the MX1 guys went out for practice this morning, but looking forward to a good race.
That is the man they're all going to try and beat. The number 1 plate on that Red Bull factory KTM machine, Tristan Purdon, so far dominating the 2021 season. He really has looked comfortable. Remember, this is round 3, Terratopia. He was the man to beat. They went down to a very sandy and thick Port Elizabeth, the rover track down there, and it was again just domination from Tristan Purdon. So we've got to look out for the likes, look out for the Yamahas, look out for David Goosen on the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine. He also picked up a race win in that first round at Terratopia, first time out on that machine. So look out for him. Those are pretty much our top contenders. And then MX1 is always kind of just a free-for-all. You never know what happens. It's not like superbike racing where you got your favorites, they don't make mistakes. These guys fall down, crash, pick it back up, go again, and come flying through the field. It is so hard to commentate national motocross racing because anything can happen.
It's unreal, Rob, and what's really amazing with the MX1 and MX2 class that there's so much depth. When you look at this grid down to everyone, I'm looking at this list starting with Tristan Purdon. I see Cameron Darrow was 14th overall at our previous round at PE, but there's just so many fast guys in this class. It's impossible to predict. One thing we'll be looking out for is Tristan Purdon and starts. He was struggling with that a lot last year, but he seems to have gotten it together, and I think the starts will be crucial today.
Purdon's got that tactic of kind of starting slowly. I mean, it's a long time in the set. I get on pump watching these guys after 3 laps.
Me too.
So they Tristan Purdon has got that racecraft down to perfection. He takes his time, picks his way through the field, and then makes it count. But they can also backfire on you. I remember last year commentating a couple of times. He did that, got to the front, then you land on your head, and then all of a sudden tactics have gone out the window. So like you said, it's a high-speed game of chess, especially in the 450 class and the MX2 class that we're going to see later. We were standing here by our commentary track watching.
Yep.
I mean, it was ridiculous seeing how fast. I never want to come back as an MX2 engine because the valve bouncing that goes on there is crazy. So we're getting lined up at the MX1 start here, so join us in a couple of minutes time and we'll get going with the first bit of racing action for the day. Remember, like and share this all over Facebook, please. We want to spread the word as far and wide as possible. Cannabis Energy Drink, round 3 of the SA National Motocross Racing, brought to you by Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP. Welcome back then live to Facebook here at Velkom, Phakisa. We're literally 200 meters away from the big road racing track, the famous MotoGP track here in Velkom. We're just behind there, and it's round number 3 of the 2021 National MX Championship, brought to you by Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP. And looks like we are about to get under starters orders for the first time. Myself, Rob Portman, and Temba Kamala in the commentary booth here, bringing you all the action from the day's racing. Like I said, please share, like, and do everything you can to promote this live Facebook feed. Here we go, underway then for the first bit of racing action for the day. Number one, the big number one plate is Tristan Purdon. Oh, he's got a terrible start. He's way down the field. Looks like Anthony Reynard with a really good start there. So is it the Sensalo Yamaha machine? No, it's not. Oh, look at them just bunching up already. This must be the tricky part. How do you know where you're going with these tough conditions? Trying to look out of our commentary booth here.
That's Jesse Wright in the lead.
That is Jesse Wright. That is Jesse Wright. Out of Africa, Yamaha out front at the moment, over the start-finish line, and they're going to start the first real lap in anger. Look at that, already whipping it. And already the field's starting to spread out. Tristan Purdon with a terrible start.
We spoke about Purdon's starts before the race got started, and unfortunately he's got a bad one. Good to see David Goosen on the Rockstar Husqvarna up there in second place, giving chase to Jesse Wright. But how awesome is this to see this start from Jesse Wright, Rob?
This is brilliant. He really has stepped up his game this year with training. Remember, he's going to be a father. So that's maybe just giving him a little bit more motivation. He needs that prize money now, you know, because he's got a kid on the way through the 100% goggle section there. And look at the airtime.
Wow.
Jesse Wright looks like a man determined. Yeah. But I saw this at round number one at Teratopia. He got out front and maybe just gasses himself, maybe a bit of arm pump coming in, because slowly but surely the guys start reeling him in.
These are long 18 minutes plus one lap motors, Rob, and consistency is so important. And one of the biggest things is pacing yourself. And one thing we've seen a lot from David Goosen is that David is extremely smooth, extremely consistent, whether it's a 450 or 250. He just hammers out those laps one by one by one.
I saw it in this morning's practice session. David Goosen looked by far the smoothest rider out on track. He really did look, he was taking his time, checking out the track conditions, getting himself accustomed to those conditions, and that's exactly what he's doing. Cameron DeRoe there in second place. He was also fantastic this morning. Watching him in this final section here, he was by far the fastest rider there. There is your championship leader, Tristan Purdon. He's a little bit further down there. It says Kieran Fitzgerald on our timing sheets, but I don't think Kieran Fitzgerald is out there. He's the Red Bull Energy KTM team manager. I don't think he's out there racing at the moment, so I think we're going to have to wait and see if that is true. Look for bike number 108. Is it Kieran Fitzgerald? I don't think so.
I did see a bike 108 stopped on the sidelines, so it looked like Kieran is out there and might be having a problem.
So Kieran could be out there making a return. Bradley Cox with a good stop up into fourth place as we watch him now come through. This is the start-finish section. So over the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line for the first time in anger, and it is that man at the front end of the field. Looks like, is it David Goosen? No, it's still Jesse Wright. So our timing monitor just a little bit slow at the moment. Jesse Wright still out front, but he's starting to come under pressure now from Rockstar Energy Husqvarna rider David Goosen, and this is exactly what David Goosen needs to be doing. Challenging, here he goes. We've got a change up for the lead on the inside. Old school classic block pass there, and he runs onto the, I say the dirty stuff. Yeah, superbike riders say there's all dirty stuff everywhere you look, but a change up there already. Goosen, I think he feels comfortable. He wants to try and get out front, establish a lead, and pull away from Tristan Purdon, who he knows is going to come better the longer the race goes on.
And look at what this battle for the lead is doing, Rob. Anthony Reynard and Tristan Purdon are right behind our two race leaders now. Four riders up front here. We got three different bikes, two Yamahas, a KTM and a Husky. It could go to either one of them, Rob.
It is. This is what we love about the MX-1, like you were talking about earlier.
What a whip.
I love that. I love seeing these MX450 bikes just whipping themselves. Anthony Reynard now starting to get a hurry up. So it looks like Jesse Wright is just slowing down the pace enough to allow everyone to come in. Cameron DeRoe looks like he's made a mistake. Had a brilliant start early on, but he's dropped down there a little bit off these top four riders there in fifth place at the moment. Tristan Purdon is the man on the move. Reynard just ahead of him. David Goosen trying to make that move on Jesse Wright.
I love watching the style of Tristan Purdon, and what's really interesting here is that he's trying out different lines, and it seems at this moment that he's the fastest rider in the group. However, Anthony Reynard has just set the fastest lap of a 205.2, but all top four riders are in the 205s, Rob, which just shows how close this battle up front is.
It is. It's going to be a really tight battle. David Goosen, I think, is the rider that wants to get to the front of the field and try and pull away. His team will be telling him that if Tristan Purdon is there this early on, what's happened here? Jesse Wright is at the front end, and it looks like he's pulled away. Yeah, he's actually pulled a little bit of a gap there, so I'm not too sure what's happened. Goosen's still in second, but Jesse Wright just put in a stonk of a lap. Let's see what that's going to be as they come across the line. But Jesse Wright, 5-6 bike lengths as he comes over the line, but still plenty of laps. This always happens in motocross. It's like a seesaw. It's like a guy say, okay, this lap I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I'm going to put in a fast lap again.
So true, Rob. And as you can see there on screen, looks like Cameron Durrow is now trying to put his name as well into the battle for the lead.
Jesse Wright out front then is out of Africa Yamaha. Then it's Husqvarna Rockstar Energy Machine there in second place. David Goosen still in the championship hunt, but he's got to start clawing points back on Tristan Perner. Third place it's Anthony Reynard on the Sensalo Yamaha machine, your former MX1 champion. And he's got the Red Bull KTM. Oh, and then you can see the two different lines that you got through there. It looks like Tristan Purden's gone into another racetrack there, but that is part of the racetrack. And you can see, look at the seesaw effect. Now they're right on the back of David Goosen once again. Jesse Wright looking very comfortable at the front at the moment, but still early stages.
And it's such a tough position for someone like Anthony Reynard now, because he's trying to attack on David Goosen, but at the same time he has to defend against Tristan Purden, who's just cutting all sorts of shapes behind him. To me, it looks like if Purden can get ahead of Reynard, he might be able to chase down Goosen and Wright up front.
I think they do. I think it is still a game of holding that chess piece in the back pocket. I don't think they've fully shown their full hand of cards just yet. Jesse Wright, I think, is flat out going as fast as he possibly can. I just hope he's not burning too much energy. Like I said, he's done a lot of work in the off-season. His fitness is better than it's ever been. His mentality is better than it's ever been. And he's come into the 2021 season as a real contender, but he's got the likes of David Goosen, who is a former multiple champion. He's got Anthony Reynard, former multiple champion. Tristan Pernin, the current champion. And Durrow, you touched upon it. He's right there. Oh, but there's the slick conditions. The water track just catching a couple of riders out, losing traction.
And Rob, Cameron Durrow was a second a lap faster than all the riders ahead of him last lap. Cameron's broken into the 204s with the fastest lap of 204.5. Still a long way to go in this moto though.
There's a long way to go. Anthony Reynard, you can see that seesaw effect. Tristan Purden 3 corners ago was right on the back end of Reynard, and now he's dropped a couple of bike lengths there. David Goosen climbing onto the back there of Jesse Wright and starting to make a half of that leading man up front. There's our two leaders. That is Jesse Wright out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna in David Goosen in second place. That's the corner where David made the pass earlier on, not quite close enough to do it there as they're going to Ghana and FMF.
David really looks strong in this sector of the track, and as you can see, Anthony Reynard starting to drop off the back of Goosen as Goosen pushes forward. Tristan Purden as well seems to have gone backwards, and it's interesting to see Goosen using the same line that Purden was trying to use on Reynard.
Now you can see Purden's actually dropped off the pace quite a bit. Jesse Wright maintaining a good pace. Goosen kind of seesawing. Reynard there in third place, and Tristan Purden, there's our leading two. There's third place, and look at the big gap now they've got over the two Red Bull KTM machines of Purden and Durrow. Purden is actually dropped behind Cameron Durrow, so a big change up here. I'm not too sure if there's a problem or if Purden's just maintaining a little bit of fitness, because Purden is dropping back. That is our championship leader. He's got the red number 1 plate on there showing that he is the championship leader, but sitting down there in 6th place at the moment. Not a good start to the day so far.
We definitely know that Tristan Purden will not be happy to be in that position that he's in, but the most important thing, as you said, he's a championship leader, and we know that points make prizes. If he can't get back up into that top 4 in the podium place, it'll be very important for Tristan to pick up as many points as he can, because the season is long.
He's got to just try and keep those top 5 riders in sight. As long as he can see them, we know that Tristan Purden, he only gets better as the race goes on. So watch out for that last 5 minutes, that last 4 or 5 laps is when Purden puts the hammer down. And at the moment, still plenty of time, and he's kept himself in the loop. They're just watching them as they come over past our commentary van, and Jesse Wright is starting to come under massive pressure now from David Goosen on the Husqvarna machine. Third place, Anthony Reynard not too far behind. Then the 2 Red Bull KTM machines. Durrow looks like the man on the move at the moment, trying to tag along and bring along his teammate Tristan Purden into that battle.
You know, Rob, the guys have been quite calm so far, and as you said, there's a lot of seesawing going on between the top 5. I have the sneaking feeling that something's going to blow up in the last couple of laps. What do you think?
I think it always does. Like you said, it it's a game of chess at high speed. It's pointless just burning yourself out in this opening part of the race, because you know last 5 laps is when it's going to kick off. It always has in MX1. It's probably the most competitive MX1 we've had for the last couple of years. And with Jesse Wright setting the pace that he is out front, I think Goosen and them are going, well, this guy's going, but I don't want to push as hard as he is because I need to save something for the end. But Jesse Wright doesn't seem to be making any mistakes.
Yeah.
He's hitting every line inch perfect, and the other guys I think are sitting there going, well, he's not really in the championship hunt at the moment, but what do we do? David Goosen tear off as he comes over a jump. The Red Bull KTM guys are coming back into the mix. Look at this, we've got a 4-way battle for the podium.
This race is unreal. Cameron Durrow defending against Purdon, still trying to attack on Reynard. I'm kind of losing my words here because it's getting really exciting here. You don't know which way it's going to go, but look at Jesse Wright pulling a gap on this top 4. I'm a bit speechless, Rob.
Like I said, we've seen this from Jesse Wright before, but this is by far the best we've seen from Jesse Wright in the MX1. Purdon on the inside of a teammate gets Cameron Durrow done and dusted. Yes, he does. So Purdon maybe starting to just look at Jesse Wright out front and thinking, this guy's getting too far out front, getting too comfortable. I've got to start making inroads. They're coming into the final section there, through the Oggio section now. And Purdon, the number 1 plate man, starting to close in on the back end of Anthony Reynard, sitting in 3rd place there, who's just behind David Goosen in 2nd. And like you said, Jesse Wright looking very comfortable out front at the moment. Track conditions already starting to look very slick out there. So that's only going to get worse as the day goes on, as they come back into the sight of our commentary van. Jesse Wright not putting a foot wrong, goes straight past his Out of Africa Yamaha team. He'll get the board telling him, just carry on doing what you're doing.
About 10 minutes left in this moto, Rob, and is this not just classic Tristan Purdon? Bit of a slow start, finding his feet, but that you always know those last 10 minutes of the moto, he comes charging.
Yeah, he's got the mental strength. I think that's more importantly than the physical side. Tristan Purdon has the trust in himself to say, I can let you guys go, that's fine. Last 4 laps, last 5 minutes, I'm going to put the hammer down and close it down. But he's leaving himself a lot of work to do here, because Jesse Wright looking very, very comfortable. David Goosen in 2nd again. That seesaw looks like Purdon's made the move up into 3rd. We saw the camera shot there. I saw the Red Bull KTM machine of Purdon that's got up into 3rd place now, ahead of Reynard. So is the charge from the championship leader coming now? Let's wait and see. Yes, there it is. Tristan Purdon up into 3rd, Reynard in 4th, and Cameron Durrow has dropped way off the back of this podium fight.
We've seen Tristan Purdon winning this MX1 title before, and it would truly be a champion's ride if he could somehow come back from 5th place all the way to the win. You can't write him off at this point, because as you said, this is classic Tristan to come from far back and put a charge on the end. But looking at the rest of our field, Rob, we've got Bradley Cox in 6th place ahead of Royce Griffin in 7th, Johan Vogelesang in 8th, and Seth van den Abela, who's returning from injury this season, in 9th place.
Yes, Timber, I love it. Well done, Johan Vogelesang. Well done for saying that so well. But up front, we mustn't forget our top contenders here will also be racing in the MX2 class, the 250 class. So you can't go and burn yourself out here, because you've got another, 15-minute moto coming up in half an hour's time, where you've got to do it all over again. And this Phakisa Velcom track that we're looking at, it doesn't look as fast-flowing as the likes of Teratopia and that. So it's hard work out there. Watching them in practice this morning was very much start-stop. You are on those arms all the time. There's Bradley Cox. We know the very famous Bradley Cox, looking to get himself over to Dakar next year. So make sure you get onto his Facebook page and try and support in his cause to get over there. Tristan Purdon, we were saying it. He's just starting to edge closer and closer to the leading 2 riders. Jesse Wright, phenomenal job out front on the Out of Africa Yamaha Monster Energy machine. But David Goosen, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna, and more importantly, Tristan Purdon, your championship leader, Red Bull KTM machine, is starting to come.
Now, what's really interesting about this, Rob, is that David Goosen throughout this race has only seen Jesse Wright in front of him, and he's been studying him. But Tristan Purdon has also had a chance to now study David Goosen. So really going to be a mental battle at the last bit of this one. But as you said, I think the biggest question mark is, what can Jesse Wright do in the last couple of minutes in this moto? Because it's not going to be easy holding those 2 very fast riders behind him.
Yeah, he's got a big job on his hands to try and hold on the lead. But again, look, he's pulled out a gap again. He's not making any mistakes. And it looks like Purdon, who's going around the outside of Goosen, a change up there for 2nd place. And it looks like Red Bull KTM, Tristan Purdon has got up into 2nd place now, ahead of David Goosen. If I was Goosen, I wouldn't be too upset, because I would want to be following Tristan Purdon at this part of the race, because you know this is Tristan Purdon at his finest. This is Tristan Purdon now leaving everything out on track. Hammer is very much down. So Goosen, can he try and tag on the back of the championship leader, bring himself closer to Jesse Wright? Because look at the pace of Purdon. He's right on the back of Jesse Wright already.
Unreal, Rob, and this is why he is the reigning champion. This is what Tristan Purdon can bring to the table. An incredibly talented rider, but as you said, Rob, strong mentally as well, not just quick. And we're going to see a true test here of Jesse Wright, him versus the reigning champion. We haven't seen Jesse Wright in this position for quite a while in a one-on-one battle with him and Tristan Purdon. What do you think Jesse has to do to try and win this race, Rob?
He's got to somehow get another 15 out of Africa Yamahas and just pile them across the track so that Red Bull KTM can't make its way past. Because I was just going to say before Tristan Purdon made that move on David Goosen that it looks like a very hard track to pass on, and then Tristan Purdon goes and rides around the outside of David Goosen. But Jesse Wright's just got to carry on doing what he's doing, because what he's done so far has been flawless. So his board needs to just keep telling him, Purdon is there, but just keep your mental focus, keep your mental strength, and just keep your focus, because what you've done so far is perfect. And if Purdon does get ahead of you, he needs to do a Rossi on Casey Stoner and just fight straight back, give Tristan Purdon the old elbow, and just offset the pace, because what the guys need to do with Tristan Purdon is upset the rhythm. If you can do that, you can play with the mind of Tristan Purdon. But Purdon in the mental space that he's in at the moment is unstoppable. As he makes the move on the lead, yes he does. Tristan Purdon out front.
Incredible.
He was in 5th place, about 150 seconds behind the leader 3 laps ago, and now he's leading.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your reigning MX1 champion, showing you why there is a number 1 plate on that Red Bull KTM, and why that plate is red as well, as he's leading this year's championship as well. As we said a couple of minutes ago, this is classic Tristan Purdon. It's incredible to see, but you can't really be surprised when you see this from him anymore, Rob.
No, you can't. I think Jesse Wright is now just a case of holding on to that second base. I think David Goosen, Cameron Duro, and what's the third place man, the man from Cape Town, Anthony Reynard. I think they're saving a bit of energy for MX2. I think they're looking at the MX1 here as pretty much a lost cause against Tristan Purdon. And watching them in practice this morning, I mean, Purdon was stupid fast on the MX2 bike as well. But David Goosen looked stupid fast on MX2. Cameron Duro looked really fast. He was the fastest rider in MX2 this morning. So I think they're potentially saving energy. They're looking at this going, well, Purdon's doing what he does best. I'm not going to waste energy to try and catch this guy.
Yep.
I'm going to try and attack him in MX2.
And what's really interesting, Rob, is when you have a look at the lap time, so the fastest lap of the race is a 2:04.5 from Karen Duro. However, everyone in our top 5 has dropped down to a 2:08 and 2:09, except for Tristan Purdon. Tristan Purdon's still doing low 2:06s, and as you said, that physical and mental strength coming to the fore.
He's adapting to the track conditions. Track conditions, you can see, look at that. I mean, we've only had 1 round of practice sessions, and now race 1. Those ruts are deep. The 50cc bikes have got to go through that somehow. We're going to lose a couple of 50cc's in those massive ruts. There is your 3rd place man. That is Anthony Reynard coming under pressure there. Is he from Cameron Duro, or is that one of the back markers? I think that might be one of the back markers.
That is Cameron Duro, Rob.
That is Cameron Duro. So that's going to be a good battle going on for what is 4th and 5th place on track. Crazy to think Anthony Reynard and Cameron Duro dancing for 4th and 5th, but that is the depth of field. There's the man they're trying to beat. Look how comfortable that he makes it look so easy. I watch Tristan Purdon and I think, you know what, give me that bike, I'll go do that. And then you do 3 corners and you realize it's not that easy.
Not that easy at all. It's incredible to see, and what's amazed me most by this performance from Purdon is that Jesse Wright is making it look easy out front. And then, like you said, it seems like it's difficult to overtake on this track, but Tristan Purdon just disposed with 4 of the best riders in this country and made it look like light work.
He just seems to make his own lines around this track personally. He's the only guy scrubbing that jump, looking very comfortable. And you can see he's getting the signs there from his team telling him you're comfortable. Here comes David Goosen. Can he make a move? It's going to be very tight on the inside. There's only 1 line there. And
they both go down.
Both go down. Jesse Wright and David Goosen go down. Here comes Anthony Reynard. Is he going to pick up? No, they managed to hold on to 2nd and 3rd, but I could see that happening. There's 1 line through that turn. That's the asterisk turn. And David Goosen did well to get back on time there.
He completed the pass,
he
even though they both went down.
Up into 2nd, and Duro and Reynard have got a lifeline, Jan, because that's the podium.
Now, for us viewers, you've got to give David Goosen a vote of thanks, because now we've got an incredible battle for 2nd place. Amazing from these guys. As you said, these guys just fall over, get back, and get going. David Goosen and Jesse Wright immediately back on pace, but I'd hate to see Jesse lose a podium because he's ridden such an incredible ride so far, and technically he's been flawless, Rob. He hasn't really done anything wrong.
He has. I mean, that was a move of, I don't want to say desperation, I think that word's a little bit harsh, but David Goosen saw a gap. He saw that he had the extra pace and he had to make that pass. Unfortunately, both riders went down. Fortunately, like you said, it's not superbike racing where you land up in hospital. You can get back up and going again. David Goosen is in second place. Brilliant work from our cameramen and directors to pick up on that action. Jesse Wright, like you said, I hope he can hold on to the third place because he deserves to be on the podium. But Reynard and De Roo now can sniff that podium. They've been given a second chance here. 5 corners ago, they had no chance of a podium. Now, coming into the final stages, that is third place right there. And Anthony Reynard, we know the experience of Reynard. He doesn't look at that as third place. He looks at that as championship points gained. Anything can happen in a championship season. Reynard, David Goosen, Tristan Purdon, they know that. Every point, every position counts. And you can see Reynard has all of a sudden upped his pace and he's challenging for podium now.
And a tough position for Reynard, Rob, because as you said, he might be conserving energy, but now he's got 2 podium positions right in front of him, and he has to charge now. He has to push for, as you said, those points and those extra positions, because come the end of the year, we might be counting the points from this round and others when it comes down to that championship.
Oh yeah, we go side by side in that two-way section. Reynard, loses the traction, breaks traction on the rear tire. Jesse Wright goes on the outside line. The 2 Yamahas, and there's also Yamaha Pride up to stake here. You've got Sinsala Yamaha Reynard coming side by side with Out of Africa Monster Energy Machine. This is where Goosen and Jesse Wright had the coming together. And Jesse Wright this time blocking that line. Here comes Goosen around the outside. There's not going to be any space there. Sorry, Reynard going around the outside. So not only podium position up for grabs there, but also top Yamaha, and Anthony Reynard wants to be the top Yamaha. So this is the battle then. David Goosen holding down station in second place. Looks like Cameron De Roo is just sitting back there in 5th place saying, you guys dice it out, I'll wait for you guys to tangle up and I'll take advantage. But Reynard has definitely stepped up his game. Like you said, I think he went, if this is the best chance I've got given, I've been given a second chance here, I've got to take it.
And I think it's a classic case of, dangle a carrot in front of a motorcycle rider and you'll go faster.
It's exactly what's happening now. Jesse Wright, though, cannot take anything away from this young man. A year ago, 2 years ago, Jesse Wright would not be, you could see how thick those ruts are getting. Almost coming to a standstill there. That was a brilliant shot from our cameraman, really was. But the track conditions out there, our little 50s, 65s and 85s have to ride in those ruts. That's going to be very entertaining later. But how much longer have we got left here?
This is our last lap, Rob.
Last lap. Jesse Wright, can he hold onto that podium? Out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha team screaming at their rider as he comes across the line. That's it.
That's the checkered flag.
That is the checkered flag. So Tristan Purdon comfortably out front. Second place, David Goosen made that move count when he had to do it. Jesse Wright, big up to Jesse Wright, holding on to that podium finish ahead of Anthony Reynard. Cameron De Roo, Bradley Cox will hold down 6th place. Royce Griffin with a good 7th place finish there. We're going to wait for him to come across there. He's in the MX Pro category as well. And then Johan Phakisa, Kieran Fitzgerald, the Red Bull KTM team manager, getting some track time out there a little bit further down there in 9th. Wade Den, Marco De Frey, Seth van der Biele, Arnu Simon and Adriano Catalano, your top 14 riders. There's Kieran Fitzgerald. Good to see him back in the saddle. He retired from racing, but he's come back to play. Once a racer, always a racer, and he's a team manager now, but he does not want to let go of the reins. So what a way to kick off the day's racing action. I mean, it's kind of the way we knew we were going to go, but a brilliant way to go. But we'll get to Temba's comments after we go to this quick little ad break. Welcome back then from myself, Rob Portman, and Temba Kamala. Temba, I was asking you just before we went to the ad break, what a way to kick off MX1. We expected nothing any different from Tristan Purdon.
Unreal racing, Rob. You know, halfway through that moto, Tristan Purdon was in fifth place, dropping backwards, and yet 10 minutes later he's won the race by 11 seconds, which just shows how unpredictable this class is.
That is why he's got the number 1 plate on, and now we move to the second heat for the day. It's the MX3 and our ladies combined, and we know the serious talent that we've got in here, the likes of Ian Topless. He must have, what, a good 4,500 national titles to his name, old Ian Topless.
I'm fairly confident, Rob, that Ian Topless has been racing since before I was born.
You're actually probably right. That's not even a joke. You're 100% right. I remember Ian Topless, a youngster, the famous name that is Ian Topless, and he's still going and he's still winning races. But this year, he's got new challenges. He's got Kleinhans and he's got that very fast man that can, you know, the man can ride anything. Grant Ferrix, he'll be at short circuit racing next weekend, winning in the motards, and here he is lining up on the grid in MX3 to potentially win here as well. The man is just supremely talented. That's in the MX3 category. Then in the ladies, they're all trying to beat that Kawasaki with the big number 1 plate, Kayla Roth.
Yes, Rob, our favourites in going into this race will definitely be Grant Ferrix and Kayla Roth. And as you say, you know, I've raced against Grant Ferrix on a super motard, and the guy doesn't practice. He just pitches up on Saturday morning, hasn't seen the track, just gets going, and he's immediately on pace. Amazing to see what he's done, and of course the Ferrix name, a staple in South African motorsport.
It is. It's just ridiculously talented. Like, he's my mate, but I hate him because he's just so talented. It really is. There's Kayla Roth, the big number 1 plate. She's had a little bit of work done. She's dominated the ladies class. But Leah Haygate, I remember at round 1 at Teratopia, got the better of Kayla Roth. So Leah Haygate, welcome return to national racing for Leah Haygate, and she's thrown her name very much in the mix. Look out for other lady riders that we've got. We've got the Lima sisters, Jadine and Shanae, and then Dakota Krobler as well lining up on the grid. Great to see Dakota always lining up on the grid and improving every time she gets out there. Had a massive crash a couple of years ago. Really was a nasty one. Didn't think we'd see her come back, but there she is today, and we're going to have to wait and see. Can Ian Topless do anything to try and stop the charge that is Grant Ferrix and Dwayne Kleinhans? And in the ladies, can anyone stop the dominance that is Kayla Roth? We're about to find out. They're at the start line for round number 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink SA National Motocross Series, also powered by TRP.
I'm very excited to see, Rob, what challenge Leah can give to Kayla, because last year it was almost inevitable Kayla Roth winning a race. Even if she'd go down or make a mistake, she'd always take the W. But as you saw at PE as well, Kayla and Leah shared the wins, so it's going to be super exciting to see that battle in the ladies class.
It is, and they don't hold back. I mean, it really is sensational, the lap times they can do. Understarters orders in. Here we go. Watch for those gates to drop. Who will get that all-important hole shot? There's Grant Ferrix, fast house, man, bike number 101. Watch out for him. Watch out for Ian Topless. Let's see what he can do on the Yamaha machine. And then Dwayne Kleinhans as well. Well, the start gate's being held very, very, very long time there. Here we go. Looks like...
And the gate drops.
Great start there from Ferrix on the light blue bike on the inside. He's got Kleinhans right alongside him. Ian Topless also with a good... Oh, Topless looking to the right there. I think he got some mud right in the center of his goggles there, trying to get a clear view. But it does look like it is Ferrix, Kleinhans and Ian Topless as we expected. In the ladies, is that Kayla Roth just ahead of Leah Haygate? I think it is.
You know, that's interesting, Rob. As Ian Topless came out the gate, he took a long look to the left and then a long look to the right. At first I thought he was having a look at Grant Ferrix, but maybe there might be some mud or struggling with that off the start.
Must have been Calvin Gloucester a little bit further back there in the MX3s, along with Philip Harper, dicing with some of our lady riders. But as we feared, Grant Ferrix out front. There's Kayla Roth. Looks like she's out front in the ladies class, so doing exactly what she needs to do at the moment through the whoop section of Ferrix, already starting to extend that lead over Kleinhans and Ian Topless just behind them. Ryan Ferrix as well. So brotherly love happening there. Leah Haygate actually leading in the ladies ahead of Calvin Gloucester and Kayla Roth.
You can see Bruce Fortune on the 44 in the MX3 class. Now what I really like with this class, Rob, is that we've got 2 classes separately, ladies and MX3, but trust me, the ladies are quick. They get right up there in the field, and you could see Kayla Roth or Leah being the 3rd or 4th fastest rider on track.
Easily. I mean, I often commentate on it that I've been racing superbikes for a long time. I'll gladly do 300 k's an hour with my knee down around Potter's Parsons, London. Put me on a motocross bike, and I can tell you now, Kayla Roth will lap me within a lap. Even some of these 50cc riders will get the better of me. So the best in the country on display here right now in our MX3 and ladies. and at the moment, the best in the business. Look at
Oh,
that was
wow.
huge.
Oh,
That was.
wow.
I don't think Kayla meant to get that kind of airtime. I hope she's okay. It looked like she took a massive whack on the head there. Maybe a little bit of whiplash, or well, tough as nails. What are we saying? She looks happy. But that, I don't think was planned.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Kayla Roth over jumping there. Really, really hard landing, but good to see that she's held it all together. She's still in the lead. She's got Bruce Fortune behind her now. Leah Haygate in second place in the ladies class, seventh on the road. But let's have a look at Kayla and see how she recovers from that moment. If Leah Haygate saw that, that should give her some encouragement to chase down Kayla.
I was saying just before this race meeting, Kayla Raff put on Facebook that she's finding more horsepower out at Kawasaki, and I think she had a little bit too much horsepower out there, because that was a big jump coming through the Ogio gear bag section there. There is Kayla Raff, still looking fast and fit and healthy, so didn't look like it hampered her too much coming through the section, the final section here, just past our commentary booth. And it is Grant Ferrix dominating this race early on, as we expected. Dwayne Kleinons, is that him in second place? Yes, it is. Ian Topless in third place, and then it is brotherly love there, Ryan Ferrix, and a 2:12.7 lap time there from Grant Ferrix. I mean, that's running MX1 kind of pace already in our MX3s on the opening lap. So that there he is, Fast House sponsored man on that light blue machine. Just can do no wrong on whatever two-wheeled motorcycle he rides. And at the moment, he's dominated MX3 so far in the opening 3 rounds, and doing it once again here. Dwayne Kleinons must hate the sight. When he sees the entry list and he sees a Grant Ferrix, he must think, damn it.
Must be frustrating, Rob, and probably the most annoying thing is how awesome Grant's bikes look.
Yeah.
That baby blue color looking stunning out there with the white kit. Awesome as well to see, as you said, Ryan Ferrix in 4th place, the Ferrix brothers racing together. And Rob, you know a thing or two about racing, get your brother on track.
I do. It's not the easiest thing. You want to obviously beat everyone on track, but when your brothers aren't on track, you just want to beat him even more. So there is Grant Ferrix leading at the moment. That is your second place man, Dwayne Kleinons. Third place is Ian Topless as they come over the Cannabis Energy jump there into the Asterix knee brace section. And there's quite a big gap then. So Ryan Ferrix has dropped quite a long way back there. Kayla Roth still going, still your leading lady rider. Just behind her is Bruce Fortune, Calvin Gloss, and Leah Haygate not looking too comfortable with the track conditions out there at the moment, because we normally see her challenging Kayla Roth, but quite a way off the pace at the moment.
Yeah, and Kayla Roth was 4 seconds quicker than Lee on that last lap, even with that big mistake, over jumping that huge jump. So Leah's got some work to do to try and close that gap down to Kayla, but I think what can really help Leah in this race is that she's got Calvin Gloucester and Bruce Fortune in the MX3 class just ahead of her, so she can use them as a reference while trying to chase down Kayla.
Yeah, 100% correct there. There is Kayla Roth, bike number 1. You can see she's kind of in no man's land at the moment, but feeling very comfortable. She'll be getting the board saying, carry on doing what you're doing. You're comfortably leading the ladies, and currently running 5th overall in the combined overall results. So another brilliant ride from the fastest lady rider in the land when it comes to the dirty stuff. There's Ian Topless out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha man. Like I said, the last few seasons have had it all his own way pretty much, has gone untouched in MX3. This year, Ferrix Kleinons, he's got a lot of work to do.
You know, last year we saw some wildcard rides, the likes of Brett Bircher giving a challenge to Ian Topless, but it's really good to see, you know, from some of the chats I've had with Ian, he said he loves the competition, he loves having fast guys to push him, guys to chase. So it'll be interesting to see, because Ian has kept the gap stable to Dwayne Kleinons. I have a feeling we might see a bit of a Purdon charge at the end there from Topless.
It's amazing. You look at Ian Topless and you would never think he's a finely tuned athlete. He really is just a normal guy, got a little bit of an East Rand belly going on there. But put the man on a motocross bike and he can do 1,000 laps. And like you said, watch the last 5 minutes, watch the last couple of laps. And Ian Topless somehow digs deeps, finds a little extra something. I think that his team maybe flash a beer in his face and says, this could be yours if you get on to second place. But he just manages to somehow find extra pace come towards the end of the race. Massive airtime there from Ferrix, again doing a Kayla Roth there, kind of giving himself a little bit of whiplash. Kleinons looking very smooth, comfortable in second, but when you've got an Ian Topless behind you, you're never really that comfortable.
So Rob, I can see now in our live timing that Dwayne Kleinons was 0.2 of a second faster than Grant Ferrix on that last lap. What do you think he has to do to try and get the race win here from Ferrix?
He's just got to keep that rhythm going. He's got to somehow keep himself in the mix. You know, when you come across the line in a Grant Ferrix position now, the only thing that's going to upset your rhythm is when you come across the line and see that you're not extending your lead, that gap has come down. When you're pushing as hard as you can, and the last lap you were 4 seconds in front, this lap you're 3.5, that gets you thinking. Kleinans has got to keep Grant Ferrix thinking. If he can do, the more he can do that, the more Ferrix will start pushing harder. Maybe those mistakes will creep in. Then he can start taking advantage. And Topless coming, lapping already there. Dakota Krobler, I should say. That is the man in third place. Doesn't look like he has an answer at the moment for our leading two riders, because that man, as you said, is the man on the move at the moment. Dwayne Kleinans in second place.
Well said there, Rob. I think I agree with you. Pressure is the name of the game for Dwayne Kleinans. He's got to try and force Grant Ferrix into mistake, and it's, it's much easier said than done. Grant looks very comfortable, very smooth on that stylish blue fast house bike of his. Looking at the rest of our field, we've got Jadine De Lima in third place in the ladies class, ahead of Cheyenne De Lima. On our live timing here, Rob, I'm not sure if you got an issue. Kayla Roff's in 11th place. Hopefully our TV director can put the cameras on Kayla, see maybe she's had a problem there.
Yeah, she's dropped way down the field. She's dropped way down the field there into 11th place. In fact, her name's just dropped
to 12.
Into 12. Kayla Roff is in second last, so we're going to have to wait and see what's that. Ooh, again, Grant Ferrix looks like he over jumped there. So a couple of mistakes starting to creep in from our leading rider. Nothing too fatal, but made one or two mistakes there. Kleinans still right in the mix. So you can see Ferrix is looking around there. I don't think he's 100% comfortable at the front of this field. Kleinans has got to attack now. But as you said, Temba, the big question mark at the moment is, where has our fastest lady rider gone? Kayla Roff, it must be a timing issue because she's back up into 5th place now. So maybe just an issue there with her transponder, because Kayla Roff still 5th overall, still leading the ladies class. So sorry to all Kayla Roff fans. Our live timing just playing a little bit of gremlins there with us. That is the man out front, Bike 101, Grant Ferrix. There is Dwayne Kleinans, not too far behind in terms of motocross racing. Ian Topless in 3rd place, Ryan Ferrix in 4th, Kayla Roff 5th, Leah Haygate up into 6th overall and 2nd in the ladies. And we don't know what's happening with that timing on. It's just we can't really see. I think still running a little bit off the pace of Kayla Roff. Calvin Gloucester, Jadine De Lima, brilliant, up there inside the top 10 overall in 8th and 3rd overall in the ladies.
It's great to see her, Rob. If our timing can be trusted, it seems like Leah Haggard has dropped into the 2:28, with her fastest lap being 1/10 slower than Kayla Roff. What that will mean for Leah is that, unfortunately, if she can't catch Kayla in this race, as we take another look at Kayla, she can come back in the second moto and try and make things happen.
Yeah, 100%. We forget that these guys and girls rocked up this morning, had 15-minute practice.
In the freezing cold.
In the freezing cold, with track conditions nowhere near like they are now. So it's not like Superbike racing where we go every day, qualifying, practice, and the track doesn't change.
It never changes.
It never changes. These track conditions are changing with every passing jump, every passing corner. So these riders have to adapt to every single track condition that's going to be thrown at them throughout the race. So anything can happen. That's what we've seen so far in MX1. It's all about having that mental strength to trust yourself, as Tristan Purdon does. Take your time, get comfortable track conditions, and when the time comes to strike. And that, speaking about striking, is what Dwayne Kleinans needs to do in the next couple of laps. He's running out of time now. He's got to put that pressure and keep that pressure on Grant Ferrix.
Well said there, Rob. Adaptability is so key in the sport of motocross, especially when we have the track looking the way it does today. It was very, very wet this morning, as some of the riders informed us that it was very difficult conditions, and it's getting really rough out there. The ruts are really, really deep, and it's interesting, our battle for the lead here, Grant Ferrix, Dwayne Kleinans and Ian Topless are basically matching each other. The gap doesn't seem to be changing, but hopefully we can see some battles here as Dwayne looks a bit closer than he did the previous lap. What do you see, Rob?
Yeah, definitely. You're 100% correct there, Temba. They're definitely closing. Even Ian Topless is closing. We look at the lap times, only a couple of seconds in between it, but Ian Topless starting to step up the pace, starting to get more comfortable on that out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha machine, and he's starting to close that gap on Kleinans and Ferrix out front. We saw Ferrix a couple of laps ago looking around him, over jumping some jumps, so I don't think he's 100% comfortable with track conditions out there at the moment. Kleinans definitely visibly closing that gap, and we could, into the final stages of this race, have a potential three-way battle for the lead, and that's exactly what we want in the MX3 class. But we know Grant Ferrix. Those elbows need to come out, those elbows will come out. But he's also, so far this year, managed every single race he's done, and he's picked up the win. And I think he might have enough to do it now.
Not easy battling with Grant Ferrix, Rob. I've tried going up the inside of him on a supermoto, and I can tell you, I definitely came off second best in that encounter. So hopefully Dwayne Kleinans fares a bit better than I do in his battle for the lead here with Grant Ferrix. as we are winding down this MX3 and ladies heat 1, about 3 minutes to go plus a lap. Kayla Roth still leading the ladies class.
Yeah, Kayla Roth looks like she's just she's doing what she does best, and that's just set lap times, get comfortable at the front end of the ladies class. I don't think Leah Haygate has got an answer in this heat, but like you said, with things changing every single corner, we don't know what can happen in the heat 2 coming up a little bit later. This battle is starting to heat up. Clay Nance can smell blood in the water. Look at that gap. There is nothing left there. We've got a battle on there. Clay Nance onto the back of Ferrix. Who knows? Ferrix could be having a bit of arm pump. You know it happens. Topless now in the mix. That three-way battle that we were hoping and praying for is very much going to happen right now.
Gone Ferrix looking a little bit tired out there, Rob. We've seen the little errors building and building behind him, and the big difference is that Clay Nance and Topless have been very, very consistent. You know, recently, there he goes. We saw Anthony Reynard try and make this pass work up in MX1, and Dwayne Clay Nance takes the lead of the MX3 race.
Looks like Ferrix is out. Ferrix might have a problem on the bike there. He came out of that left-hander being passed, and yeah, it's something. Grant Ferrix is not a happy man at the moment. Here comes Ian Topless on the inside. Ferrix is not even racing at the moment. He is just cruising around. Hopefully he can hang on to the podium, but he's got a big problem trying to look at the tyres. That's the first thing I look at. Both tyres intact there, so not too sure what's happening with our championship leader and early race leader. Ferrix out of this race. Topless second, Clay Nance in front.
Looks like there might be some technical problems there for Grant Ferrix. A great shame. I thought it looked like you're starting to struggle a bit with fitness, but clearly other problems afflicting him there. But I hope that gives us a more exciting battle for the lead, because as Clay Nance was closing up on Ferrix, Topless was closing up on Clay Nance. And as you said, Ian Topless, he's like a metronome. He can do the same lap time every lap and keep going and going and going.
He's just as tough as nails, as tough as they come. He's Ian Topless, and he's doing exactly what we said earlier. He's coming good towards the end of the race. Ferrix is just cruising around. He's doing a Fabio Quattararo from Jerez the other day. He is just cruising around. He has got no answer for Clay Nance at the front end of the field. Brilliant drive. Take nothing away from Clay Nance. He kept the pressure there, and he did exactly what we thought he would do and told him to do. Keep that pressure on, and he's now comfortably in the lead of this MX3 battle and overall combined with the ladies. Ian Topless second. We're going to have to wait and see if Ferrix can just hold onto the podium here now, or if he literally is a sitting duck. He's going to hold onto that championship lead, I think, even with a third place finish. But let's wait and see if he can get across the checkered flag. Kayla Roth still inside that top 5 overall, still leading the ladies ahead of Leah Haygate in second. Third lady rider, Jadine Lima, in 8th place overall. Another brilliant ride there from that lady.
Always great to see the De Lima sisters out there, and pretty cool feature here, Rob. We've got a pair of sisters and a pair of brothers in this race. Grant Ferrix and Ryan Ferrix now sitting in 3rd and 4th place respectively. Something exciting I'm seeing here, Rob, is that as this motor has gone on, every lap, Kayla Roth and Leah Haygate have been setting the fastest laps of the race in the ladies class, and Leah at the moment is quicker than Kayla.
It is. They're literally getting more and more comfortable, getting faster and faster with the degrading track conditions. But Leah Haygate, like you said, last lap around was almost a second faster, so that battle might not be over yet. Kayla Roth was looking very, very comfortable. Ooh, a little bit of
Bruce
an issue
for you.
Bruce, that's exactly where the coming together between Goosen and Jesse Wright happened. So it's a very tricky corner, that Cannabis energy drink section there. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. Who is that now coming through? You can see, look at the size of that is Clay Nance. So Clay Nance just shows you the pace of Clay Nance out front. He's just coming through these back markers effortlessly, and his off-road racing experience will come into play here, because these track conditions very much like those off-road conditions where you don't know what's coming around the corner.
Very true, Rob. We're only about 1.5 races through our day program, and we've already seen some big moments. A lot of riders struggling with these conditions, some accidents when some overtakes are being made, but you have to give a salute to Dwayne Clay Nance, because he's really making this look easy at the moment.
He is. He really is making it look easy. I feel so sorry for the 50s and 65s and 85s coming up a little bit later with these deep ruts. That's going to be hard there. But the checkered flag is going to come out any second now. There is your leading rider overall and in the MX3, Dwayne Clay Nance, very famous name in Dirty Bastard Racing, as I call it, in South Africa. And he's going to come across the line. Checkered flag time. Then Dwayne Clay Nance, first MX3 win of the year. He gets the better of Ian Topless. We wait for him at his last lap. So checkered flag not out. Last lap time then for our MX3 riders. So a little bit of premature there from myself. But Dwayne Clay Nance, I don't think he's got any problem, Temba. I think he's comfortably out front. I think Topless going to settle for that second place. Grant Ferrick still circulating around in third place, but what's that, 15 seconds off the leading riders?
Yeah, and unfortunately for Grant, his lap times have fallen away by about 17 seconds per lap. And the big difference here is that Dwayne Kleinhans has remained very consistent in this race, a bit more consistent than even Ian Topless himself. I'll be excited to see what Grant can bring in the second race, because I do think he'll sort whatever that problem is and come back stronger, as we saw him leading the first half of this race.
I think he will. We're going to have to maybe during the lunch break just go chat to him, find out what that problem is, if it's mechanical or if it is fitness. We'll wait and see. Like I said, arm pump, just a thing that can just creep up on you in motocross riding. It really is just something that always comes about. So I don't think it is. I think it might be mechanically on that bike, because he hasn't had those problems all year long when it comes to arm pump. This man certainly has no problems out front. Dwayne Kleinhans in the final section of the race, he's come through Ghana, he's come through aero helmets, he's come through 100%, and it's going to just come through the last final section of this track looking very, very good, does Dwayne Kleinhans. He looks as, again, just does exactly what Tristan Purdon did in the MX1, makes it look so easy. And I can tell you, out there, just looking out of the commentary window, it is not easy track conditions, and you can see the wind blowing ever so slightly, but that is a freezing cold wind, I can tell you now. So not easy conditions for these riders out there, but they're making it look. There we go, through aero, through 100%, through the TRP section, and we're going to go across the Cannabis Energy Drink start finish line any second now. And Kleinhans' first victory of the year, and that's going to be big confidence heading into the rest of the season.
Definitely, Rob. As you can see, Dwayne Kleinhans just bringing this ride home to grab the victory, checking his lines out, just making sure that he doesn't do anything silly. He's now extended his gap over Ian Topless, who was closing at certain stages of this race, as he comes around the last corner. So that'll be Dwayne Kleinhans as he has to get round the lap through the last corner. Dwayne Kleinhans takes the MX3 victory ahead of Ian Topless. We expect Grant Ferrick to come through in third place ahead of his brother Ryan. Kayla Roth, fifth on the road, leading the ladies class. And look at this, Rob. Leah Haygate continued to match Kayla every single lap of that race. I'm so excited to see Heat 2 in the MX ladies class.
Yeah, Leah basically lost that race the early couple of laps. There is your leading lady rider, brilliantly picked up there from our cameraman. That is Kayla Roth on the Kawasaki machine. She has got a big gap over Leah Haygate, and that was all pulled down in the opening laps. But like you said, last 4 or 5 laps, Leah Haygate has matched and been faster than this rider with the big number 1 plate on that Kawasaki machine. That is Kayla Roth, as she comes into the final section there through Bridgestone Corner. She's going to come through aero 100% and then across the Cannabis Energy Winning line. But again, a flawless, well, we can't really say flawless. It did look like she headbutted the front end of her Kawasaki early on. Hopefully there's nothing too damaging there from that, but it looks like she's done again what she does best, Kayla Roth, and that is win the ladies class. But like you said, watch out race to it. She knows she'll get back into the pit, and her team will tell her, listen, great job, but he too, Leah Haygate, and she's coming thick and fast. She wants that number 1 plate this year.
The pressure's on, Rob, and it's great to see the competition in this ladies class. I'm getting so excited by this, even though it's not a close race here in our first heat. You never saw this last year. None of the other ladies could ever match Kayla's lap times, and it's going to be really interesting to see how Kayla deals with this pressure, because she'll definitely go into the next heat knowing that Leah has that pace to match her.
Well, like we said with the Kleinhans and Ferrick's thing, it's a mental game. If you can put pressure on, and like Leah Haygate's got to keep Kayla Roth thinking about it. As long as she does that, Kayla Roth is going to sit in her pit now and think, okay, well, I won that race, but, and as long as a rider has that but, you know, as long as you're sitting there and there's a but, that always throws up a spanner in the works. So let's wait and see what happens in Heat 2 of MX3 and ladies coming up later. But it was all about Dwayne Kleinhans in this race. Ian Topless second, Grant Ferrick ahead of his brother Ryan Ferrick. So Ferrick did hold on to that podium, vital for his championship. You're going to have to wait and see what the problems there. Kayla Roth, your leading lady rider, ahead of Leah Haygate, and J.D. Lima, the third lady rider there. So brilliant action there from our MX3, our Masters riders, as we call them, and the lady riders for the day. So that rounds up their first heat of the day. We've had the MX1s, and of course it was all about Tristan Purdon in that heat. So we're going to have to wait and see. I'm so excited for MX2s. I cannot wait for MX2s coming up later. But let's have a look and catch up with us after this little break. Right, welcome back then to our live action here on Facebook. Please remember to like and share this page as far as wide as possible, because we've had world-class racing action so far from the MX1s, MX3 and the ladies category. But I can tell you now, get a comfortable seat, because we have got the Kamikaze pilots that is the high school 125cc class, and this is brilliant to see. I can tell you, a couple of years now doing national motocross, it was almost in a way the dying class. There were 10, 12 bikes, sometimes 8 bikes on the grid. I just counted probably about 2,500 bikes on the starting grid, and they are Kamikaze pilots. This is the future of South African motocross racing, and they want to showcase themselves live here on Facebook.
I'm really gassed and excited for this race, Rob. The MX high school class, one of my favorites, you know, and for us as road racers, we don't really get to hear two-strokes that often.
No.
And it's just great to hear, you know, we've got, I think, 26 bikes starting this race. We'll be definitely looking at our reigning champion, Jonathan Malimi, also known as the Apex Predator, one of my favorite riders to watch in this class. You know, Jono's big, he dominates at 125, he muscles it around, and we're going to be looking at the likes of Marc-Anthony Philippe, Miguel Duval, Ethan Hoffman, and Hayden Tully, who'll be trying to take the charge to Jonathan.
Yeah, we've got the Ridgeway Race Bar riders also in the mix as well. Look out for Deegan Broomfield a little bit further back there. But again, brilliant to see so many high school 125cc class in the mix here. And like we call them the Kamikaze pilots, because that's exactly what they are. There's no holds bar. There's no kind of racecraft going on. It's, I just want to be the fastest rider. And if that means I have to go flat out over this jump, that's what I have to do. And, I mean, these little 125 two-strokes, they've got a little bit of zest to them, but those are thick ruts. This is going to be tricky conditions for these bikes. They're going to be screaming the living daylights out of these machines. But one thing you are always promised in the high school 125 class is brilliant racing, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get.
This field is stacked, Rob. A lot of talented kids in this class, some of the best in the country, and we've also got some foreign visitors here. We have Stav Orland in this race on the 265 KTM, who was our overall winner at round 2 at PE.
Yeah, he's going to be a man to watch out here. You know, PE was more of a sandy track. Here we've got the thick, deep ruts. So we're going to have to wait and see if he can adapt his riding style to these conditions. Mlimi, like you touched upon, one of the bigger riders, we can call him in this class, that might work well in these deep ruts, get a little bit more traction. He's able to wrestle that 125 a little bit more than some of the other smaller riders. So we're going to have to wait and see if that plays. He's the man with a number 1 plate on his bike on the Red Bull KTM machine. So he's the man that all want to beat. Miguel Duval, I know at round 1 at Terratopia, that was his home track, was the man to beat there on his rad sponsored KTM machine there. So again, Ethan Hoffman, another rider you can throw in the mix. There's literally 10 riders that you can throw in the mix for the race win, never mind just for the overall 3.
So true, Robin. What I'm very curious to see in this race is that in our first 2 heats this morning of MX1 and MX3, the guys who led the first half of the race didn't end up winning. So I'm very curious to see how the starts go, and especially in such a big field with so many riders, it's going to be crucial to get up there in front, but again, to be consistent all the way till the end.
It's racecraft. It's planning your race. It's managing your race. Oh, we've already got problems there. One of the riders out on the track there. We can't quite see who that is. Looks like a KTM machine.
I think that might be Marc-Anthony Philippe.
It's a rad KTM. I don't think it's Miguel Duval, but it might be it's 26. It's Miguel Duval. One of our top contenders already out of this race before it's even started. Rad KTM sponsored machine. They're looking down the right hand side of the bike there. I don't know if the rear brake is maybe just clamped and it's not moving. Definitely a problem with the the back brake, I should say, on that machine. So one of our big contenders out of this race. We are under starters orders. Is that green flag going to go out? Yes, we are. We are under starters orders in a couple of minutes time. And Miguel Duval, you know, there's nothing worse than when you've amped yourself up and you don't even make it to the start line.
I'm really gutted for Miguel Duval, Rob, and of course, you know, these are young testosterone-full teenagers.
Oh yeah.
It's not that easy to just tell them, you know, you're going to get over it. He'll be gutted because I'm sure he'll have seen himself as a favorite for this race. But we are now under starters orders. Can Jonathan Malimi take the victory, or will Stav Orland come out on top? As we know, it's going to be a good one.
Into Bridgestone turn 1. Look at the thick ruts. There's only a couple of lines there, and there's 20-something odd high school 125 Kamikaze pilots into turn 1. Jonathan Mlimi gets the whole shot, uses that extra little bit of traction, we'll call it, for now on his Red Bull KTM. But bike number 1 is out front. Oh, already those riders getting stuck in deep ruts.
From Marc-Anthony Philippe. Marc-Anthony Philippe losing the front over the face of the jump. But we have a look. Who's that in
Is
second
that
place?
Deegan Bloomfield on the Ridgeway Race Bar bike? I think that might be Deegan Bloomfield in second place. If so, that is a brilliant start already. The deep ruts catching these riders out.
That is rider number 25, Asandem Kunu,
Asandem Kunu, yeah.
who has gone down on the last lap. Tyler Tarantino on the 300, also getting tangled up in that incident. Already, Rob, 2 riders out before on the first lap of this race.
Well, we said this morning's practice conditions were completely different to what they're experiencing now. So they're learning this track now, basically, the way it is for the first time now with those deep ruts. The experience of Jonathan Mlimi coming to the forefront here because he's out front and already putting a lead. Is that Deegan Bloomfield in second? I'm pretty sure it is. There is a Blake Young a little bit further back as well. So good start there from the man from KZN. As the rest of the field come through, Ethan Hoffman, I didn't think he got the best start, but Mlimi doing exactly what he wanted to do. He's out front on the Red Bull KTM and extending a lead over, I'm pretty sure that is Deegan Bloomfield, Ridgeway Race Bar, Husqvarna machine in second place.
You know, the Red Bull KTM team really knows how to get it down in national motocross. And Rob, I'm sure you can draw a lot of similarities between Mr. Tristan Purdon and Jonathan Mlimi, and that goes beyond the bikes, both being the same with the red number 1 plate on them.
Yeah, and they both pit in the same place. You know, I think Jonathan takes a lot. Kamikaze. We haven't even done one lap. There's Deegan Bloomfield. So there's Deegan Bloomfield. It's not Deegan Bloomfield in second place. Just saw him come a little bit further back in, about 15th or 16th place at the moment. But already, Kamikaze Pilots elbows out, and we haven't even completed one lap yet. Ooh, Ethan Hoffman getting all kinds of
Ethan Hoffman! Oh my word!
We need to put a GoPro on this man's bike. Coming through Bridgestone and FMF corner there, getting all kinds of out of shape. Hats off for keeping that bike on 2 wheels somewhat.
You know, one of the scariest things you can experience on a bike, Rob, is a save, a big moment followed by a save, followed by another big moment, and an even bigger save. Great style there from Ethan Hoffman,
he
keeping
did
that
so
together.
well to hang on to that. Mlimi, if he had review mirrors on and he'd seen that, he probably would have parked his bike. But what I was saying about Mlimi, he would have spoken to Tristan Purdon. Purdon would have already said to Mlimi, listen, track conditions, this corner's got ruts, you've got to hit this there. That is vital information. And Mlimi using that to pure perfection at the moment over the Cannabis energy drink start-finish line for the first time. And it is Jonathan Mlimi, Red Bull KTM out front, looking comfortable at the moment. Leonard de Toy. How could we forget about Leonard de Toy, one of the fastest men in South African motocross, in second place there, bike number 84 at the moment. Stay Orland, you were saying, throwing himself in the mix, and then Ethan Hoffman, whose pants have now turned from blue into brown, holding down 4th place.
Definitely, Rob. I think we've got Ian Hoffman on a blue bike with red boots and brown riding pants after those huge moments. And just to run through our top 10, so our race leader is Jonathan Mlimi, ahead of Leonard du Toit on the 84 in second place, Stav Orland in 3rd, ahead of Ethan Hoffman in 4th, Garrick Henley, a stalwart in this class, in the 5th place, ahead of Nathan Mayberry, Callan Merrick Broski. We saw Luke Grundy on the 450 a couple laps, getting a bit cheeky up the inside of Kieran Conway for that 8th place, and as you said, Blake Young and Lucas Venter completing our top 10.
Yeah, and Kieran Conway, our Cannabis energy drink sponsored rider, so he's doing a brilliant job there up inside that top 10. Like I said, if you look all the way through the field, there are big names a bit further back. Blake Young in 9th place, your former 85cc champion Lucas Venter, you should find himself a little bit further up. Kieran Conway, Deegan Bloomfield up in 12th place there. Carl Townsend, the Cannabis energy drink sponsored rider, a little bit further down there as well. There's Ethan Hoffman recovering after that little moment, but Mlimi, the man they're all trying to catch at the moment. Stav Orland doing everything he can to try and catch Leonard de Toy. Now, Leonard de Toy was unstoppable in the 85s a couple of years ago, made the move up to 125s and MX2 now, but starting to look more and more comfortable on the high school 125cc bike, and a rider to watch out for come later stages of a race. I don't think Mlimi has got this done and dusted just yet. He was 2 seconds faster on that opening lap, but Leonard de Toy and Stav Orland are going to come good later on in this race. But having said that, Mlimi's got that number 1 plate on the front of his bike for a reason, because he knows how to win. He's at the front where he needs to be at the moment. This man, Ethan Hoffman, is the luckiest man on the planet at the moment, and the most skillful man on the planet at the moment after those mistakes, but still holding down top Yamaha spot there in 4th place ahead of Garrick Henley.
Not for the first time he's saying it today, Rob. This track is very difficult. It's very rutted, very tricky conditions, especially on the smaller bikes for these juniors. A bit easier for the 125 riders than it's going to be for some of our Pro Mini 65 and 50 riders. But again, we see Stav Orland closing up on Leonard Detroit. Ethan Hoffman, I don't think he'll be happy to put the number 4 in 4th place, but he could go on a podium charge at the end, Rob.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being in that no man's land where he is at the moment. But if anything, the first 2 races, the MX1s, MX3 and ladies, has taught us that the seesaw effect is very much in full flight at round number 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross powered by TRP, because, I mean, if you take the MX1s for instance, Tristan Purdon was down in 6th place at one stage, 10 seconds behind, and you kind of thought he's out of it. And he came back to win the race. So, already look here, Stav Orland has closed onto the back end of Detroit. Oh, Detroit goes down!
And he takes Orland with him. Unfortunate for Orland there, his bike is stuck inside Detroit's bike. He doesn't care. Rides over little Detroit.
Oh man, we just said anything can happen. Ridgeway Raceway sponsored Leonard Detroit just tucked the front end there, and that is where the coming together between Gerson came. And here we go.
Ethan Hoffman.
Ethan Hoffman no longer in 4th place.
Ethan Hoffman benefiting from the incident there involving Leonard Detroit and Stav Orland. And I think what that shows, Rob, as you've seen today, it's so important to stay on the bike, not make mistakes, because in every race we've seen guys up front have problems. We saw our 2 podium contenders go down in MX1. We saw our race leader fall off in MX3. And now we've just seen again in the battle for 2nd and 3rd, a crash at that same corner where we saw Goosen and Wright go down.
That's a very, very tricky corner. And Leonard Detroit, I don't think did too much wrong. He just lost a little bit too much momentum. Front end tuck. Stav Orland had nowhere to go. Like you said, just used him as a berm. Did a brilliant job to get back up and still keep himself in that podium battle. And he's just behind Ethan Hoffman there now. But Ethan Hoffman kept his nose clean, and like we said, anything can happen. Jonathan Ulimi still setting the fastest lap times at the front of this race. Just got to try and stay consistent. I think that is going to be the key word used from all team members and riders in this weekend's racing. Stay consistent. With the tricky track conditions out there, it's about just being consistent. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest rider, but the most consistent riders are going to come to the forefront in this weekend's racing.
Rob, as we take a look there at Jonathan Malimi, we can see he's doing some insane lap times on a 125. What is Jonathan doing that's making him so dominant in this 125 class? What's he doing differently, Rob?
I think the bigger stature is helping him. I think the fact that he is one of the biggest riders in this category will help him in his conditions. I think he gets extra traction. I think he's got more muscle to wrestle the bike, put the bike where he wants it. And I think that's coming to the forefront. And let's not forget, Mlimi's been in national racing for yonks now. He's got the experience. And again, going back to the pits, speaking to the likes of Tristan Purdon, who's already picked up a race win, you can't pay for that kind of stuff. And that is what the Red Bull KTM team have got with Kieran Fitzgerald as a team manager. They've got this unity that all the riders are best mates. They all talk to each other. And Mlimi would have listened exactly to what Tristan Purdon would have said to him and said, you've got to hit these ruts. You've got to do that. Oh, ooh, again, that's same corner. Ethan Hoffman's brown pants just got luminous brown.
That's a good one, Rob. And that promotes Stav Orland back into 2nd place. He's had a bit of a crazy race at the moment, but as you can see, he's looking really quick out there, really consistent. And I'd say definitely the closest rider in terms of looking clean and pace to Jonathan Malimi.
He does. He looks stupid fast, does Stav Orland. He really does. He looks like he's coming to the forefront now. Pity he had that mistake. I think he would have been closer to Mlimi, but certainly the fastest rider visibly out on track is Stav Orland, this man. But he's just lost too much time early on to Mlimi. Mlimi has kept his nose clean and just played his cards right and just doing everything right at the moment. But that corner where everyone's having the problems, I would like to see what line Mlimi's taking, because I think he's taking the outside line rather than an inside line. Ooh, as we say that, a mistake there from our leading riders. So
looks like Malimi gets a bit cross-shotted there, Rob. But just going back to the point you're making about why Jonathan Malimi is so good, you have to remember he's got an incredible team around him. He's got the Red Bull factory KTM racing team, as well as, like you say, he's got Kieran Fitzgerald in his corner. He's been under the mentorship of Lawrence Mahoney. He's got Joshua Malimi, his big brother, who he can call at any time. And like I said, his teammates, Tristan Purdon, is always there to advise him. And it'll be curious to see if Jonathan can replicate this form in the 2nd heat, because the competitors behind him have made mistakes. But you'd like to think that if they can ride a bit cleaner, maybe they can give a challenge to Jonathan up front.
I think so. I think they'll learn the track conditions. I think race 2 in all the categories are going to be a completely different race to what we're seeing in race 1. I saw it at Teratopia. Mlimi dominated race 1. Their 2nd race, he was outside the top 4, made a couple of mistakes. Anything can happen in national motocross racing. And from 2 fanboys like ourselves, coming from the road racing, where in many ways it's very scripted. National Motocross is not scripted. It comes in here, there's that line. Yeah, he takes the exact, no, you see, he goes the outside line. He's not taking that deep rutted inside line. And I think riders are going to learn from that, because that is catching them out. Even there, he's not taking that thick, deep rutted line. He's taking the outside line. Maybe that came from the word in the ear from Tristan Pernin saying to him, stay away from the ruts. Both those riders, again, going outside line this time. The two riders that got caught out there. But Hoffman, third place at the moment. Leonard du Toit closing that gap, so we've got a battle for third.
Some really good points there, Rob. And as you can see, that outside line that Jonathan Malimi was using was the exact same one that Tristan Perrin was using to his advantage in MX1 Heat 1. What's really interesting with Jonathan taking the outside line at that really tight line is that you could see every time the guys would lose the front in there, it looked as if they literally stopped in the middle of the rut, and they had so little momentum that they would just fall over on their side. And Jonathan combating that. And one thing I really like to see here is that, you know, we looked at Stub Orlin and he's climbing all over that KTM. Jonathan Malimi looks like he's out on a Sunday ride at the moment.
He's standing on the pegs, he's upright, he's letting the bike get loose underneath him, but he's not letting it phase him though. Letting the bike do what it wants, keeping the momentum, I think, is the big thing. Leonard du Toit right on the back there of Ethan Hoffman. A little bit of a mistake there, but that is the biggest battle on track at the moment. That is for the final podium position. Coming into the final stages now, that is going to come across the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line. Another lap ticked off, and Ethan Hoffman will be getting the board, telling him that Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored Leonard du Toit is right on his tail, and if he's going to hold on to that third place, he's got a lot of work to do. But getting back to Mlimi, I think he's just doing everything right, using the experience, using the knowledge that he's gained from being in that factory Red Bull KTM team, and he's using it to perfection. Like I said, standing on the pegs, letting the bike do the work. In these kind of conditions, any kind of resistance on the bike, that bike's going to fight back, and I think that is the key. I think momentum is the key, like you touched upon. I think you've got to keep momentum going. As soon as you lose that momentum, we've already seen what happens. You just fall over, basically, and that's what's happened with these two riders. But what is good to see that even these young riders adapt themselves. Both these riders crashed in that deep rut. They're going around the rut now. They're not trying to make that same mistake over and over. So these are the future stars of MX1 and MX2 that we are seeing, and it's brilliant to see the way that they adapt themselves to the conditions.
Rob, you have to be extremely excited for the future of national motocross racing.
Absolutely.
When we've got these amazing talents in which, you know, our MX1 and MX2 fields are already stacked. And, you know, by the time Jonathan Malimi gets onto an MX2 bike, the likes of Tristan Perrin and David Goosen are still going to be there, and they're going to have to fight a new generation of riders. As we can see, our high school riders, Rob, are not afraid to get loose on the circuit.
Not afraid. Ethan Hoffman going around one of our back markers there and just giving him the old elbow, get out of my way. That allowed Leonard du Toit to close up ever so slightly, but Ethan Hoffman not wanting to get held up by those back markers. Here is Jonathan Malimi still at the top there, still the red number 1 plate on the front of that bike means he is our championship leader and our last year's champion. Leonard du Toit lost a bit of time there to Ethan Hoffman, so I think he got held up by that back marker. Maybe he wasn't as aggressive as Ethan Hoffman was, getting through that back marker a little bit further down there. Bike number 12. Look at the time. I mean,
that is Cosmos Mama Lucas.
How old is that guy? He must be 4 years old. And look at him on the high school 125. See, now a rider like that's going to battle with these track conditions, because he is going to just be manhandled by this track. Every single rut he hits, he's going to be a passenger on that motorbike. That is where the biggest status, I should say, of Jonathan Malimi is coming into play. Plus the fact, we know Jonathan's dad. He's on the sidelines there. Any kind of mistake, there's a spanner going to be thrown at Jonathan's head.
You can say that again, Rob. I want to point out something that's really impressed me here with our top 4 riders. You know, besides the impressive speed of Jonathan Malimi, Stav Orland and Leonard du Toit have both been down. Ethan Hoffman has kind of almost maybe been down about 3 times in this race, but keeping it all together. And what I really like to see is, you know, Ethan is doing a really good job here of holding off Leonard. We see Leonard casing the jump there a little bit, but it's going to go down to the wire for this battle for third place.
If I had one of those moments that Ethan Hoffman had, I would have gone back to pits, mechanical failure, probably retired from racing. But that is how hard these are. Leonard du Toit trying to go around the outside there now, Ethan Hoffman. Very much a yo-yo. Looks like the first part of the track, Leonard du Toit has got the pace over Ethan. Second part of the track, Ethan has got the pace. So very much a seesaw effect there, coming through the back markers as well. Another tricky part of national motocross, because there's only one line really going on here. You see, look at that seesaw effect. Du Toit was trying to go around the outside of Hoffman 3 corners ago. Now Hoffman has got 3 or 4 bike lengths over Du Toit. That is national motocross racing.
Well spotted, Rob. And this seesaw effect, it's not the first time we've seen it in some of the races today, and I think that's a reflection of how difficult the track conditions are. You can see certain riders being stronger in certain sections of the track and others gaining, and I think Leonard du Toit, there he goes, uses the outside line, but unfortunately catches Cosmos as he laps him in that battle for third.
Yeah, he lost all his momentum. They had to scrap the speed because of Cosmos just ahead of him. Ethan Hoffman again, just that seesaw effect, but Leonard du Toit keeping the pressure on Ethan Hoffman, and that is the final battle for the podium position. That is third and fourth place in that shot right there. That is the big battle going on track now. That is why we're pretty much staying with him, because getting into the final stages, looks like number 1 and 2 are done and dusted. Jonathan Mlimi and Stav Orland look like they are comfortable in first and second there. This is the battle for that final podium position, and Leonard du Toit would love another podium on his high school 125. This is his debut year in the high school 125cc class, and picking up another podium, he would absolutely love that. There is your leading rider, Jonathan Mlimi, number 1 plate, not putting any foot wrong. We saw 1 or 2 tiny mistakes, but nothing too serious there. We wait for second place man. He's going to be a long way back. There's Stav Orland. He did go down, as we said earlier on, but picked himself up, dusted himself off, sending some really impressive lap times, and looks like another solid top 3 finish there from Stav.
Great ride from Stav, Rob, great recovery, and unfortunately we've lost access to our live timing here. We'd love to give you an update on the rest of the top 10, because we always know there's a lot of family members and friends supporting their riders, watching on the live stream here. If you're just joining us, we are at Phakisa Raceway for the Cannabis Energy Drink South African National Motocross Round 3, powered by TRP Distributors. This is the MX High School class. On screen now is your race leader, Jonathan Mlimi. If you know anything about the high school class, that name, that rider, that bike, it's not an unfamiliar sight out front. In second place is Stav Orland, who tangled with Leonard du Toit early in the race, making a great recovery. Ethan Hoffman is in third place, having a big battle with Leonard du Toit for that final position on the podium. We've seen huge moments for all of our riders in the top 4. Hopefully we can take a look a bit further down the field, as we would like to take a look at the likes of Hayden Tully, Garrick Henley, Callum Merrick Broski, who we know are in this high school class. But Rob, you kind of run out of words to say about Jonathan Mlimi when you can see him in this type of form.
Breathtaking. He's made it look effortless. He really has made it look so easy there. Mlimi, Stav Orland, Ethan Hoffman is in that big battle there for third with Leonard du Toit. That is the battle on track. Cosmos is running in 5th place there. Daniel Burnett in 6th place. Callum Merrick Broski in 7th. Daniel Fenter, Carrie Kenny, Blake Young, your top 10 riders. Nathan Maybury just there in 11th place ahead of Lucas Fenter, Kieran Conway, Carl Townsend, Luke Grundy, Evan van Rooyen. But it's checkered flag time. Cannabis Energy Drink start finish line then for Jonathan Mlimi, picks up the race win. You can see he is very happy with that finish. Kieran Fitzgerald and the whole Red Bull KTM team will be very happy with that result, because that is a dominant performance that Mlimi has put in here at race number 1 of the high school 125 class. Stav Orland comes across the line in second place. We wait now to see who will pick up that third place. Will it be Yamaha mounted Ethan Hoffman, or will it be Ridgeway Race Park KTM rider Leonard du Toit? We're going to wait and see as they come across the line. Any second, will it be the blue bike? Yes, it is. Ethan Hoffman holds on to third place with Leonard du Toit right on his tail. So that is our top 4 riders across the line. Then we wait for the rest of the field. But some brilliant rides. Miguel Deval, unfortunately, the rider that didn't even get to the start line. Bike problems there for the Rad KTM sponsored man. Let's hope race number 2 he can come back, sort that problem out, because we know that he's going to be a top contender for that podium battle.
I'm so gutted for Miguel, Rob, because you know for a fact he would have been up there in that battle with Mlimi, Orland, du Toit and Hoffman, but he will have a second chance this afternoon. I'm sure his team is going to get that KTM sorted out, and we're going to see him come back strong in the second heat.
Definitely, but brilliant to see 24 MX High School 125s doing battle in this race. We were talking about it earlier. I don't know if National Motocross knows there's this pandemic going on, but they've come out in full force. We had 31, ladies and gentlemen, 31 50cc riders going to do battle just now. 65s, I think we got over 20 competitors. Absolutely phenomenal. Big thank you to all the sponsors involved, all the riders, and everyone for coming out and supporting round number 3. Join us after the ad break for some more live racing action. Welcome back then to live racing action here on Facebook from round 3 of the Cannabis energy drink. This is the practice lap for our 65cc riders. They are out on track next, so they're just going to go familiarize themselves with track conditions, because it is not going to be easy for these little bikes out there. Big, thick, deep ruts. We've already seen a lot of riders go down, so they've got a lot of work to do. Let's wait and see what will come from they're not allowed to jump on the warm-up lap as well, so they've got to be very careful. We know the COC and the officials watching with an eagle eye, so they're going to have to watch out there. Look at those bikes getting stuck on the warm-up lap in those ruts. This is going to be very, very tricky conditions for these young riders, but let me tell you, they've got some serious pace. Do not be fazed by the boys and girls being small riders in inverted commas. They have got some serious talent, and they are not afraid, and they will just let it all hang out there. It's scary to see the pace of these young riders in the 65s and 50s. It just amazes me every time I watch these riders in action. It makes me so proud. It scares me. I don't know how the parents can watch their little kids do this, but it's phenomenal to see the talent. Like you said, Temba, national motocross racing is in very good hands with the talent that we've got coming up.
Rob, I love to see such a full field. You know, everyone knows what a difficult time it's been with the pandemic and things like that, but it's awesome to see national motocross thriving. You know, it's not just getting by, it's actually thriving. Majority of the classes have full fields, and one thing I know is, you know, as a young rider growing up, the best thing to have is a full field, because whether you're in 20th place or 5th, there's always someone ahead of you to chase, and there's always someone behind pushing you, and especially in these junior classes, it's really awesome for these young 65 riders to see a full field of really, really talented kids and tough competition.
Yeah, and a big shout out must go out to Cannabis Energy Drink for putting their money and their brand behind the National Motocross Series, for TRP for supporting National Motocross for what seems like 100 years now with all of these brands. Of course, 100%, Ogio, Aero, Thor, Garnet, Asterix, they all support Prepsil for putting their brand and their money behind the sport as well. They're always here in a big setup, and they always give out the sponsors, the prizes I should say, with their amazing Prepsil cleaner. You can see there's some of the Thor banners, the Cannabis energy drink banners, and then to the moms, the dads, and all the personal sponsors for coming out and supporting. Like I said, it's just massive entries here at round number 3, and it is absolutely brilliant to see. And it's crazy to think that for all those years we raced on the road circuit, which I'm looking at the Coca-Cola corner, that big Coca-Cola bottle right there, just behind it is this magnificent motorsport park. Like, it's brilliant to see, but I don't think these little 65cc riders are going to think it's that brilliant when they get stuck in the ruts at just about every single corner.
Yeah, Rob, we were just discussing earlier how we've, you know, I think between the two of us, we probably have, you know, 20, 30 years of experience at this track, and we both never knew this motocross track was here, which reminds me of a saying that my mom always had, you know, which she said, you know, if it's a snake, it would have bit you already, because you weren't paying attention and you didn't see it there. But going into the 65 race, Rob, we know for a fact it's going to be a war of attrition on these little bikes. What do you think these 65 riders need to do to get through to the end of this race?
It's survival. I think it's just a pure game of survival for I think whoever can work the ruts the best is going to come out on top. I think who can ever not make mistakes, like we've seen in the previous classes, is going to come out on top. But literally for these small bikes, it's about survival. It's about picking your lines. You can see, holding the inside line there, you're fine. As soon as you cross rut into those deeper ruts, you're going to get caught out. In those sections where we saw the riders go down, those ruts are way too big for these small bikes. They're going to have to take the outside line. And it's hard because they're such young head on these shoulders, but we expect, and they have to be mature now to get through this kind of race. And in a way, it's a good thing at throwing these track conditions at them, because they learn that you go race overseas, that's what they're racing.
Yep.
Deep,
knee-deep ruts.
Yeah, really tricky conditions. So you cannot, you know, you've got to give these youngsters tricky conditions. That's the only way they're going to learn. If they keep having beautiful, flawless conditions, you don't learn anything from that. So it's whoever can learn the best and come out with the most kind of track knowledge, I would say, coming out of this, and learning how to adapt to track conditions the best.
Spot on there, Rob, and you know, you make a really great point about maturity, which will be such a critical factor, because I can imagine a lot of the parents would have been watching that high school race, telling the kids, have a look at what John O'Malimi is doing. He's using outside lines in a lot of the really deep ruts. He's flowing, he's not getting the bike stopped, he's not losing momentum. But again, as you said, with these young kids, I think one of the things that amazes me with the 65s is, I remember last year watching Neil van der Favre clearing the 7th heaven jump.
Yeah.
And you forget that these are little kids on these bikes because they're doing some incredible things out there on the track.
No, they really are. It's incredible to see what they can do on these little machines. A big pat on the back has to go to all the 65cc riders because it's incredible what they can do. And we're going to see again just how skillful these young riders are. I think this is just the point in time. If I was a dad, I would say to my kid, you've got to go out there and just almost not give 100%. Maybe just back it off at 90% because it's kind of that rabbit and tortoise race. The tortoise could come through and win this race because just kind of slow and steady could win this race. I think. I mean, I'm not experienced at all in these kind of conditions in motocross, but looking at what we've seen so far, I would say slow and steady is going to win the race. So, but try and tell her what. 10-year-old, 8 to 14 years old in this class. Try and tell him to be slow and steady.
Easier said than done, Rob. I know probably some of these kids are going to get straight off their bikes and go start playing Fortnite or something like that.
Definitely.
But looking at some of the contenders we expect to see in this race, Jake van Schoor was your overall winner out at round 2 in PE. He was ahead of Nicole Smith and Alex Cooper. Evan Frost and Sven Larsen, who we saw in this class last year, we expect to be up there in the fights, along with the likes of Christopher Brindley, Liam Carstens, Jack Pullen, Kyle Brunette, Blake Frost, sibling of Evan, Ruben Benjamin Kaywood, Kyle Pinar, Aidan Henley, Cruz Martin, Nate Bento dos Santos. Quite the name there, Rob.
Yeah, some big names there. Like I said, Jake van Schoor, I think, is going to be the man to beat at the start now of race number 1 of the 65cc's into turn number 1, Bridgestone corner. Are they all going to make it through? I don't know if I can watch. They're all doing a brilliant job. Hats off. Oh, well done, boys and girls. You can see, not easy, but it looks like they've all made it through. That is brilliant. Oh, no, as I say, the commentator's curse, yellow flag at the back there, but I don't think it was a big crash. I think it was literally just getting caught in that rut. Is that one of the gas machines out front? Can't quite see.
I think that might be Liam Carson, Rob. We could see the ride out front. It's a triple digits number, and I'm just looking through. That could be Trent Valsecki or Blake Tilly.
Could be Trent.
But I think that might be Trent in the lead. We're going to wait to see a look at our leaders.
Bike number 29 in shot there.
Blake Frost.
That is Blake Frost. Like I said, we're going to see a couple of very fast riders here today because they come out in their drones all the way down from KZN. Look at the air time already. These young, ooh, well done, young man. Brilliant stuff there. Bike number 125. That
Blake
was
Tilly in the lead of the race.
That is Blake Tilly in the lead of the race. Just shows you the skill level there. I mean, that kid was thrown all kinds of different conditions there, and he's come through unscathed so far. So Blake doing a phenomenal job at the moment. Christopher Brindley out front, another rider that we've got to watch out for. Jack Pullen a little bit further back. Alex Cooper, another rider that can be in contention for the top 3. Luke Kroll trying to get himself up inside that top 10, along with David Brindley, I should say. Daniel Brindley. Mixing my words up here already because I don't know if I can watch these young riders. Me being a parent, I always talk to the parents in the thing. I say, I don't know how you guys do it. My little kid stubs his toe on the kitchen counter and I want to hold him, I hug him, I want to take him to hospital. And look what these young kids are doing. Already a nice little lead they're coming out from Blake Tilly at the front end. Oh, are they going to go in that deep road? Don't go inside, don't go inside. They do, but they make it through. Well done.
Nice there by Blake Frost to keep it upright. Looked like he might lose the front there. You just saw Aidan Henley on the 51 coming through on, I believe, out of Africa, Yamaha. And as you can see, a very, very deep field. A lot of talented youngsters in there, but we still have Blake Tilly leading this race out front. And one thing I can tell you, Rob, for sure, which I remember from last year, is that the mother of Blade and Casey Tilly will be out there making noise, supporting her youngsters. And it's a really great ride, this from Blade. We didn't see this from him last year, but it's clear he's made a step in the 2021 season.
Yeah, one of the most improved riders over the last couple of years. There's no doubt about that. A lot of riders have really come on. Aidan Henley, Jack Pullen, Alex Cooper, Evan Frost, they've all stepped their game up because it's all to play for. With Van der Favre now stepping up out of this category, it is all to play for in the 65s, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. Blake Frost looking very smooth at the moment there in second place, just ahead of Aidan Henley, but Blake Tilly is the man up front. There he is, bike number 125. Looking, they make it look so easy. When I come on a motocross bike, it's not anything like that.
I'm sure, Rob, you can share the experience of, practicing at a motocross track and having a little kid on a 65 jumping over you sideways in the air. But we're looking here, our closest battle up front is between Blake Frost and Jack Pullen on the 31. I believe that is a battle for third place as we see Jack Pullen going around the outside on the 31. That's a brave move, he's committed.
Is he going to make it stick here coming into the whoop section? No, let's see. Yes, he does. So change up for second place there as Jack Pullen puts himself into second ahead of Blake Frost, Hayden Henley, Alex Cooper, Evan Frost, and Nickel Smith. Riley Rocha with a good start up inside the top 10. Ahead of Daniel Brindley, Luke Cool, Sven Larson, Trent Falsecki down there in 12th. He won't be happy with that. Carl Burnett and Christopher Brindley there in 4th place. So Blade Tilly, 2:33.3 lap time there. Look at that, standing up beautifully on the pegs, letting the bike do the work, taking the pressure off his arms, getting onto the saddle when he needs to. That is good style there come from Blade Tilly. He looks very good, very calm, very collected, hitting all the right lines, looks over his shoulder, and he sees that he's got a comfortable margin over Blake Frost and Jack Pullen at the moment.
Look at the style of this young rider, Rob. Oh, look at that. Unreal. Unreal. As you said, these 65 riders doing some incredible things. Ladies and gentlemen, it's hard to emphasize how small these bikes are, how young these kids are, and look at them clearing jumps, which I doubt either Rob and I could do.
Remember that Blade Tilly just did a stand-up wheelie over a monstrous jump. I mean, that is ridiculous. That is crazy. Look at the size of the kid. You know what I mean? He's just learned to brush his teeth. And he's doubling stand-up wheelies. It's incredible to see. Blade Tilly, hats off to you. I'm going to go give you a hug when I see you because that was phenomenal. Brilliant stuff. He keeps looking over his shoulder just to make sure he's got that lead. But you have got a comfortable lead. Oh, man, he just looks so good on that bike at the moment. Jack Pullen, Blake Frost, no real answer for him at the moment as he comes through Aero and Oggio corners. And just making this look so easy. I promise you, when I climb on a motocross bike, I see that. I say, Rob, do that. But it doesn't happen.
Easier said than done, Rob. And what I really like from what we're seeing here from our leader, Blade Tilly, is that beyond his speed, we can see him doing a couple of things that we saw some of our more experienced riders in the high school and MX1 classes. Blade being very smart with his line selection because, as you mentioned, the track is very deeply rutted. And as you can see, it doesn't look like Blade is pushing super hard. I think he's riding smart.
He is, and he's cutting through the track. You like that, Blade? You like that?
Yeah. Good on Rob.
Blade Tilly, no, he looks so good. Like you said, you watch these 65 riders and they look so experienced. And I think that is like what my mind can't get around, is that they are doing things and jumping jumps and finding lines and learning track conditions like the experienced MX1 guys are doing. So it's amazing to see. It blows my mind every single time I see these young riders in action. And watching Blade Tilly there, and the likes of Jack Pullen and Blake Frost coming through the field, all the way down through this field, there's brilliant running. That is Jack Pullen, bike 31, comfortably in second place now ahead of Blake Frost. And then the battle behind them, Hayden Henley, Alex Cooper with a good start ahead of Nickel Smith, Sven Larson, Evan Frost, Daniel Brindley, Trent Falsecki now fighting himself inside that top 10. Brilliant there from him. Ahead of Christopher Brindley, Riley Rocha, Liam Parsons, and Casey Tilly there in 14th place. But there is Blade Tilly out front. Again, you could put a £5 coin on the track and he's hitting it every single time. Stand up really good. Here we go. Air time. Is he going to do it? Yeah, here he comes.
Go again.
Oh, every time. And his riding position is so good. He gets the front wheel up, hits the back brake, down it comes, coming through that section where that's caught out some of the top national riders in national motocross on big bikes. And this kid is just making it look so easy.
Blade Tilly's riding style at the moment, Rob, screams of confidence.
Yeah.
You have to have confidence in yourself and your bike and your setup, especially in these tough conditions, to be able to do what he's doing. And I think what's very clear here is that you can see that the Tillys have been putting in the work in the off-season. He's made big steps, and it's just great to see this performance from him. Looking at our live timing, the only rider who's getting anywhere near the lap times of Blade Tilly is Jack Pullen. We saw him battling early on with Blake Frost for second and third, but Jack is now in second, comfortably pulling a gap over Blake Frost. And Blake now has to start looking over his shoulder towards Hayden Henley, who's now on a charging fourth place.
Yeah, Blade's got about a second in lap time pace over Jack Pullen, and then there's about 5 seconds in lap time difference to Blake Frost, who's worked his way up to third place like we were touching upon. Blade Tilly on the VLR racing machine. this is just effortless. I just love how he's just popping and skipping and wheeling and stand-up wheeling over all these sections. Coming into the deep ruts, this is the final section of the track. Ooh, a little bit of a mistake there from a leader, although we say that's a mistake. But on a motocross bike, when you say to them, oh, that big moment you had, they go, what big moment? That big moment where you nearly died. They're like, well, I wanted to do that. That is the difference I personally find between road racing and MX. Road racing, you have a moment, and it's a moment, and you're like, oh no, I had a moment, I'm going to slow down or whatever. These guys, there's no such thing as a moment. Unless you land it on your head, then it's a moment. But getting out of shape is what motocross racing is all about. And road racing is the complete opposite. You don't want your bike moving around. You want a solid, stable motorbike. Motocross, it's the more solid, stable it looks, the slower you're going.
Well, I would say, Rob, I don't think you can have a moment if you're having a moment every lap in every corner, which is more what motocross is about. You see there, Kabelo Ledwaba on the number 80 as Blade Tilly jumps over him.
Kabelo just jumps over him.
Literally just jumped over him. Kabelo's coming up from the 50cc class. We now see him stepping up to the 65s. Great to see that young rider making that progress. And you know one thing, Rob, which I really love about the junior classes, in MX1 and MX2, you have a bit of a hierarchy because guys like Tristan Perd and David Goosen, they've gotten to the top and all they can try and do is get a bit better and better, but there's nowhere up. But when you look at the 50cc class, the 65 class, every year new kids start coming up. The champion normally goes up and we see a mistake there from Blade Tilly.
Yeah, big mistake there from our race leader, but you spot on there, Timber. I remember coming up watching the likes of Russell Wood and those guys. I wanted to be Russell Wood, but there was that progression. And that's exactly what the likes of Blade Tilly is. Blade Tilly would, and I can tell you now, we both see it. We'll see it out of the commentary booth here just now. When the big bikes are on, every single 50cc, 65cc ride, 8, they're on the side of the track watching every single thing, trying to learn as much as they possibly can. And that's from the parents and rider coaches saying. And you can do that in motocross. You can go stand on the side of the track, get right up close to the action, and watch lines and learn. I mean, you're a bit isolated when it comes to road racing. You're on pit wall and you see a front straight. But they would have learned so much by just standing on the side of the track and watching their idols, the Tristan Perdens, the David Goosens, the Jesse Wrights, those guys in action. And now the likes of Blade Tilly are putting it into full effect. And when we say National Motocross is in very good hands, we don't have to tell you. Just that is, I mean, this kid must be, what, 10 years old? And look what he's doing on that 65cc bike. It's incredible.
And to further your point there, Rob, we spoke before this race about how we believed there would be a war of attrition for the 65. But I believe we've actually seen less mistakes from our 65 riders than some of our senior riders.
Yeah, we haven't seen anywhere near as many yellow flags through the field. So it's been a brilliant effort by all these riders. Bike number 51 there, that's Aidan Henley, a little bit further back, just outside the top 3 there, in 4th place behind Blake Frost, Jack Pullen and Blade Tilly. You're leading 3 riders coming through that whoop section. Yeah, the 65cc's, we talked about maturity, we talked about adapting to track conditions, ticking every single box at the moment for our 65cc riders, and it's a privilege to sit and commentate and watch these young talented riders in action. It really is, because it's phenomenal what they are able to do on these small bikes in these tough conditions where, like you said, some of the top riders have been caught out. But sure, these guys and girls are making it look very easy.
And on screen here we have Liam Carstens on the 124 in a battle with Cruz Martin on the 4 and 8.
Ooh.
That is Casey Tilly down. Unfortunately not reflecting the same form as Blade Tilly, but good to see Casey back in the race on the 2-on-2 as we take another look at our very, very stylish, that never gets old, Rob.
Oh, the high-flying Blade Tilly. It's cold down there. It must be even colder up there, but he doesn't seem to phase him. He is putting his head in the clouds. He is just on cloud 9 at the moment, is Blade Tilly. This is as dominant a performance as I've seen in the 65cc class for a long time. We saw Neil van der Vyver do it for a long time, and now could Blade Tilly be the new Neil van der Vyver, because on that VLR racing machine, he is dominating, looking comfortable. This is a good little battle going on a little bit further down here. This was the battle you were touching on, bike number 29.
Blake Frost.
That is Blake Frost. Aidan Henley not too far behind him, so that podium battle by no means done and dusted. Aidan Henley's just got to find, what is it, 0.2 of a second, and he can find himself in that 3rd place. So that's going to be a good battle to watch out for, and good for my directors picking up on that. This is the man out front though, Blade Tilly. Again, just look at that. I love it. Standing up on the pegs, knee high to a grasshopper is that kid.
You can say
And
that
look what
again.
he's doing. I mean, it's just phenomenal. And watching these kids, like I said, through the field, you'll see them go down. You'll see them crash. I'm the parent that runs and cries. I run and cry straight to my kid, pick up, hug, take to hospital. These kids kind of just dust it off and get going again. Tough as nails, these little kids.
Unreal form from these kids, Rob. As we take a look at some of the other riders in this race, we've got Sven Larsen on the 218 in 5th place, ahead of Nicole Smith, Alex Cooper, Evan Frost on the 28, ahead of Christopher Brindley in 9th, and Daniel Brindley in 10th. Rob, how many sets of siblings do you have at the track today?
I don't know, it's a family affair. You know, that's also what I love about motocross, to be honest. You rock up, you pitch a tent, put your motocross bike under it, you know, it's quite a lot different to superbike racing where you've got to load your bike in a van, you know, it's 400,000 rand. Load your bike on the back, bring the wife, bring the kids, bring the dogs. I mean, I've seen more dogs there. We've seen dogs with GoPros strapped to them. Bring the whole family. It very much is a family atmosphere. Unfortunately, no spectators still allowed, only close family and pit crew. But once spectators are allowed again, I mean, national motocross racing hasn't been this strong for a very long time. And the racing action that we've seen so far has just proven that national motocross, thanks to the likes of Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP distributors, Prepsol, all the associate sponsors, it's just in such a good place at the moment.
And as we speak about siblings, I believe that's Blade Tilly coming up to lap Casey Tilly.
Ooh, that's going to be not a nice dinner table tonight.
I wonder what Casey's thinking watching Blade clear that jump and thinking, oh, maybe I need to try doing that.
If that's my brother, I'll throw something at him. I take my goggles off and I throw something at him. I'm at the point in my life now where I'll quite happily cheat, if you know what I mean. I'll throw something at him happily. But
I think Sean knows how it is, Rob.
Sean, my brother knows. You don't beat me because you'll get a club. You just don't beat your brother. You just don't do it. But having said that, how do you stop Blade Tilly when he's in this kind of form? When he's looking like this, how do you stop it? Coming through FNF, coming through Bridgestone corner, making it look so effortless and easy. Blade Tilly is the man on form. This is still that battle for third. Looks like Blake Frost has got it cemented, if I can say that, in motocross racing, but it looks comfortable, if I can say that, in motocross racing, because nothing is ever concrete or cemented or comfortable. But Aiden Henry just looks, when he's running, he's actually running a faster lap time now.
He is quicker than Blake at this stage of the race. But running out of time, Rob, as you said, you've got 2 laps left in this 65cc Heat 1 moto. Your race leader is Blade Tilly, ahead of a very quiet race for Jack Pullen in 2nd place, who's 10 seconds behind Blade. And as we just saw on screen, Blake Frost and Aiden Henry battling it out for 3rd place.
I'm sure Blade Tilly can hear us because waxing lyrical about him, jumping in that, knowing that I can't ride a motocross bike, the guy goes and does a whip while he's getting massive airtime. Knee-high to a grasshopper, and he's whipping and he's getting massive airtime. I mean, it's phenomenal. Coming through the back markers here, that can sometimes throw a spanner in the works. Now, easy work around the outside there, past the Ridgeway race bar, big gazebos there. Massive turnout, as you can see in the pits. A couple of yellow flags there, so might be some of our slower riders a little bit further down getting caught out by the tricky track conditions. Brilliant there from Blade Tilly. Look how he goes far left, where it's not as rutted on that whoop section. So that's a really good line spotted there from Blade Tilly. There comes Jack Pullen in second place. Quite a way back there, but doing a phenomenal job to hold down that 2nd place. Blake Frost in 3rd and Aiden Henry. The big question mark on this final lap is, can Aiden Henry get ahead of Blake Frost for that final podium position?
So Rob, if you're the team of the likes of Jack Pullen or Blake Frost, going into Heat 2, what advice could you possibly try and give them when it comes to dealing with this rider on the 125, Blade Tilly?
You get back into the pits, you get onto the Cannabis Energy Drink South African Motocross National Facebook page, you watch this live action that we've just brought you, and you watch and you study what Blake Tilly is doing. I think that's the beauty of live to Facebook as well. If I was a rider, I would go back to the pit now and I would study this, because you might be going in a completely different line there to Blade and go, oh, I can find a second there. That jump, clearing it, maybe the other guys aren't, and I don't think they are. I think Blade is one of the only riders clearing it. So there's so many pointers that you can go on the Facebook page, rewind this live Facebook broadcast that we brought you, and get some pointers to improve, because at the moment, let's be honest, he's in a race of his own at the moment, Blade Tilly out front. Jack Pullen and Blake Frost take nothing away from him, but they've had no real answer for that man, Blade Tilly out front. Here he is, bike number 125, looking so fast, looking so smooth, coming through the back markers, being mature, making his way through the back markers, coming through Odger, coming through FNF, coming through Bridgestone, and just making it look so easy. I think that is the big thing, is how easy he's made it look.
Look at the size of that rut, Rob.
Yep.
I have to add on the Facebook live streaming, you forgot to mention that these young riders have the added benefit of the top class analysis of 2 superbike riders on Motocross.
We're telling you what to do. we are telling you what to do and how to do it. I mean, that you can't pay for that. You can't pay for it.
They say, Rob, if those that can't teach. So that's a little one there for our 65 riders when they come back and watch this race a little bit later. Blade Tilly coming around the last corner to take the victory in Heat 1 of the 65cc class. Dominant win, Rob. What more can we say about that result?
There's nothing more to say. Blade just made that race his own. Second place should be Jack Pullen. We'll wait and see. That battle for third place is what we're really keeping our eye on. Blake Frost and Aidan Henley. We're going to have to wait as they come across the line and wait to see. There is the checkered flag out. The checkered flag is out. I think Jack Pullen's already come across the line. Blake Frost, I think, is going to hold on to that third place. But coming into the final section now, we can see out of our commentary window, a couple of bikes very close on. Right, see the numbers on there.
Some moves
it
going
looks
on in
like
the last
side
corner.
by side. Yeah, it is side by side with a couple of back markers thrown in the mix. And we're going to have to wait and see as they come across. Where's the checkered flag? I think Blake Frost did just hang on ahead of Aidan Henley, Sven Larson, and Nickel Smith. Very good ride there from the ever-improving Nickel Smith, holding up in that 6th place. Christopher Brindley in 8th. And Trent Falsecki was down in 14th place at one stage to get himself up into potential 9th place. Good ride there from him. But again, I think a hats off and a pat on the back to every single 65cc rider, because those track conditions could not have been easy.
What a race, Rob. Mistakes for Blade Tilly were few and far between. Jack Pullen honestly really looking good out there. His best lap only 0.4 of a lap slower than Blade Tilly, and I think that should give Jack some hope going to race 2, because he knows he can match the pace. He just has to go with Blade from the start.
He's got to get that start going there. We saw that good little battle going on between 137, Alex Cooper, Christopher Brindley, and Trent Falsecki there. They're going to come to the checkered flag. There's bike number 137. That is, what did I say? 137 is, no, we've lost it. There, Alex Cooper. We were touching upon Alex Cooper. That is like a 3 or 4 way battle going to the line. That is for 8th, 9th, or 7th, 8th, and 9th position. So let's wait and see. They come into
a rider down,
shot.
Rob.
Oh yeah, in the fine.
I believe that's Cosmos.
Oh look, he's done his training. He's learned how to pick the bike up.
Yes, that is Cosmos on the number 12. Unfortunately, going down on the last lap. Maybe a bit of fatigue playing into it there. Of course, these are only young kids trying to muscle around these 65s in these insanely deep ruts. And one more point, Rob, as we end this race. We saw Jake van Schoor, our overall race win at round 2, but it didn't seem that he featured in this race. Any news on that?
Didn't even start. We're going to have to find out maybe at the lunch break and see what happens there. So we'll find out that for you. But make sure you join us for more live action here from round number 3 at Phakisa straight after the break. Welcome back then to our live Facebook feed, and this is the 50cc riders heading off now, and they're going to use a slightly shortened version of this Phakisa racetrack here out in Velkom. And yeah, you see they can cut across the left there instead of using the full track because of the deep ruts. Are they all going to make it through
5
safe
abreast,
and
Rob.
sound? 105 abreast as they go into Oggio corner, it seems. And it's probably over, 31 riders, I think. Already a problem there for, is it Maxwell Fourie? Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored, one of the top contenders, Maxwell Fourie, already stalling in the deep ruts. And that is one of the big problems we talked about. Momentum is your best friend on these small bikes. And unfortunately, Maxwell Fourie getting caught out there, but he's got it going again. And hope, you can see those big ruts catching out some of these riders earlier. Is that Brody Bircher out front? I think it is Brody Bircher, son of Brett Bircher. So again, the experience, the knowledge that Brett would have told Brody they would have been on the side of the track watching every single corner saying, don't do this. You can see these poor 50cc riders. This is going to be a race of nutrition.
It's after you, sir, through those ruts, Rob. No opportunities to overtake because it's pretty one line out there.
It is one line, and they're learning this for the first time. Like I said, completely different to this morning's track conditions that they had. I think this is a warm-up lap that they're on, so we're getting all kinds of excited here for the warm-up lap. But these riders, nice to see Gas back in racing. I don't know if it is warm-up lap or racing, but it does look like they are flat out. Anyway, we're going to carry on commentating. There's Maxwell Free Bike 555, who had that little moment. You can see that is where they cut now. That is the short part of the track here, so they don't do the whole back section in that deep rut section where a lot of the riders were getting caught out. The little 50cc's do not make their way through there, so they're coming through Bridgestone and FMF corner at the moment. We're going to get across the Cannabis energy drink start and finish line. We're going to wait and see the moment. We haven't got anything over our live timing. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But doing a good job, all these little 50cc riders. Bike number 42 looks like out front.
Aiden Retief, Rob.
Aiden Retief. And he's the Cannabis energy drink sponsored rider. So doing it in front of his title sponsor there, that's exactly what you want to do to pay them back. Watch out for Trenton Kretzmann, Brody Bircher, Casper van Zyl, Raiden Wools, Low Rademeyer. Those are all top contenders that are going to be in the mix for the top 5 in this 50cc category.
And the big question here, Rob, is where is the number 1 of Trenton Kretzmann?
Yep.
We saw him dominant, really dominant in this 50cc class last year. He's got intentions of going for back-to-back championships, but at the moment we cannot see him in this battle for the lead. That might be him then third place, but so far, as we can see, Aiden Retief out front ahead of Brody Bircher on the number 2.
Yeah, Brody Bircher just going to start trying to close in that gap. Or we've got a rider in pits there, Bart. Is that Aiden Retief? Oh, no. See, we weren't racing.
Okay.
Okay, so the 50cc riders, there we go. They had their warm-up lap, obviously to just get themselves used to the track conditions, lining up on the start line now. I nearly had a heart attack. I was like, Aiden, what are you doing? You're racing. Don't pull him to the pits. But there they're coming to the start and finish line. There we go, just shaking a little bit of dust off, telling Dad that, Dad, it's very, very tricky out there. Again, my message to my youngster here, and I know Brett Bircher will be telling Brody Bircher, Brody, stay out of harm's way, keep your nose clean, just hit every little rut, don't make any mistakes, slow and steady will win the race. Do not try and go out there and set lap record pace from the first lap. First 3 laps, learn the track. Last 3 laps, attack.
Attack. And Rob, you know, we have our youngest riders at National Motocross Racing in the 50cc class, and I have to say kudos to the organizers for giving the riders a couple of laps just to get an eye and have a look at the track, because I think it'll be very, very valuable for these juniors who, of course, don't have the experience of some of our senior riders, you know, and you look in the 65 Pro Mini and high school class.
Let me tell you, a big shout out to Campbell Duprezia, because a couple of years ago when I started commentating National Motocross, he was the little youngster. He was 4 years old, too young to start racing. So they put him on the start grid on his little Pee-wee, let him set off with the big guys, and then he went back into pits. He's now lining up on the grid. No, Dave Peterson, I've started commentating National Motocross a long time ago. I'm a pro at it now, okay? I'm a pro superbike racer turned pro National Motocross commentator. I was semi-decent, Dave Peterson. I wasn't as good as Dave Peterson, of course. But anyway, let's get back to Campbell Dupree. He is 6 years old. He's young Campbell Dupree. He fractured his wrist. Okay, fractured his wrist, and he didn't even know it. Dad said, oh, shut up and go ride, man. You're complaining about nothing. Fractured his wrist, carried on riding, eventually realized, I've fractured my wrist, put his cast on, didn't ride, came back now, and he was in the dice a couple of race meetings ago. That is Campbell, 6 years, my boy's 5 years old, and I want to cuddle him every night and tuck him into bed. Campbell Dupree is 6 years old, out there lining up with 30-odd kamikaze pilots, going into a rutted turn 1 year. Guys, from myself, hats off to all these riders. Can I tell you a secret
before these race starts, Rob? I've been told that apparently all these kids are made out of rubber.
I would believe that. Here we go. The racing action is underway, and let's see. Let's hope that the rubber effect doesn't get put into turn 1. Bridgestone corner. Are they all going to make it? Ooh, a couple of riders coming together there. You see what happens when you lose that momentum on these small bikes. It really is a big handbrake kind of thing. The last thing you want on small bikes is to lose that momentum. You can see the moms and dads and riding coaches all out on track. Brody Bircher. And let me tell you, if I had 50 Rand, which I don't have on me because I've got 2 beautiful kids at home and a beautiful wife, if I had 50 Rand on me, I would have put it on Brody Bircher.
Ooh!
Ooh, big crash there. Bike number 131, I think that is. Is it 131? It might be Travis Liddell. Yes, it is. 131, Travis Liddell getting help there from his rider coach and team member there, Wayne Liddell. I think that was it Wayne picking him up? I don't know. But Travis Liddell, that just shows you, lands on his head. At 7 years old, I would have been crying, asking for my mom to pick me up and cuddle me.
Yeah,
he picks the bike up and off he goes again. Tough as nails, tough as nails.
Like I said, I wouldn't ask anyone to fact check me on that, but these kids might be made out of rubber. On a more serious note.
They do know how to. Oh,
Brody Bircher.
I thought he was tucking the front end. Now, if that happens in superbike racing, you're down. You don't tuck your front end to get around the corner, but Brody did it on purpose.
Exactly, that looked like some of the MotoGP saves you might see on the front end there. But again, Rob, the class of these youngsters is unreal. You know, I remember at some of the races last year interviewing some of the 50cc riders, Trenton Krensman after one time, and he was so young and small that he couldn't even really give me an interview, you know, other than the race was great and I had a lot of fun. But these kids really show their class, show their confidence out there on track. And Rob, how awesome is it to see our reigning champion being seriously challenged by the rider on the number 2, Brody Bircher.
Yeah, last year's champion trying to give it to last year's runner-up, Brody Bircher out front. And Naka saying with that 50 rand, I would have put it on Brody Bircher purely because of the experience coming from Brett Bircher, whispering in his son's ear saying, do this, do that, and it's come to the forefront. Aiden Retief in front of his sponsor on the Cannabis energy drink sponsored machine there in 3rd place, ahead of Maxwell Fourie, who fortunately hasn't stalled on the race lap, as we saw him do on the warm-up lap. But look at a sideways in. He's doing it on purpose. He slides almost sideways into the turn, squares it off, gets the front wheel dug in. Beautiful style there as well from Maxwell Fourie. These kids, you would never think that these kids are the age they are and have the amount of racing they do under their belt. They look like full-blown professionals.
What's so impressive, Rob, is I don't think you can really teach someone how to control front-end slides.
No, you don't.
It's either you can or you can't, you know, and it's just incredible style. And you saw Trenton Krensman doing the exact same thing, going into that really tight hairpin. I'm really excited to see this battle for the lead. At the moment, Brody and Trenton matching each other on lap times. Aiden Retief a little bit further back, but I think Aiden might have his hands full quite soon with Maxwell Fourie and Raiden Wolves.
Yeah, the battle out front is still between Kretsman and Brody Bircher. A little bit further down, Casper van Zyl, Joshua Peters Newman, Lower Rademacher, Tyler Ferguson. Travis Liddell's recovered up to 11th after his early little spill. Ricky Kotter, Kalen Oosthuizen, Luke van As, Kenda Krul, Xavier Victor, Dale Förster, James Riley, Hendrik Barwise, Dieter Swart, Roald Potgieter. You're going to have to say that one.
Kamani 2.
Armani 2, here we go. How's
Great
that?
effort, Rob.
Connor Johnson, Ashton Rawlings, and then Campbell Dupree. We were talking about him in 25th place there. And Zane Labuskakny, Connor Rawlins, and Quade Walker, Riley Geldenays, Zidane Musa, and Chloe Werdendal. That is 31 riders doing battle in this 50cc race.
Well done to my partner in the commentary booth, Rob Portman, for getting all those names out without passing out.
Yes. Wasn't easy. Wasn't easy.
Lovely once again to see at Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross full fields, not only in the 50cc class, a number of classes with full fields, especially the junior classes, which is the most exciting thing for the future, because as we've seen with the likes of John O'Malimi, Neil van der Favor over the years, we will be seeing the likes of Brody Bircher, Trenton Krensman in the 65, 85 and Pro Mini classes in the near future, Rob.
Definitely bike number 46 here, that's Joshua Peters Newman, and you could just see coming through the back markers there, Brody Bircher was able to take the line he wanted to on the inside. Trenton Krensman was forced to the outside and he lost about 3 or 4 seconds getting into those deep ruts. So, and they're going to get a lot of back markers on the short circuit. So out front, it's all about how you deal with those back markers. You can see a lot of riders already trying to find a line to get around some of the slower riders. Brody Bircher, every time he comes through there, I think he's tucking the front end and he's going down. But he's doing it on purpose. Again, coming through back markers, bike number 57. So that is first place. Bike number 57 is 20th place. That's Roald Potgieter. So already lapping up to 20th place is our leading man.
I think an interesting thing I've noticed here, Rob, is that, of course, you know, our racing season was temporarily suspended last year with the COVID pandemic. And you could see when we came back that certain riders hit the ground running and others didn't. And now with the riders having a proper off-season, you know, we've seen across all the classes, but the likes of Brody Bircher didn't really have this form yesterday to get in front and pull away from Trenton Krensman. But it's great to see that with a bit of extra time to prepare, a bit of time to work on their craft, these riders are showing their class, and here's Brody Birch just sliding the front like a pro.
No, he looks phenomenal. So does Trenton Kretzmann, bike number 1 there in second place. He's got caught out by the back markers. I think that's hampered his progress quite a lot. He's going to try and close that gap to Brody Birch just in front of us. They come over the Cannabis energy drink start and finish. Now look how these little bikes just get thrown from left to right through those deep ruts. Phenomenal job by all these riders. Check at Brody Birch. Nice, leaning back on the bike, letting the bike get loose, letting the bike do its thing, keeping the momentum, sliding it, backing it in. Beautiful. That's proper off-road style there from Brody Bircher, and looking very, very comfortable at the moment. Look how thick that rut is, but again, using it to its full potential is young Brody Bircher. Standing on the pegs, leaning backwards. Oh man, this is a world-class performance by young Brody out front.
Classy ride from Brody Bircher.
771.
James really has gone down, Rob.
In that big, thick rut. So again, we would say, look at that. Little bike, what's that, bike 40? Is that bike 40?
Enrico Barwais. I hope I pronounced that right.
You did. Enrico Barwais coming through there. Oh, here we go. Brody Bircher, there's a lot of traffic now coming ahead of him. That's Luke Krul. Then he's coming, is it Luke Krul? No, not Luke Krul.
Kendra Krul.
Kendra Krul coming through there, the back markers. So Brody Bircher, he's got a comfortable margin over Kretzmann at the moment, but those back markers now, that is a big spanner in the works. He's going to have to make his way through those back markers as easy as possible. That's Ross McKenzie, bike number 85 in 7th place. Bike number 25, Low Rademeyer, right on his tail. So a good little battle there from Ross McKenzie and Low Rademeyer for 7th and 8th place.
Rob, have a look at this. Maxwell Ferree is now the fastest rider on the track. He had just gone quickest with a 15.2. Could he get into this battle for the lead? Look at Trenton Kretzmann.
You see,
getting held up by back markers, unfortunately, as he's closing up on Brody Bircher.
That's what's happened. That's pretty much been the race. Bike number 131, Travis Liddell. What are you doing? You're going to give me a heart attack. Never mind your parents and your sponsors. Alfie Cox Racing Machine then out front of Brody Bircher. Trenton Kretzmann is just being hampered by back markers at the moment. I think he's got the pace to be with Brody, but Brody just managing to get through the back marker. There is Ferree telling Maxwell, get to the front. Your lap times are really good. You can get through the back markers. You'll get yourself to the front there. So let's wait and see what can happen. Trenton Kretzmann right on the back wheel of Brody Bircher now. So we've got a battle now at the front between Brody Bircher and Kretzmann has done all the hard work to get himself on the back there now. Can he make it count?
I have to be honest, Rob, I've seen this before from Trenton Kretzmann. He's got a bit of the burden in him.
Yeah, he does.
And
back markers.
This is going to be a huge test for Brody Bircher, because we've seen his skill, Rob, we've seen his speed, but now we've got to see how strong is his mental game, how good is his racecraft. Trenton Kretzmann, obviously the reigning champion, has been in this position before. He knows what he needs to do, but let's see what Brody can do ahead out front.
All Brody's got to do now is just stay defensive. Oh man!
Contact!
Our leading riders! Oh, that was Albert, and Kretzmann saw a gap and he knew he had to take it. I was just about to say, all Brody Bircher has to do is go defensive. There's one line around this track at the moment, and if Brody Bircher puts himself there, Kretzmann can't get past. And you saw what happened. Brody Bircher, ran a meter wide. Kretzmann saw the gap and took advantage, and that is why that number 1 plate's on there. Brody Bircher has got to fight back, and it's got to be instant. If he lets Kretzmann, like you said, he's got Purdon inside of him. If he gets too comfortable out front, this is what he's done. Already that gap is being pulled.
And it's a huge shame to see that for Brody Bircher, because he hadn't really taken a wrong line, because he did square it off and he would have been quick coming out there, but he found a Trenton Kretzmann
when you got a Kretzmann on your inside, there's nowhere to go. So like you said, it wasn't really a mistake from Brody Bircher. It was just the fact that Kretzmann was able to take full advantage of the tiniest of little gaps that were open there for him. Brody Bircher, can he fight back now? Remember, the back markers are still going to come into play. They've almost lapped up to 7th and 8th place.
Unreal from these two out front, Rob. Really in a class of their own. Maxwell Ferree still in 3rd place. He seems to be matching the lap times of our front two, but unfortunately wasn't able to go with them at the start of this race. Aiden Retief is in 4th place ahead of Raiden Walls. Casper Van Sale on the 234 has made progress up into 6th place ahead of Low Rademeyer, Ross McKenzie, Joshua Peters Newman, Luke van As, and Ricky Court on the 41 in 11th place. Now, Rob, we've seen how much of a factor the back markers have played in this race. What do you think Kretzmann is thinking now out front? Because he's now in the position that Bircher was in a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, I think he's just in, he looks like he's in, we'll call it Purdon mode for today. It just looks like he's comfortable. I think he's learned the track. I think he's learned where he can pass back markers and where he can't. Looks like he's got that little bit of aggression that you do need getting through back markers. You know, you always try and pass slower riders, you know, as easy as possible. But sometimes, especially in this position, you've got to sometimes make a gap where there isn't a gap. And that's what he did on the pass with Brody Bircher. And it's literally a case of, and Kretsman's looking comfortable. It's a case now of Brody Bircher being caught out by the back markers. But I think Kretsman is in that Purdon mode. I think he's just got to keep doing what he's doing now, and it's a case of him not winning this race now. He's done everything right. He's squaring the corners off perfectly. That's bike 25. That is Low Rademacher. So they've lapped up to 7th place at the moment. And like you said, when Kretsman is this, we can't see his eyes, but I'm telling you now, those eyes are glazed over, and he is just in this mode that you cannot stop this young man.
And let me just tell you to our viewers at home that our leaders lapping up to 6th and 7th place is not because the riders in 6th and 7th place are slow.
Not at all.
These two out front have just moved the goalposts, honestly, for all the riders. And Rob, I'd like to point two things out to you, because I've noticed two trends that seem to have been repeating through our first heats this day. And the first one is that often the person who leads the first half of the race doesn't win the second half of the race. And I've seen a lot of victories today for the number 1 plates. And I think across the classes, we've seen a lot of our reigning champions taking victories. And I think that says a lot about confidence in these difficult track conditions.
It is. I think there's no real point to leading early on here, because you are the gopher, basically. You are set out front and you are showing everyone else track conditions. And that is why the likes of the Purdons, the Trenton Kretsmans, the number 1 plates have come to the forefront late on, because they've watched the other riders. Kretsman would have watched Brody Bircher this whole race and said, okay, he's going there, okay, you can't go there. He learned from back markers and stuff. And the number 1 plate's on there for a reason. He's taken all that information, he's processed it, and he's put it to work, coming through the back markers there. He used the line he didn't want to use, but he used it, came through Bridgestone Corner, coming through FMF, coming up to Oggio, and he's made it all work. And like you said, the cream always rises to the top, and I think that's what's happened today so far. What we have seen, and I think what a lot of riders are going to learn for the races going forward, there's no point in really leading in the early laps, because you are just showing everyone else the lines and the conditions of the track. And if the guys behind can learn, this is what happens. The number 1 plates get to the top and get to the front.
Very well said, Rob. And a really mature ride here from Trenton Kretsman. You can now see, as he's completing his last lap, he's just managing this race now. He's had a look over his shoulder. You can see Brody Bircher's nowhere near him. He's coming around the last corner. I can hear some parents screaming in the background. Well done to Trenton Kretsman. Incredible race win out front.
Brilliant stuff there, and he deserves all the plaudits he gets. Alfie Cox Racing, KTM machine in 2nd place with Brody Bircher. Didn't do anything wrong, just didn't have the pace of Kretsman, unfortunately. And a little bit further back, we're going to wait Maxwell Free. I think Maxwell Free needs to concentrate on getting a better start and trying to run a bit more early pace, because he showed he's got the pace to run with the 2 front runners. And we've seen it throughout all the categories today. Early pace does sometimes count if you're further behind. If you find yourself too far back early on, it's too hard to come through the field. So watch out for the likes of Maxwell Free. Aidan Retief in front of his local sponsor here, a Cannabis Energy Drink. In 4th place, Raiden Wolves picks up with Casper von Sale in 6th. Low Rademacher, a good ride there in 7th, ahead of Ross McKenzie. Joshua Peters Newman, Luke van As, Ricky Kotzer, Travis Liddell recovers, brilliant there from him. Xavier Victor, Dale Furster, Kalen Oosthuizen, Ken LeCool, Ruod and Ronald Potgieter in 17th place. So those are our finishes so far. But you could see how happy Trenton Kretsman was as he came across the line there, because he would have known that was a very difficult race.
Rob, as we wrap up this 50cc Heat 1, I have a question for you. Now, if you are Brett Bircher talking to your son Brody, who's just finished 2nd, Brody wasn't slow.
No.
He had the fastest lap of the race. He didn't crash or make any mistakes. What do you tell him in going into Heat 2?
You got to just close those lines. I think he lost that race by literally just opening up a line by a fraction. I think if he had just managed to keep Trenton behind him, he would have won the race. So again, go watch the footage, see what can be done better, and listen to Uncle Rob and Temba and bring it out for race number 2. Maybe get a little bit more aggressive. I think maybe for race number 2 through the back markers. I think that's where Trenton got it right. So yeah, not too much better to do, because like you said, he didn't do too much wrong. So let's wait and see what he can do after in the next heat. So Join us after the break for more racing action, and it's the 85cc Pro Minis and Minis coming up just after the break. Hello and welcome back to our live coverage of round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink SA National Motocross Championship, powered by TRP and our associate sponsors, the likes of Prepsol. And it's the 85cc class and the Pro Minis out on track now. And we were talking earlier about our kamikaze pilots in the 125cc class, and we've already seen world-class stuff from 65s and the 50s. But look at that shot. How many 85cc machines can you fit in one camera shot?
The paddock is full here at Phakisa Freeway, Rob. No space for anything really. I think some of the teams might be parked on the big circuit that we normally ride on our road bikes. But we've got 85cc and Pro Minis coming up next. A big name to look out for in the 85 class, Tyler Peterson, staying in this class from last year. We know he's got incredible speed, but he came out second best to Andrea Maynard at our last round at PE. And in the Pro Minis, Rob, list some of these names for me, because this field is stacked.
I mean, it's just an endless pool of talent in the Pro Minis. You got Jordan van Wyk making the step up from 65s. You got Emmanuel Bakker all the way from Zimbabwe on the gas machine now, and he's ridiculously fast.
Unreal.
That kid is stupid fast. Trey Cox also making the step up on the Alfie Cox racing machine. He's got his brother and his dad whispering in his ear, so that's going to come into full effect at a hard track like this. Aon Orland, of course, brother to Sav Orland, you know how fast he is. Ryan Adler, Liam Buerta, Christian Barrington Smith, a rider that stepped up from the 65s as well. Supreme talent there. Seth Young, Neil van der Vyver, dominant in the 65s on the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine in the 85 Pro Minis now. Still getting to grips with the 85cc machine, but we've seen glimpses so far, and it's just a matter of time before it clicks and we're going to see that kid contending top 3 week in, week out. Beyond deploy, Thor Johnson, we know how fast he is. Joshua Williams, Cody Gruson, Tristan Murray, Nathan Kuhn, Luca Maynard, Blake Osner, and Tristan Giroux. We don't know if Tristan is out in the 85s, but we know how fast he is. And big shout out to Blake Osner. We're still recovering from that massive injury he had at the beginning of the year. To be out there and riding, just tough as nails.
This field is really so deep in the Pro Mini class, Rob. Another exciting stat is that we have both our 85cc reigning champion and our 65 reigning champion, both on Huskies in this race. I mean, to give you an idea of how deep this field is, we're looking at the results from PE. Vian Duploy, who's a race winner in this class, was only 10th overall. And really, if you look at all the riders in that top 10, all of them have the potential and the pace to win this race.
Like you said, it's another pool of, you put 20 names in a hat and any one of them could finish on the podium and win the race. That is the beauty of the 85s and Pro Minis. Like I said, in the 85cc class, it's all about Maynard, Peterson and Carrera. And then in the Pro Minis, I mean, the list goes on. We'll look out for the likes of Ashton Martin, Caden Weiss, Andrew Fenter and Kasim Hassim in the 85cc class as well. And I wonder if the organisers here at Phakisa had to extend their start gate, because I mean the numbers that we are seeing here today is ridiculous. Going into turn 1 is going to be a hell of a thing now for all these riders. If I had 50 rand, which I don't because I bought nappies yesterday, if I had 50 rand, Jordan van Wyk, maybe the lightweight Jordan van Wyk into turn 1. Emmanuel Bakker, we know how he doesn't mind getting those elbows out. Trey Cox could potentially get in there. Christian Barrington Smith with his size, could that be a factor going into turn 1? Yeah, my 50 rand, I'm going to put it out there and I'm going to go Trey Cox.
Rob Portman is a brave man sitting next to me betting a 50 rand he doesn't have.
I don't have.
But I'm very excited. I'll be keeping my eyes out for Emmanuel Bakker because he's a young rider. Reminds me a little bit of James Stewart.
Yeah, 100%. Bubba
Insanely
Stewart.
fast, Rob.
Yeah,
Insanely fast, but might have a mistake in him.
Yeah.
And as we've seen in a lot of our heats today, mistakes have determined who has won the race, not so much who's been the quickest on track.
Yeah. You're 100% right. Mistakes have come into play even at the top level with the top riders in MX1. We've seen mistakes, and it's cost him the race. So again, I think the whole theme throughout the race day today is the fastest rider is not necessarily going to be on top step of the podium. And like you said, Emmanuel Baku, just watching that kid out on track, like you said, it's all action. Very much Bubba Stewart style. It's I want to go as fast as I can. If there's something in my way, so be it. If I go down, so be it. But I don't know, my 50 range just doesn't seem safe anymore. I said Trey Cox because my little boy's name's Trey and I love the name. I love Trey Cox, how he's matured over the last year or so under the guardianship of his brother Bradley and father Alfie. On Orland, we know how fast he is. Ryan Adler, we know how fast he is. Jordan van Wyk on the Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored machine. Christian Barrington Smith. Okay, yeah, all of a sudden my 50 rand is not looking... You're definitely buying lunch today, well, that's all I'm telling you.
Lunch is definitely on me, Rob. I thankfully do not have a wife and kids at the moment.
Yes, so you must be wealthy. You must have millions.
Hey, Rob, I'll let you know all about it when we have some drinks.
You're a bike racer.
At the end of the day. Have millions. Yes, thank you, Rob. Thank you. Thank you for exposing me on the Facebook live stream. But, looking again back at the results at PE, Jordy van Wyk, Baco, Cox, and Orland were all on the podium there. Baco and Van Wyk shared wins at PE, which just shows that any one of these guys can come out on top. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a case, as we've said, of who can make the least mistakes, who can be the most consistent. And again, Rob, in such a deep field, we might see back markers come into play again, as we just saw in the 50cc class. Definitely. Back on the long circuit now. We haven't even mentioned really Neil van der Vyver. I really hope he can find something. He's such an amazing kid, such a level-headed kid. Breathes racing. If you cut him open, race bikes will just fall out. Oil will fall out. I'm sure Motorex will fall out of that body. He just absolutely loves motorcycle racing. He loves riding his Husqvarna Rockstar Energy machine. As we see the tractor there, just trying to make bad conditions a little bit better. I think it's going to be very tricky out there for these 85s again. But we've got a lot of experience out there. Look at the wind blowing, and I can tell you that is not a warm wind. It looks like the sun is shining here, but it is very, very cold. And like you said, Temba pointing out, windy conditions is another factor to throw in, because getting blown around, especially when you're getting that massive air time. I've spoken to a lot of riders in the past. I've asked them, does the wind affect you as much as it does us in superbike racing? And they say, you bet your bottom dollar it does. It really makes it so much tougher. It means they've got to hold on the bike a bit harder, which means more fatigue, which means arm pump potentially. So a big factor that's going to only get worse as the day goes on. And really good to see there, Rob, along with the wind being one of the factors, the tractor going across there, just breaking up some of those deep ruts that have formed from the earlier heats. The track conditions, as we've highlighted many times so far, are getting tougher and tougher, but we are about to get under starters orders. Keep your eyes out for all the talent in this class. I've just decided, Rob, Neil van der Vyver runs the number 18 just like me, so I'm going to be rooting for him as you support Trey Cox. Good man. So here we go, under starters orders then. Let's wait and see. Is my 50 rand safe with Trey Cox? Please, Trey. Don't make me go to your dad and get my 50 rand back, please. Let's see what he can do. Or will it be bike number 18, Neil van der Vyver, Temba Komalos? But let's wait and see. Our Cannabis energy drink. Dolly with a luminous vest on. Here we go. So we set off. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn 1? 37 it is. Brilliant start there. Bike number 37, Trey Cox. 50 rand, Rich. I can't believe it. And tell my wife, oh no, and he's down. Oh, we have a Trey Cox there. Down. That is Trey Cox, bike number 37. Down he goes. So the early whole shot man, it is your championship leader, bike 37. Trey Cox is down, and he's right at the back of the field. He's got a lot of work to do. How? No more riders went down there. A couple of riders did get caught out. Couldn't quite see their work, or you could see these riders are really battling early on here with track conditions. But the big news, Trey Cox, my 50 rand was safe with a whole shot, but down he goes. Is this our early race leader? Deploy in the lead. It is Beyond Deploy. Rob Portman is alongside, and unfortunately jinxing his 50 rand. Yeah. One corner into the race. Rob, you know better, but we have that. Jordy van Wyk. You can see Neil van der Vyver. What a good start from him getting up there. So sad to see Trey Cox going down. in the early stages of this race, taking Thor Johnson down with him. Thor, one of the coolest names for a rider on the grid here, but good to see both of them back up and up to speed. Rob, Jordy van Beek has grown quite a bit compared to last year.
He has grown, but he's still tiny. I mean, this kid has impressed me from the first day I laid eyes on him in the 65cc class. He's now on the Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored Husqvarna machine, and that's because the team from Ridgeway Race Bar saw talent and they wanted to get him on their bike, and what a signing that has been. Look at the airtime these riders are getting. Neil van der Vyver, I was saying, I really hope we can see the true Neil van der Vyver come out and play, and here he is right up in the mix there in the top 3 in second place at the moment. Bike 444, I'm trying to see who that is. Let's see who bike number 444 is that we saw. It's Tristan Durow, Red Bull KTM machine.
And Rob, how cool is it to see here our reigning 65 champ in second place and our reigning 85 champ in third place. That's Neil van der Vyver and Liam Botha. You can't miss them on the white Husqvarnas. Emmanuel Bacco is up there in fourth place. We expect him to start charging forward as this race goes on, as we take a closer look at Tristan Durrow, who I believe is another set of siblings with Cameron Durrow, who we all know in MX1, MX2.
Yeah, he would have got some words of advice in the ear coming from Cameron, having raced the MX1 class already. He would have told Tristan, very tricky conditions out there, don't worry about outright lap times. Oh, we got a rider. Who is that now? Bike 191. That's Nathan Kuhn. Unfortunately, Nathan Kuhn with a mistake there. No such problems for this man out front. Jordan van Beek, yes, that is the tiny Jordan van Beek on an 85cc bike ahead of another tiny rider there in second place, Neil van der Vyver, both making the step up into the 85cc class this year and both showing what talents they are. Mark number 21, Emmanuel Bacco. Is Emmanuel on a KTM there? Has he switched from the gas?
That might be the case, Rob.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait to see them on shot. But Rob, can we just take a moment and say how the two top riders in the 65s from last year have jumped 85s and now leading the Pro Mini class. As you know, we mentioned earlier, the guard keeps changing in these classes. Every time the top guys in that class go up, new ones come through, and I'm so impressed by young Jordy van Beek, as well as Neil van der Vyver and Liam Botha. Live timing going a bit crazier. But again, disappointment for Trey Cox, who we are sure would have been up there running the red plate. Yeah,
he's already fought his way back up into 15th place, so he's a man on the move at the moment. Unfortunately, because of the traffic he's got to get through, you know, I can't really see a top 5 maybe on if there's some mistakes from some of those riders, but Trey's got a big job to do to try and keep that red plate on the front of his bike. With Jordan van Beek out front, Neil van der Vyver, this is big in the championship contention for Neil van der Vyver. This is exactly what he needed. Bike number 17 now. Liam Botha has got himself ahead of Bacco, who definitely looks like he's changed from gas to KTM machinery now for round number 3 here. Not too sure why that's happened, but there we go. Liam Botha getting a little bit crossed up on the landing there. That's allowed Emmanuel Bacco just to close up on the back end of him once again. But these youngsters just showing, again, like we've touched upon all day long, National Motocross Racing is in very good hands. You look at the talent that we've got on show here today, and you see, oh, there we go, Emmanuel Bacco fighting straight back ahead of Liam Botha, and that is a good battle going on for the top 3 places. That is 3rd and 4th place on track there. That is 2nd place. Oh, sorry, that's still 4th place there. Up front ahead of them is Jordan van Beek, Neil van der Vyver. So the Husqvarna machines look like they are laughing. That is the all-action riding style that we said would come out of Emmanuel Bacco.
Emmanuel Bacco starting his charge quite early in this race. So I have another question for you, Rob. Of course, we have 2 Pro Mini rookies leading this race in Jordy van Beek and Neil van der Vyver. Do you think the experience of Bacco and Botha could play a part in the fight for this win come the end of the race?
I think, as weird as it sounds, because they're so young, I think Van Beek and Van der Vyver have got enough experience at leading races, winning races. They've both been, we know Van der Vyver has won in the 65 in the championship. We know Van Beek has won plenty of races there as well, going up against Van der Vyver. These two riders know each other back to front. They've fought plenty of times in the past, so I think they've got enough to keep themselves at the front of the field. I think Bacco and Botha will have a little bit more come the end of the race, especially Bacco. We know when he gets that hammer down, which it looks like he's doing now because he's already dispersed of the challenge there from Liam Botha. I think if Bacco can get himself onto the back end, I think he'll be the favourite going into the last couple of laps. But I don't see many mistakes coming out of Van Beek and Neil van der Vyver, to be honest. I think they're those kind of precise kind of riders. I think they're very smooth. They kind of just manage to get that combination of fast and smooth just to perfection.
Really great to see you, Rob. As always, I'm backing my man Neil van der Favre on the 18, and he has just set a 2:18.6 to set the fastest lap of the race as he hunts down his rival Jordy van Wyk. And as Rob has said, these two no strangers to each other, plenty battles in the 65 class in the past, and we've got a gas rider down, Rob.
Yeah, I can't quite see who that is, but the bright red gas machine, the marshal trying to help the rider, just looks like it's stalled. Again, that is purely losing momentum. Probably went down, tucked in the front in that rut, so can't quite see who that is. Oh, that's Jordan. That's our race leader. I said there was going to be no mistake. Commentator cursed. Jordan van Wyk has gone down at Bridgestone corner. That is gifted the lead to Neil van der Favre. There comes Baku up into second place. Van Wyk gets it up and going again on the Ridgeway race bar machine. Stays in third place, but again, even the finest riders getting caught out by these tricky track conditions.
And of course, unfortunate to see that from Jordy van Wyk. Class leading this race, but he is of course a pro mini rookie. You expect rookies to make mistakes as he's learning his craft, and that will be a big help, I think, to Neil van der Favre, because he will have seen that will have happened right in front of him, and he'll now know to try not to repeat that mistake of Jordy van Wyk, and he'll probably have on his pit board some notification that Emmanuel Baco is behind him, but he's got a 6-second lead. It's now all in the hands of Neil van der Favre on the 18 Husky.
We were saying coming into this race, Neil van der Favre just needs a little bit of fortune, a little bit of luck in his favour. Another rider looks like he's stalled out there, and if Neil van der Favre can keep this up, this would be the confidence booster that young man needs. And let me tell you, when Neil van der Favre gets his full confidence back on that 85cc bike, it's going to be a tough man to stop. The rest of the field will not be liking the sight of Neil van der Favre at the front end on his Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine. There is second place Emmanuel Baku on the KTM machine now, starting to put in those lap times at 2:18.6, the fastest. No, that was the lap before. Emmanuel Baku 2:21.4, so he lost about 2 seconds to Neil van der Favre. Remember, he had to come through that Jordan van Wyk accident as well. That would have lost him some time. There is Van Wyk in third place. There is another bike down. Oh, a lot of riders taking strain in these tricky conditions in the 85cc class. So really getting caught out, a couple of back markers there. There's Emmanuel Baku making his way through those back markers. And that's what I was talking about. Going through the back markers, you've got to change your line. Sometimes putting in those thick, deep ruts that they don't want to be in. Stand-up wheelie stuff there from Emmanuel Baku. Like I said, Bubba Stewart, stylish is Emmanuel Baku, all the way from Zimbabwe.
Stylish indeed. And that was rider number 22, Zamir Bodanya, who had gone down on the gas.
Bike number 11 looks like there maybe was some problems.
On the Yamaha, Katlego Makene, unfortunately down. We hope Katlego's okay. He's obviously riding for the Jord team. We know Neil van der Ross will be there in his corner. Looks like we've had a big one. Hope our rider's okay there. As we take another look at Jordy van Wyk running in P3.
Jordan van Wyk now starting to come through those back markers, trying to make up for that mistake that he made, crashing out of the lead in that very corner, Bridgestone corner, getting caught by that rut. And it's interesting to see there, Emmanuel Baku's taking that first rut, where Jordan van Wyk was taking the second rut where he crashed. So maybe a change up in line there for Jordan van Wyk, if he'll watch that to not get caught out next time around. They come through Aero and Oggio corners. Jordan van Wyk, I was saying, look how smooth and effortless he is, but that one mistake can cost you so much at this level of motocross racing. Made that mistake and went, another rider down, bike number 199, Dion Duploi goes down, and he was right up there in top 5 contention, and down he goes on the Husqvarna machine, trying to get that bike started, but losing positions. A couple of riders going through there, so let's see if he can get himself back inside that top 5. Looks like he's got some problems there. He gets it started again and gets going. That is a Liam Buerta in 4th place. So doing a good job there is our former 65cc champ, getting himself, but he's not in contention for the top 3 as yet, but who knows, anything can happen so far, as we've seen here at round number 3.
Indeed, Rob Portman, and look at this charge from Tristan Garro. He has made his way all the way up to 6th place.
Big crash, a massive crash there, coming over the start finish line. I think that was just coming over the start finish line. I'm not too sure who that was, but there was a massive crash, tucked the front end over the jump, almost went head first into the gravel. We're waiting to have to see who that was. I don't know if it was one of our top riders. Can't quite see. There's the medic straight on the spot. Is that still
That is still Katlego Makene, Rob. We wait to see who's that rider who unfortunately went down over the start finish jump. We can definitely see much more war of attrition, which we expected in this 85 class. You can see, I think
Rob, these riders in the 85 and Pro Mini class have been a bit less conservative than the 65 riders, because we saw the likes of Blade Tilley and Jack Pullen really managing these conditions, but it seems like everyone's just absolutely sending it here.
Everyone, yeah, they're not holding back, and it's actually costing them. Because at the moment, Neil van der Vyf, I don't want to give him the commentator's curse because I really want him to get that confidence and pick up this win, but you know, he's just looking smooth, he's hitting every line, he's looked like he's not pushing. I said earlier, it sounds weird, but I would be telling my kid not to push 100%. I'd be saying, listen, reserve it, bring it back a little bit, because slow and steady will win the race, and I think that's what's going to happen in these conditions. Bike 44 a little bit further down, that's one of our back marker riders, that is Andrea Maynard. So he's in the 85cc class, not the Pro Mini class. So let's have a look in that 85cc class where we stand at the moment.
Looks like Luca Maynard is our leader.
Yep.
On the 51.
Yep, Luca Maynard is out front, and looks like Tristan Maria and Cody Grissom maybe. Jake van Spoor, we didn't see him earlier on in the 65s, but he's in the 85s a little bit further back. Tank Falseski as well just climbed off the 65 onto the 85, and he's running in 22nd place there at the moment.
Rob, I wonder if that might have been Tyler Peterson who went down. You know, he's a top competitor in this class, and you can see his name near the bottom of the timesheets, but we didn't get a chance to find out who is that rider that went down. But as we can see, that's the battle with Seth Young on the 25. He's got Alon Orland, of course, the younger brother of Stav Orland in this class. As we know, a siblings affair in national motocross, Rob. But I think we're going to have to start talking about that 50 Rand, Rob, because I don't know if we're betting with each other, but you might be in a bit of debt to me at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's too good. Trey Cox, early whole shot man. He was down in about 20th place. He's fought his way up into 8th place. So phenomenal riders coming out from Trey Cox. Coming through traffic, he's 2 or 3 seconds slower than the leading man, Neil van der Vyf. So Trey Cox is the man on the move. I didn't think he could get a top 5. This kind of pace he could potentially. Tristan Duro currently holding down 5th place ahead of Aon Orland and Seth Young. There is bike number 41. Yeah, that is a little bit further down. That's Jake van Spoor.
Just swam at a big moment there.
Another one. Well, we can't even call them moments anymore because it's literally happening every corner, every jump. Massive airtime there from Jake. Brilliant to see that. Behind him, who is that? There's our race leader. It's Neil van der Vyf.
Wow.
So that is extremely good pace coming from the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine. He is on another planet at the moment with the pace that's coming out, and I'm happy for him. I really am. He's had a tough start to the season, a tough start to his introduction into 85cc Pro Mini class. But this is the Neil van der Vyf that we all know and love, and he's coming out to play here, and this could be the first victory of the season for the multiple national champion. We forget, this kid is, what, 13 years old, and he's like a 5 or 6 time national champion already.
He's a baby, Rob, and you're a very fast baby at that. And one thing here,
look at that,
Jordy van Wyk coming back. What a comeback ride from Jordy van Wyk. It would be really good from him. Oh, and he makes contact with the back marker. Did he stay upright as we rejoin Neil van der Vyf? That was Jordy van Wyk going up the inside of a back marker, trying to follow in the wheel tracks of Emmanuel Bakker. We hope our cameras can go back to that battle for 2nd and 3rd place. But I was just saying there, Rob, that Neil van der Vyf in the 65 class, leading is not new to him. 95% of the 65 races like this he was in this exact same position. Out front, just have to focus on himself, not make mistakes, and it's hard to see him relinquishing the race lead from here.
Yeah, and the mistake from Jordan was he had caught up to Emmanuel Bakker, and he knew that he couldn't afford to get held up by the back mark anymore. He saw a gap there. We don't know if he did go down that. We're going to wait and see as they come over the timing monitor, but he certainly has the pace to get himself onto the back of Emmanuel Bakker and challenge for that 2nd place. But like you said, bike number 18, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna out front, looking so good, looking like the Neil van der Vyf that's dominated the 65cc class over the last couple of years, bringing that form, bringing that momentum, bringing that confidence now into the 85cc Pro Mini class, and just looking so good. I know that whole team, Fred Fincham, the whole team from Rockstar Energy Husqvarna will be ecstatic with this because they signed him. There were a lot of teams wanting that signature of that young rider. Fred Fincham, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna, I don't want to say took the gamble, but took the risk, got the man's signature, and it's paying dividend now because he's doing the business and getting the job done at the moment. A couple of yellow flags, the white flag meaning that will be the incident there for Katleko. There is Bakker. So yeah, Jordan van Wyk must have gone down in that bust up with the back marker because no longer right on the tailpiece of Bakker.
a huge shame for Jordy there, Rob. We've spoken about how important it is to be patient in these races. They're very long. To finish first you have to finish.
Yeah.
And we will definitely see Jordy van Wyk learn from these stakes, get better, improve, because that's what, the best do. And Jordy van Wyk, clearly one of the best upcoming youngsters in our Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross. But Rob, if you're a high school 125 rider, are you already looking over your shoulder for Neil van der Vyver?
Yeah, you're not going to be happy seeing all these riders come on. Another rider down, 141. That is Christian Barrington Smith, one of our top riders. He was big things coming into the 85cc championship this year. Hasn't quite clicked for him just yet. We know how dominant he was in 50s and 65s. But like I said, he's a very tall rider and still getting to grips with the 85cc machine. But let me tell you, when he does, we're going to see another rider potentially dicing at the front end of the field. Matthew Carrera there, bike number 200, and good little job there in the 85cc class. It's just outside the top 3 at the moment there, but in the battle for the top 3, so that's right where he wants to be with the red plate there. So he's the leader in the 85cc class. There is Trey Cox. Is that Trey Cox?
That is Tyler Peterson.
No, that's Tyler Peterson
on the number 5.
Yeah, that's Tyler Peterson. He must have gone down, like you said, fighting his way through the field in the 85cc class, starting to make his way to the front end of the field, put himself in the challenge for the top 3 in the 85cc class.
Tyler in a battle with Matthew Correa. I believe they are both in the 85 junior class, Rob. So this will be very important for the championship, very important for the points. It looks like Tyler is running the red plate there, which would mean he is our points leader. And we're just going to take a closer look as he gets to work on Matthew Correa trying to find a way through.
Yeah, it's a good little battle going on there between our 2 top contenders in the 85cc category. And Carrera getting the job done at the moment, but it does look like Peterson's got a little bit extra pace and closed up on the back through the whoop section. Is he going to line up and move around the outside? That far left line seems to be a lot faster, and Peterson has taken full advantage of that. He's going to go the high line. Carrera's going on the inside. 2 different lines there, and Carrera holds it. There's Jordan van Wyk. So Van Wyk across the line was still in third place, stand up really over the jump. So good to see that he's still on the podium, the Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored machine. Unfortunately, he's lost a lot of time on Emmanuel Baku, who we can't even see in the same shot. There's our race leader, bike number 18, Leot sponsored rider as well in his racing kit, and he is looking flawless. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Neil van der Vyver. And if he can bring this home, hopefully the commentator curse will not come in, but the Neil van der Vyver, if he can bring this home, that whole Rockstar energy drink Husqvarna machine, including David Goosen, who's coming up in the MX2 class just now, there'll be standing ovation for this young man, because they know how hard he works behind the scenes. They know how much he puts into this. And to pick up his first one in the 85s, like you said, if I was a high school 125cc rider, I'd be wanting to get out of that championship as soon as possible, because these guys are coming.
And the lead of Neil van der Vyver now extended to over 17 seconds. An absolutely dominant ride from Neil, and if he continues this form, you have to put his name in there as a title contender. And it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've seen, Rob, to see a rookie win this Pro Mini title on debut, because if Neil continues riding like this, you have to consider him a favourite.
Yeah, definitely. Comes across the line. There it is. Checkered flag is out then for Neil van der Vyver. He'll be ecstatic with that on the Rockstar Husqvarna machine. There is going to be your second place man coming through the Oggio corner now. So quite a way back though. Didn't quite have an answer for Neil van der Vyver out front, but Emmanuel Baku, another solid job. More championship points in the bag, which is the vital thing. Emmanuel Baku's got to look at it like that. In a testing race like this, with testing conditions, to pick up second in the championship points. Bike number 69. Problems there in the deepest, darkest part of the race. They're trying to look a little bit further down. That's Stephen Malherbe. So unfortunately problems there for him, but our top 3 across the line, safe and sound. Van der Vyver, Baku and Jordan van Wyk. Watch out for Jordan van Wyk in race 2. I think he definitely has a lot more pace than third place. We saw a couple of instances. He went down while he was leading the race, then he got caught up with a back marker while trying to challenge for second. So I think watch out for the Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored machine. Trey Cox, Timber Commander, Trey Cox recovered to 4th place. Your championship leader, he might have lost that championship lead now after that tangle up in turn number 1, but Trey Cox fighting. He was down in 20th place at one stage, up to 4th rider of the day so far for me, and because my 50 rands on me.
Points make prizes, Rob, and a really mature ride.
Yeah.
I have to say, from all of our top 4,
Definitely.
Neil controlled that race from out front. Emmanuel, sometimes in these situations in the previous season, we see him make mistakes, but he rode really calmly, and especially especially under pressure from Jordy van Wyk, who unfortunately made the mistakes in this race. What a mature comeback from Trey Cox, and I believe he's going to give Neil van der Favre a couple of things to think about in the second heat.
I definitely think so. Like throwing the likes of Tristan Trudeau as well, a little bit further back. Hasn't quite got himself up to pace, but he's got some problems that he needs to deal with there. Hopefully they can sort those problems out for race number 2. Ayon Orland, brilliant 6th place there. Seth Young up into 7th. Brilliant. Who's that rider on the back there? It's not Katlego. So let's hope that Katlego's okay.
Yes.
Can't quite see that it's bike. There's Katlego's bike number 11, the Jord machine. And let's hope that he's okay. Can't quite see who that is. Bike number. Move your arm, Lighty. I can't see your number. But anyway,
Glad
good
to see that rider's
good to see he's up and okay, getting a lift. So that was really a race of nutrition, like you said, Temba. A lot of riders going down there. And
I think that might have been our rider who crashed on the start-finish jump, Rob.
Could have been.
Because it's definitely not Katlego. I know he has a long head of dreads.
Yeah, that's definitely not Katlego, and he's a little bit darker than that rider, let's just say that. So let's wait and see as they come all across the line. Let's go through the rest of them. Joshua Williams in 8th, Ryan Adler in 9th, Liam Buerta recovering to 10th place. So who is the winner in our 85cc class? That would
I
be...
believe it's Luca Maynard.
Yeah, Luca Maynard picking up the 85cc win ahead of Jake van Schoor in 2nd. That's brilliant. And 17th overall. And 3rd place is Tristan Murray. So that is our 85cc and Pro Minis done. Join us after the break for more racing action from round number 3 of Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to live coverage of round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink SA National Motocross Series, powered by TRP and Prepsol and all of our associate sponsors, with myself, Rob Portman, and Temba Kamalo in the commentary booth for today. Greg Maloney is over in East London doing some historic car racing, so we've taken over 2 superbike races, but 2 very much big fanboys, so absolutely loving the national motocross coverage that we've had so far today. We've had the MX1s kicking us off, and we've just had the 85s and the Pro Minis. A lot of incidents in that race. Lining up now are our MX2 riders, and I personally think this is going to be the race of the day. If I was watching these guys and girls this morning in the practice sessions, there are some very fast riders looking to kickstart their seasons at round number 3.
Agreed, Rob. I think there's a lot of fast, exciting riders. I think it's going to be very similar to our MX1 Heat 1, where we saw 5 riders battling it out for the victory, where Tristan Purdon eventually came out on top there. And I would say keep your eyes out for Cameron Darrow on the 58. Rob and I were watching trackside this morning, and we saw him tailing and learning from Tristan Purdon, observing the lines of Purdon and setting a quicker lap time than Purdon this morning. So we know Cameron Darrow has the pace. He was up there in MX1, and of course, you know, Cameron's quite a small guy. I think it's a bit easier for him on the 250, but you know, just to have a bit of leverage to muscle the bike around, and especially, as you've said, in these difficult conditions out on track.
I do. I think a lot of the guys in MX1 were preserving energy for this MX2 race. We know that these guys and girls are the fittest when it comes to obviously physical fitness, but I think a lot of those riders, the likes of David Goosen, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna, I think he was saving himself a little bit. Anthony Reynard, I think the Sensalo Yamaha rider, I think he was saving himself for MX2. I think a lot of them, obviously they'll never give up, but I think the pace and the way that he's winning races in MX1, Tristan Purdon, I think he's mentally got the guys sussed in MX1. MX2 is a whole nother ball game. We can throw any one of those riders into the mix, and Purdon's got to work a lot harder in MX2. So I think that's what's going to happen there. Great shot earlier that we saw in the pits. Was absolutely fantastic to see a packed pits. I don't even know how many bikes have entered here, but it's close on 100 if not more. And it's brilliant to see National Motocross in the way it is. And it's a big thanks to the sponsors that we've got: Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP with the brands that they do, 100% Thor, Garnet, FMF, Motorex, Aero helmets, 100% goggles, and then of course to Prepsol as well. Ryan from Race Shop for always coming out and supporting. He's got his truck here selling essential goods to the races. So just, you know, behind the scenes, we sometimes forget all the work and the effort that goes on behind the scenes. All the officials, to Dave Peterson and his crew, for the cameramen, for bringing us this live coverage. You know, this is the way of the future, and to be broadcasting live out like this, please like, share this as far as possible, because that is how we are going to just promote the beautiful sport at the moment that is National Motocross, as our MX2 riders line up at the Bridgestone whole shot gate. And I'm just trying to think, I've already made 50 Rand because Trey Cox got the whole shot. So I got 50 Rand in the bag. That means I've got, what, about 10 nappies in the bag. I need to at least take about 100 nappies home to make the wife happy. So I need another 50 bucks. I'm going to put my 50 bucks. I'm going to go with David Goosen, purely on because he's really good at starts. Second of all, he was telling me how lightweight the Husqvarna machine is. We know that the Husqvarna runs that carbon fiber in places, the carbon fiber rear end. So I'm going to go bike number 21, David Goosen, for the whole shot here in MX2.
Well said there, Rob. As we take a look at rider number 101, which is Liam Gilchrist, as well as Michael Beck on the 43. We are under starters orders. Keep an eye out for Tristan Purden, of course, the red plate. Rob, take us through turn one.
Here we go, Bridgestone, turn one. Are we going to go? Oh, Anthony Raynaud getting all kinds of out of shape. De Roo getting exactly what he wanted to get out front. This morning's practice session, he was by far the fastest man. David Goosen, 50 Rand in the bag for Rob Portman. There we go, 100 Rand in the bag. And Ames, I'm bringing home some nappies. Don't you worry, my angel. Going into Cannabis Energy start-finish line. It is David Goosen. It looks like De Roo's made a little bit of a mistake there. Lost a couple of position. Anthony Raynaud up into fourth. Tristan Purden. Oh, Silly is tucking the front in the deep rut as he comes over the start-finish line. Can Purden take advantage? Not close enough to make the move there, but Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna machine, David Goosen. I was watching this guy in this morning's practice session in MX2, and he looked so good, and I think he saved energy from MX1 to attack MX2, and at the moment it's working out perfectly. Brilliant shot. There's Raynaud on the inside. There is Mark Cardy. Good start there from Mark Cardy as well, looking good. And Cilliers, and there is Dalton Fenter. Cannot count out Dalton Fenter. He also looked fast this morning, but one or two mistakes creeping in. He had a little bit of a tumble this morning, but when he put in a fast lap, it was stupid fast on that Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha machine.
Of course, and what's interesting with this front battle is that last year we saw Dalton Fenton on a Husky and David Goosen on the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha.
Yep.
So Fenton will have an idea of what Goosen has under him. I nearly said Roxon there. Not quite the right championship. But David Goosen will also know when he sees that Yamaha next to him what the strengths and weaknesses of that bike are.
Now Tristan Purden behind Mark Cardy there. So Purden not having a start. We know that he's not really renowned for his starts. That is a long way to come back from, especially with the pace that the leading riders are churning out, the likes of David Goosen, Dalton Fenter and Cameron De Roo. Dalton Fenter starting to get comfortable on that Yamaha machine. We saw him dominate for years in the high school 125cc class, was kind of touted as the next best thing. Kind of came into MX2, had one or two glimpses of his talent, but hasn't really put it together. Out of Africa knew exactly what they were signing. They were signing a rider that can go fast. They just need to kind of get him all together. Ooh, De Roo getting a little bit out of shape there. Fenter just needs a little bit of fine-tuning in places, and when they get that right, the rest of the field are going to have a big problem on their hands. David Goosen, I tipped him just from watching him in this morning. He really was looking at track conditions. He was looking so smooth, and in these conditions, that's going to come to the forefront. Anthony Raynaud outside that top three, number one plate on the Tinsalo Yamaha machine at the moment. We know that anything can change, but at the moment, not quite on the pace of our leading three riders.
Rob Portman redeeming himself in the predictions department. He called the David Goosen out front ahead of the very talented youngster that is Dalton Fent on the Yamaha. And you can see here that Dalton is not letting Goosen get away, and Cameron Dara is not letting either of those two out front get away. We see Anthony Raynaud recovering from a bad start. Rob, it looked like Cameron Dara cut off Raynaud a little bit going to turn one, and Raynaud had to shut the gas, which dropped him down a couple of positions, but he's made his way back to fourth place. But let's talk a little bit about Tristan Purden for a second here, because You know, we spoke in the build-up of our racing today that we've seen Purdon often struggle with starts. And the one thing in the MX2 class, as you said, anyone can win this class. And we've seen Tristan go on these crazy charges from the back of the pack. But I don't think it's as easy for him to do it in the MX2 class as it is in the MX1.
I was just about to say that. I think MX1 he's got it a little bit more sussed. Oh, as he comes home, that Cannabis energy drink jump, whipping it to perfection there. But your testament's exactly. I don't think he's got it as comfortable in the MX2 as he does in MX1. You can see the likes of Dalton Fenter, not in MX1. He's fully refreshed, let's not forget Dalton Fenter. He hasn't done a whole 15-minute moto already. So he's coming into this fresh, looking fast. But Cameron Duro now, Red Bull KTM rider, starting to close in. Behind them, Anthony Reynaud. Then it's only Tristan Purdon, your championship leader, and MX1 Race 1 winner. So I don't know if we're going to see that Purdon magic come on the end here, because these guys out front are setting a very fast pace. But having said that, the rider that set the pace early on in all the other categories so far today hasn't necessarily won the race.
True that, Rob. And I just want to take a second to mention how amazing it is to see in our national motocross that it's so close. We've got 3 different bikes in the top 3, a Husky leading a Yamaha, leading a KTM. And what I find so impressive, Rob, is that in our MX, we have a rider down there.
Who is that?
That looked like an orange motorcycle. That might be Mark Carty.
The 354.
No.
Sebastian Phelps.
Sebastian Phelps, unfortunately, going down there on the Red Bull KTM, but rejoining the race. But I was just saying there, Rob, that MX1 and MX2 is the highest level of motocross racing in this country, and that's the closest racing we've seen today. In MX1 and MX2, we've had 3 or more riders battling for the lead of these races, and honestly, you can't write off Anthony Reynaud or Tristan Purdon from this race. They are still in it.
Yeah, I definitely can't. Dalton Fenter and Cam Duro, we've touched upon riders that have a mistake in them. I think those are 2 riders that potentially do have a mistake in them, so anything could change there. Doing a fantastic job at the moment. David Goosen is a kind of rider, he's kind of like Lorenzo in MotoGP. When he gets out front, gets into his rhythm, it's hard to stop him. And looking at David Goosen now, look at Duro whipping it past in the air, sideways, whipping it past the out of Africa Monster Energy rider. So a change up for second place at Cameron Duro. I said he was looking very fast this morning as well. Ooh, jumping over the jump and tapping something. I don't know if his levers maybe moved, or hopefully not some arm pump, trying to get a little bit of blood flowing in that arm. But certainly Cameron Duro is the man on the move at the moment. Duro and Goosen were the 2 fastest riders by far this morning, visibly and on the timesheets.
And look at Cameron Duro eating the gap up to David Goosen immediately. Rob and I both noted and saw how good he looked this morning. And as I said, the 250, a little bit of a smaller bike, and you can see the way that Cameron is confidently throwing that KTM around in the air.
Yeah, Fenter, he'll be worried about this because he's lost pace very quickly on this lap. So he's going to be careful because, like you said, Anthony Reynaud and Tristan Purdon, 2 of the most experienced riders in this category, and are not too far behind. So Fenter, if he wants to hold on to that podium finish, he's going to have to step up his pace and try and go with Cameron Duro and David Goosen. Goosen will get the board now, telling him that the Red Bull KTM rider of that is Cameron Duro has closed that gap massively. So Goosen has got to start now just stepping up the pace a little bit, get out of his comfort zone a little bit and try and up that pace, because Duro is coming thick and fast. So we've got Rockstar Energy Husqvarna out front, Red Bull KTM in second place, out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha in third, and already you can see these bikes getting all kinds of crossed up over that whoop section.
Cameron Duro cutting shapes. I'm pretty sure you're going to see some pretty cool pics from him on Instagram after this race. But Rob, let me pick your brain for a second. You and I don't know about riding national motocross, but we do know about leading races.
Yeah.
You're David Goosen, you've led the race from the start. You'll be notified on your pit board that Cameron Duro is catching you at a serious rate. What's going through David's mind at this moment? What do you think he's going to try and do?
Yeah, it's a tricky place where he's getting pressure put on him. He sees his lap board every time. He's riding as hard as he can, but the gap's coming down. I think there might even be a move on at the front here with Cameron Duro whapping sideways. Doesn't quite get close enough there. Oh, he's trying to go around the outside. This is where we saw Goosen and Jesse Wright have the problem. MX1 doesn't make the move there, but yeah, Goosen knows now. He'll hear, he'll feel Cameron Duro right on him. You see the 2 different lines, Goosen inside, Duro going outside, trying to carry the momentum. But David Goosen's got to just try and close the lines now. He's got to go defensive. It's a full-on defensive job now to try and keep the faster rider, which is Cameron Duro, as they come through Bridgestone Corner into Ojo and Aero. He's got to do everything he can to try and keep Duro behind him, and that is close the lines. Don't make any kind of mistake. Don't allow Duro to make the pass. There's the battle between Anthony Reynard and Tristan Purdon. That is for 4th and 5th place. Who would have thought we would be commentating Reynard and Purdon dicing for 4th and 5th halfway through the MX2 race?
You really wouldn't expect that, Rob. Our MX2 and MX1 reigning champions battling it out for 4th place off the podium. We know they will be both quite disappointed with that result. And I think a couple of riders are going to be scratching their head after this race, asking themselves, how is Cameron Durrow going so quickly out there? He's in the 204s, which is matching the lap times that were done in the MX1 race. Cameron Durrow clearly in his element, Rob.
Yeah, almost 2 seconds a lap faster than David Goosen out front. So Durrow is the man on a mission at the moment, feeling very comfortable with track conditions, and these are hectic depleted conditions from this morning. You can see again the 2 different lines. Goosen going down the middle, Durrow going far left, and Dalton Fenter's brought himself back into the mixture. Out of Africa, Yamaha rider is not too far behind. He's trying to just pull himself with the leading 2 riders to get himself away from the Anthony Reynard and Tristan Purdon battle behind them. Mark Carty doing a brilliant job there in 6th place ahead of Liam Gilchrist. Christian Celiers on the 2nd of the Yamaha bikes there in 8th place. Sherwin Wamba in 9th. Sebastian Phelps, who went down earlier, there in 10th place. But this man out front trying to do everything he can to close on. There's the seesaw effect again. Has Durrow maybe gone too early? Has he pulled the pin a little bit too early? It looked like a move there on the inside. Tristan Purdon potentially on the inside of Anthony Reynard in a change up for 4th and 5th. We'll wait and see as they came over the jump. There is Goosen, Durrow. Then it is Dalton Fenter. Oh, side by side is 4th and 5th place. That is Anthony Reynard and Tristan Purdon.
You love to see that you can have your top 5 riders in a single camera shot in this MX2 class, and I'm really impressed by this ride from Dalton Fenter.
There we go. Perfect shot there of our 4th and 5th place battle. That's a shot we were waiting for, and Purdon hasn't made the move count just yet, but like you said, Dalton Fenter doing a really good job because the pressure is on him to try and catch the leading guys and defend from these 2.
Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, but Purdon's starting to look a little desperate behind Anthony Reynard. He knows that he's running out of time to catch that front 3 because he knows that once he gets up to them, he definitely has a potential to make the passes and get through on them.
Yeah, we go Durrow trying to make that move. He lost 3 or 4 bike lengths a couple of corners ago, but now he's right on the back end. Looks like the Husqvarna is performing well at the beginning of the lap. The KTM's coming to this floor in the second part, so you can see the 2 different riding styles and machinery underneath them coming to the floor in certain parts of the race. David Goosen, look how much time he pulls out in that final sector. So the lighter weight Husqvarna machine, I should say, looks like it's coming right in the final stages there. I mean, he's pulled what, a second and a half, almost 2 seconds in 3 corners there. So definitely that seesaw effect that we saw in MX1. Goosen starting to fight back to Rowe. I don't know how much left he's got in the tank to put on the challenge on the Husqvarna rider.
Rob, we've seen a number of riders leading races today and then not coming out on top at the end of the races. But I have to be honest, if there were any rider who I would put my money on to lead this race and hold it out under pressure, it would be the Goose, David Goosen.
Definitely, like I said, when he's out front like this, he very rarely makes mistakes. He's one of those riders that you very rarely see dumping it or making stupid mistakes. When he's in this kind of move, when he's feeling comfortable, which he looks like he is on that Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine, it's hard to beat the man. Durrow looks like he's giving everything. Durrow looks like he's just flat out trying to do everything he can to try and stay with and get ahead of David Goosen. But Goosen is not making one mistake, and you know that's so frustrating when you're in second place, applying the pressure on the guy in first place, saying, right, make a mistake, make a mistake, make a mistake, and the guy's just not making a mistake. You kind of get deflated in a way, and I don't know if Durrow is going, well, I've thrown everything I can at this guy. It's not making any mistake. It's not making any kind of inroad. You know, do I settle for second place, or do I carry on trying to attack, potentially gassing myself and making a mistake?
As you know, Rob, the famous saying in all forms of motor racing, it's one thing to catch someone, it's a completely different thing to overtake them. And I've been impressed with how mature Cameron Durrow has been in this race, because he took his time with Dalton Fenter, got ahead of him, he's got up to David Goosen, hasn't rushed himself, hasn't made any silly errors. The big question now is, can he force the move? He's still got about 5 minutes left in this race, so he still has options, but it's looking at this rate that he's either going to he's going to have to force his way through or force a mistake out of Goosen, because David is looking really solid on that Rockstar Husky.
Yeah, so we got about 3 or 4 laps remaining of this race. You can see Goosen just extends at least as they come over the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line. That is really where David and Husqvarna work so well, coming through the back markers now already. And Goosen's extended that lead. It looks like a change-up for 4th place. It does look like Purdon has got ahead of Anthony Raynaud now. In the last shot that I saw, the Red Bull KTM rider has made the move ahead of the Sensalo Yamaha machine. So let's wait and see there. But at the moment, out front, it's still David Goosen. 2nd place, Cameron Dudeau doing everything he possibly can to try and upset the rhythm of David Goosen ahead of him. Dalton Fenter there in 3rd. There he is, bike 151, looking comfortable, looking steadfast. But having said that, look behind him, Red Bull KTM rider Tristan Purdon is closing that gap on Dalton Fenter.
Rob, have a look at this here. Between our leaders, David Goosen and Cameron Darrow, in their best lap of the race, there's a 200th of a second difference. Yeah. That's 0.02 between Goosen and Darrow, where Goosen has the quickest lap. But on the previous lap, Darrow was 200ths again, 0.02 faster than David.
Oh! Dalton Fenter, a little gesture there from Dalton Fenter. That was Tristan Purdon on his inside at the corner where we've seen so much action so far. Looks like Purdon got on the inside and it looked, I don't want to say anything, but it looked a little bit harsh there from Purdon. Took the line from Dalton Fenter. You can see Dalton Fenter clearly wasn't too happy about that, but we've got to change up for 3rd place. And a thumbs up there to Tristan Purdon from one of our spectators or cameramen on the side there. And that man, Dalton Fenter, is not very happy. Bike number 151, he's dropped behind Anthony Raynaud now, it looks like, and down into 6th place from what was a potential podium finish. That is terrible. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there, but Dalton Fenter didn't look too happy.
A big shame for Dalton Fenter. A really, really great, mature ride up until that point, Rob. I unfortunately didn't see the incident as I was looking at how close the lap times are. But another factor that we have to think about here, Rob, this MX2 moto is 18 minutes plus 1 lap. We have a 30-minute lunch break and then MX1 again for another 18 plus 1. And as we know, a lot of our MX2 riders are also riding in the MX1 class. At this point, do you start saving energy, or like our front 2 riders, do you give it everything to go for that race 1?
Well, I don't think the likes of Goosen and Durogue, I think they were saving energy for MX2. MX1, I think they're going to just try and circulate and get as good as they can. I think a guy like Tristan Purdon now, who's maybe looking for a double win in MX1, he might be looking now going, right, Goosen and Durogue are too far ahead. Let me conserve energy. I've managed to get myself into 3rd place. I don't know how, because he was behind Mark Carty at one stage. He was miles behind that podium. He might be in conservative mode now, looking at, like you said, in 40 minutes time, half an hour time, he's back on a big 450 MX1 around this very tricky track. So I think he'll be conserving energy. For the 2 out front, I think this is what Goosen saved himself for early on. Yep. I think he conserved his energy from MX1, knowing he didn't have the pace there, but in the MX2 he had the pace, and that's exactly what's come out now. Same with the road. Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna out front number 1, Red Bull KTM 2 and 3 at the moment. Good job for KTM at the moment.
Rob Portman, take a wild guess. Who's our fastest rider on track at the moment?
If you tell me Tristan Purdon, I'm going to start feeling uneasy about my 50 rand out front.
I was about to bet you $50 for it, but you are right. Tristan Purdon is now the fastest man on track by over a second quicker than Cameron Darrow and just under 9/10 quicker than David Goosen. You have to wonder, Rob, if Tristan Purdon could get consistently good starts, what could be possible for him?
I don't know what happens. I don't know if he sets off and 3 laps in realizes, oh, I've got to go, cracks open a Red Bull over a jump, downs it quickly and gets going, because it just seems to be the script from Tristan Purdon. Doesn't like starting, doesn't like using energy at the beginning of the race, and it might be a good way to do it, because I mean the man's got a number 1 plate on his 450, he's got the red plate on the 250. Clearly a tactic that's working for him. You know, if you can do a David Goosen like this, get out front and maintain it, sure, no problem. But obviously Tristan Purdon doesn't think he can do that and get out front, use all that energy up front. He's very much in the mindset that he's got to be conservative early on, but last 5 minutes can put the hammer down and go, what is that, 2 seconds faster than anyone else.
So it looks like Tristan Purdon is a bit of a diesel engine there. It takes a little while to get going, but trust me, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, when he gets going, he's a force to be reckoned with. He's a man on a mission. Tristan going for his 2nd podium of the day after taking the win in MX1. Heat 1. And I'm just going to go back, Rob. I really like the insight you gave on how the riders manage themselves, manage the energy based on their priorities. Because, of course, we know these riders both ride in MX2 and MX1, and these guys are racers. They want to win everything. But we know for sure that MX1 championship is a big priority for the likes of Tristan Purdon.
Yeah, and for the manufacturers, you know, I mean, KTM and Husqvarna under the same umbrella, always good bragging rights there. Yamaha have come with a new 450 and 250 machine. They want to, you know, what wins on Sunday, or in this case Saturday, sells on Monday. Yeah. So it's all about the ride, it's all about manufacturers, but at the same time, you've got to, as a rider, you've got to play to your strengths and weaknesses. And we know that Tristan Purdon's strength is later on in a race. We know David Goosen's strength is early on in a race. Duro's doing a brilliant job to manage it, but look at the time that Tristan Purdon has made up. We counted this guy out 3-4 laps ago. There he is, right in the mix, on the back of his teammate, running 2 seconds a lap faster in the final stages of this race. Tristan Purdon could very well win this race. There's David Goosen, there's Duro, there's Purdon.
It looks like Tristan Purdon is fetching Cameron Durr as if he owes him $50 for a bad prediction that he's lost. But what's unreal here, Rob, is Tristan Purdon is catching Durr the exact same way that Durr caught Goosen.
Yep.
And it's the late race pace of this guy is just incredible. He's an absolute machine, a testament to his fitness levels, because he just gets quicker and quicker and quicker. It doesn't really seem to matter what the track conditions are, what the bike is doing. But when Tristan Purdon finds his rhythm, you have to say arguably he's the fastest guy out there, whether it comes to MX1 or MX2.
Yeah, you know, you have to take your hat off to these guys for adapting so well. They climb off the 450, climb onto the 250 and just make it work. And I think Purdon, one of his biggest strengths is adaptability. He's just able to make any kind of situation work for him. Okay, I didn't get a good start. You know, it's so easy. I know I get flustered. If I get a bad start, I get flustered. And then it's hard to make it through. Purdon was behind Mark Carty, and he was in 7th place at one stage, or 6th place, and he doesn't seem to let it get to him. He just kind of just shakes it off, somehow gathers himself together, and can't even see. 4 laps ago, he couldn't even see the Husqvarna machine at Goosen, and now he's right there, and it's, I don't know, I'm keen to go do an interview with him in the lunch break now to post on Motor Rider World Facebook page, because we've got the dirty side now, and catch up with these riders. And I'd love to pick the brain of this man and say, oh, mistake there, that could be him out. That could be him out now, pushing a little bit too hard, ran onto the real thick sand there, lost traction. You can see him trying to tear off, and that could be the race over now. On the last lap, he was pushing in the last minute. David Goosen, flawless start to finish here from the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna man. I don't want to put the commentator curse on just yet as they come through Brixton Corner.
Couple of corners left.
Hats off to Duro, because he threw everything and the kitchen sink at David Goosen, but the goose didn't buckle.
Once again, Rob, we have another race here at Phakisa where the fastest rider isn't necessarily the one winning the race. And so impressive from David Goosen, because it looks like there were 2 KTMs behind him that were quicker than him, but this was an exhibition in race management. Got out front, didn't make any mistakes, which we've seen a lot of today given how difficult the track conditions are. But this is why you can never write off David Goosen. He's always a title contender, because he really is this consistent. As he comes around the last corner, and it'll be a race victory in Heat 2 for MX1. I know Mama Goose will be watching this on the Facebook Live. Hi to you. That's the mom of David Goosen there, and all the supporters for our riders. I know we always have a lot of backing for Goosen and Tristan Purdon on our Facebook live streams, but to go through our running order, so that was Goosen with the win, Cameron Durr in P2, Tristan Purdon with a 205.1 on the last lap, which is 0.3 off the fastest lap of the race. Crazy. Ahead of Mark Carty, Dalton Fencer recovered from his clash with Purdon, finished P6. A P7 for MX2 rookie Christian Salias, who stepped up from the high school class. Gilchrist, Sebastian Phelps, Sherwin Mamba, and Michael Baker complete our finishes in the MX2 class. Rob, summary of what is an intense and entertaining MX2 race?
That was really good. That's kind of exactly what we expected. I could see from this morning's practice session that Goosen and Duro were going to be the 2 fast riders there. I didn't see that pace coming from Tristan Purdon, to be honest. He made it work. He made the best of a bad situation. 3rd place, more championship points, holds onto that red plate, I'm pretty sure. Anthony Reynard, he's got a lot of work to do, 250 and 450. He hasn't quite been on the pace here at Phakisa so far. So the former champ, the current champ, I should say, Anthony Reynard in Sinsalo Yamaha machine, they've got a lot of head scratching and work to do in the pits there to come out after the lunch break and try and challenge the KTMs and the Husqvarnas that seem to be working the best in all classes. around the Phakisa track. So that brings an end to round 1 of our action for the day. We've still got the lunch break, 30 minutes, as you touched upon, Temba, and then we'll come back for round number 2 of racing action. So stay with our live feed. Join us in about half an hour's time as we go back with live racing from round number 3 here at Phakisa Raceway.
Rick Manson's World Motion Tour is over, and what a success it was. Manson over $14 million to fight heart disease.
The ads can now be seen inside public bathrooms.
The lucky winners of this past weekend's Super Long Run. The pair came forward to claim their elected. A 9-year-old Metro
Get off this channel.
Hello Facebook Live Land, and welcome back to round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink SA National Motocross Series, proudly powered by TRP and associate sponsors Prepsol. And we are going to get set for the second round of racing action, or the second heat, starting off with the big MX450 MX1 class, I should say. And it was a masterclass from last year's champion Tristan Purdon, myself, Rob Portman and Themba Khumalo, 2 superbike racers in the commentary booth here for National Motocross, but absolutely loving it. 2 big fanboys, and today's racing action so far has just highlighted why we are fanboys. It's absolutely amazing racing so far. And Themba, heading into race number 2, we kind of spoke about how some riders in the 450s were maybe saving themselves for MX2. I think we saw that with the likes of David Goosen and Cameron Deroe. Can anyone stop or challenge Tristan Purdon in the 450s?
I mean, Rob, I don't envy these guys.
No.
I have to be honest, I'm quite relieved I'm in a semi-warm commentary booth with you rather than out there. Because, I mean, a lot of these guys just did 18 minutes, basically 20 minutes in MX2, had 30 minutes off for lunch break. Now it's straight to another 20 minutes on the 450. So I think looking at how Tristan Purdon ended MX2 Heat 1, you have to put your money on him for MX1 Heat 2, because he was the fastest guy the second half of the MX2 race 1. He was clearly the fastest in the MX1 Heat 1. So, there's a lot of guys who can challenge him. So I think the responsibility is on them to give Tristan something to think about.
Well, we saw in the MX2, I mean, Tristan was the fastest rider, but we saw throughout the first kind of races that the fastest rider didn't necessarily win the race. So it's, again, that slow and steady might win the race. David Goosen raced to perfection in the MX2. But in the MX1s, we saw a lot of guys, I think, holding back. Jesse Wright had a brilliant start, led most of the race. This is the man there, the out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha rider. Can he finally get on the top step of MX1 podium.
You have to say it's possible, Rob, from the performance in race 1. It's, it was outstanding from Jesse. It's the best I've seen him since I've, started following motocross, and it has to have given him a lot of motivation and encouragement and that self-belief. It doesn't matter if you don't win a race. When you lead a race for the majority of it, that sits in your mind as a rider, and you think, I can actually do this.
Yeah, that's 100% right. I think his confidence is buzzing. We've seen a new Jesse Wright come into the 2021 season. He's in that massive team that is the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha team. And so far, giving it to the more established and solo Yamaha team with Anthony Reynaud on. I think that is the rider and the team that's got the most work to do in both MX1 and MX2 category. But I think... I'm just trying to think, in race 2 now in MX1, David Goosen, how's he going to bounce back from a very tough MX2 heat physically winning there? But does he bring that confidence now into an MX1, or does he very much focus on, I'm going to dominate MX2 today? Tristan can have MX1.
I just think these guys are all wired for one direction.
Just want to go,
I think even if David's trying to sell himself to be cool when he gets out there, if he gets a whole shot, it's flat out from there.
Tactics are gone.
Also, we obviously know there's psychological battles between these riders. And I think a lot of these guys will just want to put in a dent into Tristan Purden's confidence, especially in the MX1 class on the 450, because you can just see that when Purden decides it's go time, there's nothing any of them can do about it at the moment. So, again, in the first heat, we saw Tristan come from 5th. He took his time. It took him a while to get going, but once he got going, no one could stop him. So the start will again be crucial for Purden. The other guys need to challenge him from the front.
Well, let's see. We're about to find out. All the questions are about to be answered now in the second heat of the MX1 450 class. We are under starters orders now. Who can disrupt the rhythm of your champion and your championship leader, Tristan Purden? Looks like a really good start there. On the inside from Duro. Around the outside comes Rockstar Energy, Husqvarna Machine, David Goosen. And he takes the lead. And right on his tail, Jesse Wright. So Jesse Wright one position back compared to his start from heat number 1, although he's challenging now already on the inside. That's going side by side.
Wow.
How did he get that bike stopped? Oh,
wow.
Jesse Wright fighting back. He came together. Oh, yellow flags in turn 1 there. So we've had a couple of riders go down. Jesse Wright and David Goosen, remember, had that tussle in race number 1, and it looks like that was a little bit of payback from Jesse Wright.
Yeah, and I think that's a bit of that self-belief that I was talking about.
Kieran Fitzgerald. Oh, so Kieran making his return to racing to have a little bit of fun, and that doesn't look like a lot of fun, unfortunately. The Red Bull KTM team manager down and out of this race, it looks. Oh, Jesse Wright's made the move on David Goosen. Yes, he does. So Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha rider now at the front ahead. Oh, David Goosen! Ooh, Jesse Wright tried to square it. David Goosen was there, and a Husqvarna. Ooh!
And Goosen, I was like, what are you doing, bud?
Look, I think this is going to be exciting.
It's getting feisty out front in heat 2 of the MX1 race. Jesse Wright clearly did not come here for second place today, but he's got David Goosen to deal with, but you can be guaranteed other riders are going to get involved in this fight for the win.
Do you think that was David Goosen saying, hello, how are you keeping well? Or was it okay, you want to play like that? The gloves are off.
It's a good question, Rob. I kind of think that David just wants to get into a rhythm, and they're slowing each other down by doing what they're doing here, and they've got a bit of an advantage that, again, Tristan Purden is behind. If I were them, I'd be thinking I need to get as much time between me and that number 1 KTM, because we know he's coming at the end of the race. But you just love to see this from Jesse Wright. This is the first time I've seen this from him, and like he said earlier, you definitely have to say he's got a chance of victory when he's riding with this much confidence and speed.
Yeah, he's looking good. And check out Johan Falkersong there in 3rd place. Cameron Duro starting to challenge him for that 3rd place. This is the best we've seen from Johan Falkersong in a very long time, holding down 3rd in a top national MX1 race. Brilliant stuff there. Anthony, ooh, Cameron Duro. Ooh, that's cutting the track a little bit there, eh? That's a long lap penalty in MotoGP, you know what I'm saying to you? But looks like Anthony Reynaud's the biggest loser. He maybe came into contact with Kieran Fitzgerald at turn 1, because he's way back in the field. So he's got a lot of work to do. He's coming from 9th place, is Anthony Reynaud. So his day is going from bad to worse at the moment for the Sensalo Yamaha rider. Johan Falkersson still holding down 3rd. Yes, he is. Then it's Cameron Doe. Then it's the big number 1 of Tristan Purden on that Red Bull KTM machine. Jesse Wright, I wonder if he's changed anything up in race number 2, because he's come out fighting. There's no doubt about that. And he's come out in a determined mood. He is looking very, very racy in this, and he wants to make amends for that race one. Led so much of the race, and unfortunately got tangled up with David Goosen, who's in second place there, and that cost him the chance at the win as Duro makes the pass ahead of Phakisa up into third place. And here we go, the battle, let the battle commence. David Goosen versus Jesse Wright, MX2 heat number 2. MX1 heat number 2, I should say.
Indeed, indeed. A bit of a mouthful there for us.
Yo.
But Rob, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. I don't know about you, because we have the same as
We've
heat
seen
1.
this, yeah.
Wright leading from Goosen and Purdon in 5th place.
Yeah.
But the big difference here is that David Goosen's attacking from early, and I think David's MX2 heat 1 win will have given him the confidence that if he can get out front, he can control this race from the front, because he stayed behind Jesse Wright for quite a while. And have a look here, who's that coming through the field, Rob?
Yeah, it's the big number 1 plate, Tristan Purdon, doing what he's done pretty much his whole race career. Jesse Wright, the thing with him, and he hasn't done an MX2 race half an hour ago. So he's definitely the freshest of all the riders in the leading pack here. Remember, David Goosen won the MX2 race 1, and that was literally half an hour ago. So he's still feeling the effects of that, as is Cameron Duro, as is Tristan Purdon. So could that be a big advantage for the out of Africa Yamaha rider? Here comes Duro around the outside. Ooh, lining it up. Ooh, sells him the dummy on the inside. And David Goosen trying to fight off the Red Bull KTM rider, and yes, he does. So still, Rockstar Energy Husqvarna rider holding down that second place. And again, Duro running up those car tires on the inside there. So again, he's looking very racy, wanting to make that move. I think they're all trying to get away, because they know if Tristan Purdon can see them, that's Tristan Purdon territory all day. And at the moment, in 4th place there, just looks like he's happy, healthy, just in the Purdon mix, in that Purdon mentality of, I'm going to come through. There's Anthony Reynard. So he's quite a way back. There is Anthony Reynard. There is that Brad Cox? Yes, it is. I chatted to him during the lunch break, and he said the track is gnarly. He's loving it, but it is very, very tricky. And Brad Cox just a little bit further back there. And here comes Tristan Purdon. Look at this. We have a 4-way battle then for the lead of this race.
Cameron Duro was our fastest rider on track last time round, and you could see that as he caught up to David Goosen. So now we have a bit of a repeat of race 1. It's the same front 4, I think, except Anthony Reynard up front. And I really like the point that you made there, Rob, that, you know, MX1 heat 1 took place at about 9 o'clock. So Jesse Wright has had about 3 hours to recover, to think about this race, prepare, study. All these guys that did MX2, the likes of Goosen, Purdon and Duro, Reynard as well, have just come off the track. I mean, maybe they have a bit of an advantage because they've seen the most recent track conditions, but then they have a bit of a disadvantage that, you know, they will have a bit less energy reserve. So it's curious to me, and as you said, the guys manage themselves.
Yeah.
They don't just go crazy flat out each lap. They manage their energy, and it kind of seems to me like David might be managing a bit for a bit of a push at the end, but it looks like he's going to have to get on the charge because of the man that's behind him right now.
Yeah, Purdon's already made the move on his teammate Cameron Duro, then down to 4th place. Tristan Purdon, your champion and championship leader, up into 3rd place. Your race 1 winner in the MX1s. Just like you said, pretty much deja vu. Purdon coming from quite a way back from a terrible start, and just starting to pick them off one by one, get himself to the front end of the field, and then no one having an answer for him. Jesse Wright still doing a brilliant job to lead this race. David Goosen holding station there in 2nd place. Tristan Purdon in 3rd. And Cameron Duro just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. Doesn't look as comfortable on the big 450 machine as he did not so long ago on the 250 KTM. And Jesse Wright, can he finally get onto the top step of the MX1 podium? He's worked so hard, he deserves it. He led race 1. He's the top Yamaha rider amongst the Husqvarna and KTM machines. Is it the time of the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha rider? Well, we've got still over half race distance here. Here comes David Goosen. Oh, gives him a little how's your mother on the inside. And we have a change up for the lead. David Goosen takes the lead. And I wonder if he just got a pit board saying, Goose, if you're going to go, you've got to go now, because Purdon is coming. Here comes Jesse Wright fighting back on the inside. And that's going to hamper their drive. Oh, Goosen loses all the drive. Tristan Purdon's just sitting there saying, boys, you carry on doing what you're doing, and I'll just pick up the pieces. And that's exactly what has happened.
A very, very costly mistake for David Goosen. Just as he took the lead, you could see he messed up that rhythm a little bit there. Managed to keep it upright, but essentially gifted 2nd place to TP41, the number 1 here. That's Tristan Purdon. And Rob, at this moment, not looking good for the competition.
Yeah, Purdon is out front. And look, like you said, when he starts standing on the pegs, leaning back like that, Tristan Purdon, you cannot stop him. Tears a tear off over the jump. Goosen has lost all that early momentum, so now he's going to try and find that. But for Tristan Purdon to be at the front of the MX1 450 race this early on is not a good sign for the rest of the field. There he is, bike number 1, Red Bull KTM machine, bike number 14, out of Africa, Monster Energy Yamaha, Jesse Wright, losing a lot of rhythm there in that section. Then it's David Goosen in third, and Cameron De Rose coming back into this race now, onto the back of David Goosen. But already Tristan Purdon, 2, 3, 4 bike lengths over Jesse Wright, and unless he makes any kind of mistake or some big mistake, I think it's another double in the bag for your champion from last year.
Rob, can you give us an idea of how frustrating it must be for someone like David Goosen, who has spent the entirety of this race from the start trying to get past Jesse Wright, and Tristan Purdon gets to the back of him and basically takes half a lap to do it, passes him and immediately checks out?
Well, it's very frustrating, and this is what Jesse Wright and Goosen and Cameron De Rose need to do. They need to start upsetting the rhythm of this guy. They cannot just afford to let him have it his own way. He didn't have to really make one big pass over there. It kind of just came to him very easily. They need to start hampering the momentum of Tristan Purdon somehow, whether that means old school AMA Supercross block pass, whether that means getting a little bit nasty and some. You've got to do it, because when the guy's comfortable as he is now, I mean, it's just ridiculous how he can. That's not even one lap, and he's done that.
Unreal.
That's half a lap, and Tristan Purdon has done that on the best talent in the country. Jesse Wright's doing a phenomenal job. Cameron De Rose coming back into this, but it's now very much a race for second and third place.
And Rob, Tristan Purdon has broken into the 203s. Jesse Wright was on a 208 the last lap, and Goosen a 209. That's the fastest lap of the day in any class we've seen today. And I'm a big Supercross fan, and when I watch Tristan Purdon, I get those same feelings I watch when I'm watching Cooper Webb.
Cooper Webb, yeah.
It's a guy who's just mentally in a very, very strong place, believes he's the best, knows he's the best, and when a guy gets into that type of form and mindset, they almost seem invincible.
Well, he is. I think I thought Goosen was going to do a deja vu from race number 1. Looked like he had it all kinds of crossed up there. Managed to get that Husqvarna machine stopped before he clattered into the back of the Yamaha machine ahead of him. But yeah, Tristan Purdon is just so mentally strong at the moment. I think and that's what the riders need to do. They need to start working on breaking that mentality of his, because if it carries on like this, it's Goosen making another little mini mistake there. That allows Cameron to row on the inside. Yes, it does. So Goosen getting frustrated behind Jesse Wright, it looks, because he's tried a couple of times to make that pass, and he just hasn't been able to make it stick. And that, I think, it gets so frustrating when you know you've got extra pace and you just can't use it the way you want to, because you're not being held up, but you just can't put the bike on the lines where you want it and make the passes that you want.
And this will be extra frustrating for Goosen, because this is the second time now he's had a KTM pass him while he's been stuck behind Jesse Wright. And you can imagine he won't be happy if Cameron Durran now gets past Wright and checks out. But I'm really now enjoying this battle for second place. What a great ride it's been from Cameron Durran in general today on both bikes, the 450 and the 250. He's had incredible speed. He's been easily the top 3 fastest guys out there, possibly the fastest overall in MX2. But Cameron just missing a little bit here and there to put it together to take a W, Rob.
He is, and the track's looking, I mean, they watered the track during the lunch break, but you wouldn't think so. It is very, very rutted and hard out there. You could see Cameron De Rose's bike just kicking and skipping over the jumps as he came over the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line. So it's very tricky conditions out there at the moment, and that is playing into the hands of this man. He just seems to love these conditions, and I spoke about it in MX1 in the first heat. He just seems to be able to adapt faster than everyone else. They've just climbed off the 250 bike onto the 450, gave himself 3 laps, and I mean, the man is just making a mockery of this class at the moment, is Tristan Purdon. He looks flawless. He doesn't look like he's going to make a mistake. A couple of years ago, he was that rider that we spoke about that had a mistake in him.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like anymore. Cameron De Rose now starting to challenge Jesse Wright for second place around the. He had to pull out of that. You could see De Rose was going to try and just square it in front of the Monster Energy out of Africa Yamaha rider, and he just couldn't make that stick, and that's brought David Goosen now back into the mix for the final podium position. Goosen doesn't look 100% comfortable. If you look at him on the 250 machine compared to the 450, 250 is able to put it where he wants, make moves where he wants. 450, there's just something not clicking there at the moment, and maybe he's in power save mode now. Maybe he's thinking, I'll give this another couple of laps. If I'm still in the podium fight, I'll push. If I'm not and I can't hang on, it's save energy for MX2.
good observations there, Rob. And I think Dave is still, he's still adapting and learning to the Husky. And of course, the 250 and 450 bike's quite different.
Where's Cameron Duro going?
So he's cut the corner up the inside and he's gone the long
And
lap
then he's trying to go to box
on the
on the way
outside.
out.
Yeah, and I was just about to sing some praises on Cameron Durrow's shoulders, but I'm so impressed by Jesse Wright's performances in both heats today. And you know, Rob, whether he wins or not, you cannot say it's not from a lack of trying or hunger.
Well, he's got Cameron Duro and David Goosen that can't get past him. He's made that Yamaha very, very wide. The only man that's been able to pass him is Tristan Purdon, who's out front and in a league of his own. Other than that, Goosen's tried on a couple of occasions. Cameron Duro also getting frustrated there now, trying whichever way he can, going the long way around. And you can see how detrimental that is. Look at Cameron Duro, how much time he's
Goosen
lost.
up the inside again.
Goosen up the inside of Jesse Wright, side by side. Bar bashing there again from those two. I would love to do a pre-race interview with those two and just say, hey guys, so what happened there?
What happened there? A bit of sign language and conversations mid-race, but might we see some contact again? Because we saw this battle for second place get really heated in heat one, and it again, there we have it. David Goosen finally up to second place.
I think this is the kind of thing. I think he was giving himself this time. Now that he's there, I think he's going to push hard, try and extend that gap, get comfortable in second, and then hopefully be able to preserve energy for MX2. But at the moment, this is damage limitations for David Goosen. He knows Purdon is the man to beat in this championship. But if he can keep on collecting those second places, third places when need be, not off the podium, anything can happen. If Purdon has mechanical or anything, start picking up those points. So for Goosen, this is the best of a worst situation. Second place behind Purdon. I think if you speak to David Goosen, he's a winner. He wants to win, no doubt. But if he's realistic, he knows Purdon is in a league of his own at the moment. Second place, I'll take that all day.
And we have to remember how much time Tristan Purdon has had on this Red Bull KTM. He knows that motorcycle inside out. He knows exactly what it's going to do, how it's going to do it, and he knows how to manage it. So I think we'll see Goosen get better and better as the season goes on. You know, new team, new bike this season, coming off the Yamaha last year. And you have to say, you know, he's really hit the ground running on this Husqvarna, and really hope to see David have the raw pace, especially on the 450, to get in those battles with Tristan Purdon, because we know that David Goosen is as good as Purdon, if not better in certain circumstances and stages, but the foreman of the moment is Purdon, and it's up to these guys to find that extra little bit to break this run of form and confidence that Purdon's built up.
I would love to chat to David Goosen after the race, and we'll try and, before we leave the track, get a word with him. I think he'll say that this man kind of ruined his race number 2. I think he had good early rhythm that David Goosen. We saw from his start that he was head down, trying to get out front and get away, and Jesse Wright kind of upset that a little bit. We saw in MX2, an out front, clear road, David Goosen cannot be stopped. But when the fighting Sonic comes into it, as it did with Jesse Wright, and a Jesse Wright who is so determined to get a win that he'll do anything possible. He doesn't care about championships. He wants to win, and he wants to put the Yamaha on the top step. And I think that upset the rhythm of David Goosen. That allowed, pretty much handed it on a gold platter to Tristan Purdon. Because look what Goosen's done now that he's got ahead. Well, that's 6-7 seconds in a lap, and Cameron Duro now closing on the back end of Jesse Wright. So there's something with Jesse Wright. We know he's got the pace. We know he's stupid fast. He's shown that over the last couple of years. I don't know if it's a physical or a mental thing, but it gets to this race distance where him and the Yamaha just don't seem to be able to hang on. I don't know if it's a trait of the KTMs and the Husqvarna is just maintaining more, getting better, easier to ride. But there's something that the Yamaha boys are missing. Jesse Wright and Anthony Reynard included. Reynard's got himself up into 5th place, but Reynard's not a 5th place, miles behind. Reynard should be here with these guys.
He's a reigning MX2 champion.
Yeah.
And some interesting questions there, Rob, because as we can see in both MX1 and MX2 today, the Austrian bikes seem a bit stronger than the Tuning Forks bikes on this Phakisa freeway motocross track. And interestingly enough, as soon as David Goosen has got ahead of Jesse Wright, he's immediately started matching the lap times of Tristan Purdon, and was actually about half a tenth quicker than Purdon. But you have to imagine as well that Purdon out front's got a 10-second lead. The hard work is done for him at this point. He just needs to manage his lead till the end.
That's it. It's about managing now. The battle is very much on for 3rd place. Jesse Wright still holding on to that final podium spot ahead of Cameron Duro. Duro thus far has tried and failed to pass Jesse Wright. He tries on the inside there, takes a different line there. Jesse Wright just closes it off again. All they're side by side there. Jesse Wright will know now, if he didn't already, that Cameron Duro is coming. Duro on the inside. You can see how rutted it is. And he lined that up to perfection. Cameron Duro lined it up 3 corners before. You could see he squared it up, lined it up to get the drive, and unfortunately Jesse Wright, you've got to feel bad for the guy because done all the hard work, led the race, got good pace, finds himself off the podium again though.
Again, Rob, feel really gutted for Jesse, but if I were him, I'd really take a lot of confidence from this round. He's really shown that he can be one of the guys up there, and if he can take this form, take what he's built today and make another step on that, for sure we can see him, again fighting up for wins and podiums. He really deserved a podium in this heat, I believe. Again, like I said, I love the hunger he showed. Everyone who had to come past him, bar Purdon, really had to work for it. It wasn't just the easy up the inside. David Goosen can tell you all about that. But I just want to take a look at the rest of our field. Just so as Rob has mentioned, we still got Anthony Reynard in 5th place on the Yamaha, the Tinswalo Yamaha. Unfortunately struggling this weekend. Good ride from Bradley Cox in 6th place, ahead of Marco De Frey on the 42. Rider number 18, Johan Vogelisang, ahead of Royce Griffin, Wade Den, Anu Simon, Seth van den Abela returning from injury this season, Adriano Catalano. Looks like Kerem Fitzgerald is out after we saw him going down on the first lap. And Mark Carty as well is on our timing here, but not in this race at the moment, as we take a look at Goosen once again in a comfortable 2nd place now.
Yeah, I think the Mark Carty and Kerem Fitzgerald might have been caught up in that turn 1 incident with Anthony Reynard. So unfortunately both KTM riders out. Carty making a step up from MX2 to the 450s this year and looking good on that 450. So just a matter of time before we start seeing Carty just improving ever so slightly and getting himself a little bit closer to these boys out front. Last lap time, and just behind him Bradley Cox. I was talking to Brad during the lunch break, and he's excited, loving life. He's got some really awesome Bradley Cox supporter shirts for sale to help his cause to get to Dakar. So just remember, please, all motorsport fan, everyone watching this, let's get behind Bradley Cox. Let's get him to Dakar 2022, because we know what an immense talent he is, and we know what the Cox surname can do at a Dakar rally. And I think Bradley is the next in line to be the next South African rider to go over there and represent the country. So let's get behind him. He's doing phenomenal things in the off-road and especially Enduro Championship. I commentate on that as well. And Bradley Cox is just a machine. Put him on 2 wheels and the man can ride anything. Speaking of riding anything, Tristan Purdon, just effortless. He really is just making this MX1 Championship look so easy, and I can tell you now, it is far from easy with the likes of Goosen, Duro, Wright, Reynard, Cox. But he's just in a league of his own at the moment, and this is just a guy, if you cut him open, he would bleed confidence. The man is just so, and he's got that, it's not arrogance. There's a difference between good arrogance and bad arrogance. A lot of MotoGP riders, I'm sure you've seen, have got this good arrogance. You've got to believe in yourself. And Tristan, you can see the way he walks, he's got this confident, I believe in myself arrogance to him. And when a guy like that has that, I don't know, other than David Goosen or someone from Husqvarna or Yamaha walking up to him in the pits and feeding him something that's going to give him food poisoning, I don't know how they're going to stop this guy.
You can say that again. I would have loved to see someone like Matty Milan in a race like this, because I believe Matty has that same mentality as Tristan does. And as we saw last year, one of the fastest guys on the 450s. But just one more point, Rob, as Tristan Purdon comes on the last corner. I think he won this race in two laps, basically. He dropped to 203, pulled a 10-second lead, and has cruised home since. Double win in the MX1 class for your reigning champion and your championship leader, Tristan Purdon, with a 2nd place for David Goosen, and Cameron Durrow making it 3 Austrian bikes in the top 3. Another great ride from Durrow, Rob.
Yeah, another brilliant ride. Red Bull KTM will go home happy with that. Just the Husqvarna machine of David Goosen splitting up the 2 KTMs. Another good day for Husqvarna. That is the ever-growing brand that is Husqvarna. Of course, fall under the KTM group umbrella, but no more are they just the KTM sister brand. They are very much contenders. They are coming for that title. David Goosen is back. Oh, who's that?
That is Marco De Frey.
Marco De Frey, unfortunately. He had a really good ride number 1 at Terratopia, was riding the mix on the last lap, makes a mistake. Don't think it's going to hamper him too much, though, position-wise, as there it is. Our top riders, Tristan Purdon, David Goosen, Cameron Duro, Jesse Wright off the podium there in 4th place, but one of the contenders for Rider of the Day for sure. Anthony Reynard makes the best of a bad situation there in 5th place. Bradley Cox in 6th place. Marco De Frey was in 7th. I think he will cross the line in 7th. Johan Phakisa off that brilliant start gets down to 8th place. Royce Griffin in 9th, and Wade Den, your top 10 riders. So that is the MX1 450 class done and dusted for the day. Tristan Purdon with a double win. Stay tuned for more live racing action coming up after the break. Welcome back, live Facebook fans, and welcome to round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink MX Nationals here at Phakisa with myself, Rob Portman, and Themba Khumalo taking you through the day's racing action. 2 Superbike fans that have very much been turned into motocross fans by the amazing, superb talent that we've had on show here so far today in all the categories. We've done with the MX1, the fastest riders in the land, but don't take anything away from the small guys. The 50s, 65s and 85s has been spectacular so far, and we expect a little bit more from them. And watch out for the high school 1 to 5 class there as well. It's been spectacular racing throughout, but it is race number 2, I should say, for the MX3 and the ladies category. And we saw in race number 1 that that man, what's his name again?
Mr. Grant Ferrix.
Mr. Grant Ferrix, the man who's dominated MX3 so far this year, got out to an early lead, had a problem, we didn't quite know what it was, dropped down to 3rd place, and finding out during the lunch breaks he had a gearbox problem. 3rd, 4th, 5th gear were no longer existent, can't fix the bike, so he's jumped on his brother's bike for heat number 2 to just keep himself in the championship. Because Dwayne Clenons closed in a couple of points, picking up the race number 1 win. And even before those problems, Themba, it looked like Clenons had a little bit of an answer for the first time this year on Mr. Ferrix.
Definitely, Rob. But before we get to that, I have to ask, is that why we go racing with our siblings, so that we can use their stuff if our stuff breaks?
100%. Yeah, 100%. That's why I take my brother riding with me. I let him test, so when it's rainy and dodgy conditions, I let him out first. He comes and tells me if everything's okay, and then if I need anything, he's always there to give it to me.
Excellent, excellent. As I'm sure you've seen if you've been watching today, a lot of siblings racing today. And pretty awesome there of Ryan Ferrix to loan his bike to his brother Grant. We saw Grant leading half of the race. And he looked quite comfortable out front, though he was making a couple of mistakes. He overjumped that big Cannabis energy drink jump, but Dwayne Clements and Ian Topless kept him honest throughout the race, Rob. And we also saw Kayla Roth and Leah Haygate having a bit of a time trial battle in the ladies class.
Well, that was one of our big question marks for race 2 now. We were saying that Leah Haygate didn't get the start that she wanted, but 3 laps in, she almost matched Kayla Roth lap for lap, and in some cases was even faster than Kayla Roth. So if Leah Haygate can just get a better start, get herself onto the back of Kayla Roth, we could have a completely different outcome to this race number 2. So let's wait and see. There's so many questions that need answering in all the categories going forward. Remember, like I said, we've still got the 50s, 65s, high school 1 to 5s, 85s, and of course the big one right at the end of the day, the MX2 battle. So thank you so much to everyone for joining in live Facebook land. Thank you so much for all your comments. Keep them coming in. Remember, please like and share this. We want to share this as far and wide as possible. Give our racing and all of our sponsors as much coverage as possible. If you feel like commenting that Rob and Themba are the greatest commentators in the world, comment.
You wouldn't mind that
just
at all.
comment it. If you want to do it, do it. Let your fingers do the talking. But it's been so exciting. Themba and I are absolutely loving doing this. Like I said, coming from a superbike background, we watch these guys and girls in action, and it just blows our minds. Proper fanboys commentating on it, and it's been a real privilege. I hope you've enjoyed the live coverage we've brought you so far. It's not always easy getting full signal here, pretty much at the bottom of the Phakisa road circuit. You can see just the top of the embankment. That is the Phakisa MotoGP circuit from a few years back that still gets run now. So we're right at the back there. But it's been a fantastic day so far. The weather's played nice. It's warmed up a little bit from this morning. That was absolutely freezing. You can see the wind is still there, It certainly causes the smaller riders a big problem. There's the road track. Beautiful shot there from our director and our cameraman. That is the MotoGP circuit from, what was that, 2000 to 2004, yeah. That is the track.
Where Rossi took his historic win on the Yamaha.
Yeah, remember that Rossi went on the Yamaha? That's where Gary McCoy came smoking out of that left hand, the right hander. Remember that? Then you go into the Coke bottle. You'll see the famous Coke bottle. It's just past that tree. No, it's by the tree. The tree's hiding it.
It's hiding behind it.
But you see now, that's marketing to its finest. Because don't you feel like an ice cold Coke now?
I kind of do, Rob.
And like a big one like that, like a 45-foot Coke.
I'm just getting a bit tired watching these guys riding out there.
Director Dave Peterson, please, can we have Coke? So Dave bought us flings, homemade chicken rolls, which were fantastic, by the way.
Fantastic.
Absolutely fantastic. But Dave Peterson eats like a pigeon. So he doesn't. I don't eat like a pigeon.
So do we now.
We've all had to learn how to eat like pigeons thanks to Dave Peterson. Still water, apples and chicken rolls.
Healthy
What kind of diet is that?
Healthy diet for healthy.
How am I supposed to get traction? Yeah, and flings. Sorry, that he stole from my kids and Claudio's kids.
It's balancing out.
And chomps. No, and chomps. I had a chomp.
And chomps. I hope you do know that Uncle Dave is listening to this, Rob.
No, Dave is listening to that. I'm trying to tell him next time what to bring. Burger King, McDonald's, Steers, KFC, the necessities.
Okay, I'm sure Uncle Dave is taking notes.
Nice bucket of KFC, that would be fantastic right now. But anyway, let's get back to the racing action. So excited for this heat number 2, MX3 and ladies class. And let's see, can Grant Ferrix do anything on his brother's bike now? So we've got to find out what number that is. Has he put the 101 board on?
It's 28.
There, 28. There we could see him just to the side of bike number 76 there. Kayla Roth, can she take another double win? Can Leah Haygate? Oh, look at Grant Ferrix, front wheel pointing to the sky. Ian Topless with a great start. Dwayne Kleinhans, race 1 winner, gets to the front.
Around the outside from Ferrix.
Look at Ferrix, just climbed on that motorbike. Doesn't even know if it works, and making it work.
As I said earlier, I've seen this before from Grant Ferrix. You can give him anything. As long as it's got 2 wheels and an engine, he can ride it quickly. And I think he's got a point to prove in this race, and it's clear. You can see he's aggressive. He wants that win, and he's going to recover from that disappointment, it looks like, Rob.
Kayla Roth making a little bit of a mistake going into turn 1 there. That cost her a couple of positions. I couldn't quite see if Leah Haygate was able to take advantage. If Leah Haygate can just get herself onto the back of Kayla Roth, we are going to have an almighty dice at the front end of the ladies class. Here comes Ferrix now on the white and yellow Husqvarna machine. That is his brother's bike. Entop is still in 3rd place there. Kleinhans out front. That is, I couldn't see that. Is that Haygate that's maybe ahead? That is Haygate. So we've just got confirmation that is Leah Haygate ahead of Kayla Roth. Right. Now that's exactly what we wanted. Take nothing away from Kayla Roth, but we saw the pace in race number 1. That is going to be an almighty dice. Kayla Roth has got, and flag. That is 56. Is it Calvin Gloucester? Unfortunately, Calvin Gloucester succumbing to the tricky conditions that are here at Phakisa. Kleinhans out front, no such problems, but Ferrix, as I say that, where did he come from? We're going to need like 5 cameramen to get onto Ferrix. That was brilliant stuff. Extra pace, extra momentum. Momentum is your best friend, especially in motocross, and Ferrix back at the front.
You have to imagine that Grant Ferrix will clear out front now. He was clearly the fastest rider in race 1 before he started having some gearbox problems where, as Rob found out during the lunch break, that he was running out of 3rd, 4th and 5th gear, but still managed to bring it home for 3rd place. And how impressive is this from our lady riders? Leah Haygate and Kayla Roth running 4th and 5th on the road. Leah 5 seconds quicker than Kayla on that opening lap. I'm very excited, more than anything probably, Rob, for this battle between our 2 ladies up front.
Yeah, that is brilliant. You just can't sing their praises enough, those lady riders. Fantastic job they do. They mix it up with the guys. They're getting faster and faster every race. World-class stuff by our lady riders. Kleinhans doing everything he can. Do you think that the other Ferrix brother is going to get his bike back? I think Grant's enjoying that motorbike too much.
Doesn't look that way, hey, Rob. He's kind of looking a bit smooth and more comfortable on his brother's bike than his own. So maybe Grant might trade run for the bike and give him the broken one.
I think that's going to happen. It's great to have Kawasaki back in national motocross racing with that number 1 plate on. Can't help but just get goosebumps every time you see that bright green machine. It's so historic with the likes of Bubba Stewart, Ricky Carmichael, all those guys in Supercross. Seeing that bright green machine, especially with a number 1 plate red board on, just brings back so many great memories of years gone by, and it's great that Kawasaki are supporting her. Here comes Ian Topless. So Ian Topless, he must be so fed up of finishing in third place, but he's now starting to mount a big challenge on the back end of Kleinans. But we saw this in race 1 as well. Kleinans kind of just, as I say that, he's still Kleinans. He kind of just kept himself in the mix in the opening couple of laps. Then towards the end, last 5 minutes, Kleinans came. That's pretty much been the script in all the races today, and I wonder if he's going to do that now again in race 2, although Phakisa is looking way too comfortable out front. Topless, I think his best bet is going to be trying to get ahead of Kleinans.
And Kleinans really has something to fight for, Rob, because I believe if he relinquishes this third place, him and Grant would be tied on points, and then that would give Grant the overall on basis of winning the second heat. So it'll be very important for Kleinans to stay ahead of Ian Topless, of course, to bag those points and to bag the overall win for the day. Looking at some of our lap times, Grant Phakisa is on a 2:12 out front. At the moment, 2 seconds a lap faster than Kleinans, and Topless behind him. Leah Haygate putting in an incredible performance. At the moment, Rob, she's 3 seconds ahead of Kayla Roth.
There we go. Beautiful shot there from our cameraman, getting Leah Haygate. As she comes, she's at the front of the ladies. And you see Kayla Roth not really in any kind of shot. We wait 1, 2, 3, 4, good 4 seconds back is Kayla Roth. So Kayla Roth has got her work cut out. Leah Haygate doing exactly. See, she listened. She listened to what we said after race 1. She went live on Facebook, onto the Facebook page. She listened to Uncle Rob and Uncle Temba, and look what she's doing.
I hope the 50, 65 and 85 riders are listening, because our Superbike motocross tips are directly mainly towards them. But this is so excellent to see competition in the ladies class. This class essentially belongs to Kayla Roth, because she's been dominant for so many years. But Rob, when you're used to dominating and not having competition, it's quite a new feeling when you have to adapt when someone comes along and is quicker than you. So what do you think is going through Kayla's mind right now?
Yeah, Kayla will be sitting there thinking, okay, I've got a challenge on. Look, Kayla's no newcomer to a challenge. You know, she's got where she's got through hard work, determination. It hasn't been an easy road for Kayla Roth. Neither has it been for Leah Haygate. But Kayla will be looking at that thinking, okay, I've got to step this up. You know, the Kawasaki is also a fairly new package. Hasn't really been tried and tested. She's the only Kawasaki machine really out there, so she doesn't have a lot of all the development she does is herself. So she's got to try, and everything she does in the Kawasaki is for her. You know, Leah could be pulling off from the Red Bull KTM team, could be pulling off from all kinds of areas. Take nothing away from Leah Haygate though to come into this championship. There's a shot, perfect shot. Over the whoops already is Leah Haygate. There is Kayla Roth. So Kayla Roth's got some work to do, but knowing Kayla, she never shies away from a challenge. She's got the pace, she's got the experience. That number 1 plate's on there for a reason. And I think she'll be up to the challenge. I think she'll be looking at that going, okay, cool, Leah. I'm glad you brought it. She will be a little bit rusty, I'm sure, not having to chase. But now she's got her work cut out very much for her, as does Mr. Kleinans with the 205-year-old Ian Topless that never seems to go away. They're in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, Ian Topless has I don't know how many SA titles.
I don't know.
And he's a bit of the Valentino Rossi of national motocross, because you'd think at his age he wouldn't be able to get out there and do it, but he really is doing it. And Dane Kleinans is under increasing pressure. And look at that, Rob. Identical lap times from Kleinans and Ian Topless. 2:13.100 for both riders in that battle for second place. It doesn't get more evenly matched than that.
I mean, that is Ian Topless is just following him around. There's Leah Haygate. And Temba, I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me. She's pulling away. She's pulling away big style from Kayla Roth.
Rob, got my eyes glued to this timing screen, and every lap Leah's going quicker and quicker than Kayla. So I'd really like to understand what she's doing differently, because we saw that she was matching Kayla in the beginning of the day, but now it seems like Leah's made another step, and I think Kayla Roth will be asking herself those same questions. I wonder what Leah's doing differently, because Kayla hasn't actually really had a chance to even get close to Leah and look at her, because Leah got out front from the start, has just put her head down and is just hammering out those lap times. Very, very impressive from her.
And what's scary to think is that just behind these top 3 riders, Grant Phakisa, established name, Dwayne Kleinans, established name, 3rd place Ian Topless, the greatest motocross rider probably we've ever seen in this country. Behind them is Leah Haygate and Kayla Roth. 4th and 5th on track are our top lady riders. That is phenomenal, and like I said, we just cannot sing their praise enough. Neither can we sing enough praise from this man. Grant Phakisa had his problem in race number 1 on his own personal bike, climbed on his brother's bike, this would have been the first time he's climbed on that bike in anger. Kind of took, 3 corners to get used to it, got out front, and he's just dominating the race. He is the best MX3 rider in the country at the moment. There's that shot again. We saw that a lap ago, and they were both in the same shot. Leah Haygate is out of that shot now before Kayla Roff's even in it. So Leah Haygate at the moment stamping her authority on the ladies class, looking very comfortable and getting the job done. Kayla Roff, no answer.
Leah Haygate 2 seconds per lap faster than Kayla last time round, and it's starting to look like that might be the result there if we don't see any mistakes from Leah. But interestingly as well, Rob, Grant Frek's lost 2 seconds on the last lap to Dwayne Kleinhunt, and we know that Grant can't rest because Ian Topless is right behind Dwayne, and we know the last thing Grant wants to see is a repeat of race 1.
I saw, and I didn't know what it was, Grant Frek's coming over the start-finish jump, the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish jump, and he was left hand off the bar giving it a shake. Maybe a little bit of arm pump coming in there, the left-hander, in the left arm. Maybe he's just decided to slow it down a bit just to recover that arm a bit, or maybe some problems on the bike, or maybe just maintaining the race. You know, in motocross, it is all about maintenance. It's not like superbikes where you can give 100% every lap. I think it's impossible in this game with the changing track conditions, with the back markers, with the amount of intensity that you have to put in to go as fast as these riders do. I think he's just backed it off to about 80% now. I think if that gap gets too uncomfortable for him, we'll see him step it up a little bit. But for now, I think it's very much management mode from Grant Ferrix at the front of this race.
And let us remember, along with our viewers at home, this is really impressive what Grant's doing, because that's not his bike. That's the bike of his brother, Ryan Ferrix, who came 4th in MX3 Heat 1, who's now loaned his bike to his brother so that Grant can continue to fight for those points in the championship. Do you think possibly that lack of setup and understanding of the bike may be playing into Grant falling back towards Kleinhunt now?
It has to, but Grant is such an adaptable rider. We've used him in the press plenty of times to test motocross bikes, to test enduro bikes. The guy can just climb on anything and make it work. So I think it maybe could be, I don't think, he's probably not 100% happy with the bike underneath him, but he's making it work. But saying that again, last lap around, almost even lap times, but again, Kleinhunt was 0.1 faster than that man. This is where Ferrix really does just extend that gap. But there's Kleinhunt, there's Ian Topless, all 3 riders in the same shot coming into this tricky section. So Kleinhunt, like we said, as we saw in race number 1 before Ferrix had those problems, starting to put a charge on, starting to look real comfortable and putting the pressure on. We said, how do you upset the rhythm of a guy like Grant Ferrix? You put the pressure on. Ferrix needs to come past the line, see his beautiful wife holding that pit board saying that gap is coming down. As hard as you are riding, that gap is coming down. And if Kleinhunt can carry on doing that, we could have a last lap battle on our hands.
Rob, I don't think I've seen Dwayne Kleinhunt make a single error today. How smooth is he looking out there?
He's looked really good. And Ian Topless behind him, I don't know what more to say about Ian Topless, really. It's incredible that man is still there at the highest level of national motocross racing with the likes of Ferrix and Kleinhunt just ahead of him. There's Ian Topless. The fact that the man is there and doing what he's doing, it's just... It's the water in the East Rand, it has to be, because I've got a bit of it as well. It's just, we're both tough in the East Rand, you see what I'm saying? But he's doing a phenomenal job. Dwayne Kleinhunt, like you said, hasn't put a foot wrong on the leader tread machine, and it's coming to play now. Both are coming into play. We've got a 3-way battle. Our top 3 riders are separated by, a couple of seconds, 3 seconds. So this race is far from done. Leah Haygate, I think the ladies' class is pretty much done. Leah Haygate, she also just makes it so easy. There's Leah Haygate. We're going to wait and see. Yes, brilliant directing here from, and our cameramen work here. There is second place, picking up on that shot. Brilliant stuff. But that's not making any inroads to Leah Haygate. I think the ladies' class is pretty much done and dusted.
I'm so excited to see this championship fight between these 2 riders go on throughout the season. And Rob, I just have to give a special mention for Jadine de Lima. Yeah. She's running in 3rd place in the ladies' class on the Husky. And she's set a personal best lap, breaking into the 2:29. So she's got under the 2-minute 30 barrier. And when you're looking at her lap time, she's not far off of Leah and Kayla. And with a couple of more seconds a lap, she could be up there in the lead battle as well quite soon. Yeah, and she's top 6 overall, so that's brilliant. Coming through some back markers now, leading wise. We've got our top 3 MX3 riders in the first 3 positions. Then 4th, 5th, and 6th, our top 3 ladies. So that's brilliant by the lady riders as they come through some of the back markers there. That's by number 4, that's Sinead de Lima. That is our 4th place lady rider that Ian Topless has just got ahead of.
So big shout out to Sinead De Lima as well. Another phenomenal job from her. Some nice camera work going on the inside of the track there. Yeah. And here we go. That is fair. Oh, it's
Ferrix coming on to lap.
That's it. It's Topless leading. Ian Topless, while we've been blabbing about our top lady riders, Ian Topless has somehow got to the front end of the MX3 class. That is Topless. That is Kleinans. And that is Ferrix. What has happened?
Wow.
Take your eye off for a split second and things change. I was singing lyrical about Ian Topless, and that is why Ian Topless is at the front end of this MX3 field. I don't know what to say. Kleinans in second. Ferrix obviously has some kind of issue because he's dropped down. He made a mistake, I'm hearing, somewhere on track, and that's dropped him down to third place now. So Topless taking full advantage out of Africa. Monster Energy Yamaha machine. I mean, this is just phenomenal. They're coming to the start-finish line now. Cannabis energy drink start-finish line. There's Kleinans, second place. Does he have any answer for Topless? They come across the line. Still no last lap board, so still a couple of laps probably left in this race. But I mean, where did that come from? Ian Topless at the front of this field.
You can't write this man off, bro. Can you?
Cannot.
Classy ride from Ian Topless, and given the amount of experience and the consistency we've seen from him today, it's highly unlikely that he's going to relinquish that lead. He'll just keep hammering out those lap times. He'll keep being consistent, and you won't see the mistakes from him or issues that we've seen from Ferrix, unfortunately. So you have to wonder if that's fatigue from Ferrix or perhaps another bike problem or something like that. But we'll probably get the chance to find out from him after the race. But I'm sure Ian Topless has got a huge smile under that helmet.
Yeah, Ian Topless, and you don't want to get into a last lap battle with Ian Topless as well. I can tell you, I've seen it a couple of times where guys have tried and failed bashing bars with that man on the last lap. With Ferrix, as hard as it is for him, because we love Grant Ferrix, he's phenomenal. 2 third places opens his championship up, keeps it more exciting. Ian Topless picking up a win, puts himself straight back into the championship. So this MX3 championship is coming alive the more the season goes on. Ferrix has got a massive problem. He, again, as he did in race 1, he's cruising. I don't know if it is gearbox problems, could be some kind of mechanical, could be physical, but Ferrix is very much just settling for third place now. Double third place on the day. That'll be good championship points out of a bad situation. Take himself to the next round, still competitively in the championship. The biggest winner would have to be Kleinans with a first in race 1, a second in race 2. That's clawed himself straight back into the championship on the leader tread machine.
And look at Kleinans here, Rob. I don't think he's given up on that double win as he closes in on Ian Topless. As our riders come through
to
finish this lap, they will have 1 lap to go. Rob, who's your money on?
Oh, jeez. No, I've made 100 Rand already. I don't want to lose it. Because then, I don't know, we're going to have to put my daughter in some of my T-shirts because she won't have nappies. But, yeah, Topless, I don't know. I would always put my money on a last lap battle on Ian Topless. I think he'll make that out of Africa Yamaha very, very wide. I think he's got all the experience in the world. Kleinans has also got massive experience behind him. But in this situation, I would put my money on Ian Topless all day long.
Hard to disagree with you there, Rob. I mentioned a bit earlier that Kleinans' bike hasn't been out of shape at all throughout the races today, but I think he's going to have to get it out of shape to try and get in his first place there.
I think he has. I think, and when the win is right there, you do just find something extra. I think a rider like Kleinans will dig deep. I think he's got the mental strength, the physical energy to dig deep now and try and push. I'm sure Ian Topless is at his maximum when it comes to fitness, fatigue, mental strength, at his age, but still getting the job done. And again, I just put all my money on Ian Topless, over jumping that jump ever so slightly, but doesn't seem to hold him back too much. Coming into the second part of this lap, and Kleinans doesn't seem to be able to get close enough here, but the last part of the lap, from here onwards, you watch that leader tread machine just close onto the back end of the Out of Africa bike.
He's a wily old character, Ian Topless, and as they often say, you can't buy experience.
Ooh, back marker.
And we know Topless has tons of that. Let's see if he can put this experience to use on this back marker.
Ooh, that is the worst
Bruce
place.
Viljoen on the 44. I don't think he knows that the leaders are coming up on to lap him.
Oh, no, Kleinans made a mistake, obviously. Yeah, no, that hasn't hampered him at all. I think Kleinans, there's still quite a part of this lap left, but
yes.
I thought that was going to really hamper Ian Topless, but Kleinans, I don't think took full advantage of that at all. But from here onwards, you watch Kleinans as well. He closes that gap on Ian Topless, but I think Topless has got this.
We got 2 corners to go, and Kleinans refuses Absolutely. Excuse me, we've got about 3 corners to go, but Kleinhans refuses to give up. This isn't done yet, and we've seen Rob, he's quite strong in this section of the track. What does he have to do going into that last corner?
Old school block pass. It's got to be AMA Supercross, Ricky Carmichael versus Bubba Stewart on the inside. Stop the bike, stall the bike if you have to. Hit his kill button or do something, but this is going to be Kleinhans's last chance now, coming over this little jump. It's a little kicker into the final turn. Topless goes very defensive. There's that experience coming into play. He goes defensive. Kleinhans has nowhere else to go, and Ian Topless picks up the race 2-win ahead of Dwayne Kleinhans. Kleinhans threw everything he possibly could at Ian Topless, had no answer. Grant Frerichs will cruise over the line. That's Bruce Viljoen. We wait for Frerichs, your third place man, to cruise across the line there and pick up third. And what a brilliant ride from Topless. Here is Leah Haygate, and sure, probably got to be one of the contenders for Rider of the Day. Leah Haygate just shows you how important a start of a race is. We see it in road racing, track racing, motocross, off-road. You get a start and the whole complexion of your race will change. Leah Haygate was off the pace in race number 1 purely because her start and her first 3 laps weren't there. Kayla Raff beat her in the first 3-4 laps. Haygate got the start, got her rhythm going, has been untouched. Not only the lead of the ladies class, she's 4th overall. That is 4th overall in this combined category. And yeah, cannot say enough about this lady rider. Absolutely phenomenal.
What's so impressive with this ride from Leah Haygate is that she's done a Kayla Raff on Kayla Raff.
Yeah.
You know, textbook race, got out front, just rode a rhythm. As you can see on the live timing that she's backed off a little bit, Leah, just managing the race, and that's exactly what we saw Kayla do this morning. So what I'm excited for Leah is that this is going to give her a huge boost of confidence. You know, it's one thing to beat a rival, but when you've essentially dominated them, shown that you're a lot quicker, a lot more powerful, and you know, I think this will be then a first overall as well for Leah Haygate. So you have to believe that Kayla Raff is not going to like losing this race. She's not used to losing, and she's going to be back stronger.
Yeah, we wait for then Kayla Raff. There she is coming into the final section now. So she was well and truly beaten in that second heat. You can see she's not going to be happy across the line. Kawasaki rider number 1 plate. She still hangs on to the championship lead as far as I'm concerned, but Leah Haygate was absolutely phenomenal. Take nothing away from him. 3rd place, we wait for Jadine de Lima, and that's another phenomenal ride there for Jadine de Lima. Like you said, improving every time she gets out, and I think sooner rather than later we're going to see a 3-way battle. There's the famous Coke bottle. Just now I really do feel like an ice cold Coke. Let's go to an ad break and get ourselves a nice ice cold Coke. Join us after the break for more live racing action. Hello race fans, and welcome back to our live action from round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Championship, proudly powered by TRP distributors, Prepsol, and the rest of our associate sponsors. I hope you've enjoyed the live coverage we've brought you so far. We've now done and dusted with the MX1 class, we are done and dusted with MX3 and the ladies class, and it's now heat number 2 of the high school 125cc class. And we've got like 6.5 million people tuned in and watching this, and not one has bought us an ice cold Coke yet. I don't know what more I have to say. Go live on Facebook, tell people I want an ice cold Coke, and no one brings me an ice cold Coke. It's what does a man have to do to get an ice cold Coke? Timber.
Maybe get more predictions right, Rob. Or
hey, I got $100, eh? I got 100 rand cash. People owe me. I don't know who owes me 100 rand, but someone owes me 100 rand from my predictions so far. I dare you to predict the second race of the high school 125s. Good luck.
I would
I would bet on it, Rob, but I wouldn't bet $50. Like some guys I know over here.
It's COVID. Yeah, 50 rand's a lot of money at the moment. When do you have kids and when do you have kids and you're happily married?
Yeah,
But listen to me, happily married, eh?
I'm taking notes, Uncle Rob. Exciting race coming up here. We saw Miguel Deval in race 1 not able to make the start.
I saw him on the start line there now, yeah.
Some technical problems for him. He's going out for redemption there, Rob.
He's got to. He's in his championship. It's kind of like MotoGP now. This is you cannot afford one DNF in this championship because the guys are just not making any mistakes. The cream always rises to the top, so you've got the same guys picking up good championship points week in, week out. So Miguel Deval, to have that technical issue on his bike in the first race and not even get to the start line was a disaster for him and the Rad KTM team. But knowing Miguel Deval, knowing the mental strength and the attitude of that young man, he will come out guns a-blazing in the second. But it's a lot easier said than done. He's got Ethan Hoffman, the toy, and he's got these guys to try and battle with and get ahead of. It is not going to be an easy task. And he's got the disadvantage of not knowing the track conditions as well as these guys do.
True that. He would have last seen this track at about 8 o'clock in the morning when it was 3 degrees. And what I would really like to see in this race, Rob, I'd like to see the likes of Deval, Du Toit, or Orland getting ahead of Jonathan Malimi at the start, giving Jonathan a fight, because Jonathan, similar to his teammate Purdon, once he gets out front there, it's very, very difficult to stop this guy. Once again, the red plate on the number 1 Red Bull KTM. What do you think the other guys have to do, Rob?
Like exactly what you said, they've got to disrupt the rhythm. They cannot let Mlimi get out front and get comfortable. We saw it in the MX1 with Purdon. I think sometimes the other riders almost hand it to the guys. We saw it with Jesse Wright and David Goosen battling away, and Tristan Purdon just said, "You cool guys, you fight, I'll take the spoils and get out front and pull away." I've seen Mlimi at the front, you cannot touch him, as we saw in race 1. I've seen Mlimi when he's been pushed around a bit, given the odd little elbow, given upset rhythm, and I've seen him crumble. So they've got to put the pressure on him. That's the only way you're going to beat a guy like that, is by putting the pressure on it. I always refer to like Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez in MotoGP. If they couldn't on pace beat a rider, they would mentally beat him. Marc Marquez is the king at going out and proving points. Whether it's he's got an arm hanging off by a limb and he goes out and he just does 3 laps.
Yep.
You've got to instill that fear into your opponents, and I think that's what Tristan Purdon's done in the MX1. I think that's what Mlimi's starting to do in the high school 1-5 class. So it's up to the other riders to get in there and say, well, we cannot let this guy get comfortable. We've got to rough this guy up. Even if it's a case of the Ethan Hoffmans, the Toys and those guys working together to rough this guy up. But they can't get themselves in a situation where they find themselves handing Jonathan Mlimi the lead of the race and letting him get comfortable, because then it's just race over.
I very much agree with you there, Rob. They can't wait for the error from Malimi. They've got to force it out of him. They've got to find where he's vulnerable, wherever little that is, and try and press him on that. And I think their best chance is getting him off the start here. I also look forward to seeing Marc-Anthony Philippe in this race, Aidan Henley, Hayden Tully. We've got, Garrick Henley. Aidan Henley's a 65 rider.
65 rider, yeah.
But as you can see on screen, those gates are full. Cannabis energy drink, National Motocross, powered by TRP distributors, just bringing us the best motocross racing in this country, and probably some of the best national motorsport racing at the moment in SA, Rob.
Oh, 100%. If I look at that starting gate, there's a lot of testosterone on that start line, and it needs to somehow get into turn 1 all safe and sound. The Bridgestone corner has thrown up a few curve balls already today. Leonard Du Toit, big thumbs up there from there. Callum Merrick Broski on the 2nd of the Ridgeway Race Bar bikes. Deegan Bloomfield on the 3rd of the Ridgeway Race Bar bikes. Watch out for them. But there's the big number 1 plate, the red machine, Red Bull KTM, Jonathan Malimi. Can they rough him up into Bridgestone corner? Here we go. That big number 1, that extra weight, that extra experience, looks like it's going to pay dividend. No, around the outside. Who was that coming around?
Malimi gets tagged.
He does get tagged. That's exact. Now, this is where we're going to see a true test of Mlimi's skill. Ooh, getting caught out there. Who is that? Is that Callum Merrick Broski? I can't quite see. Is it? No, 450.
That
Luke Grundy.
Luke Grundy
unfortunately going down there, stuck under his bike as well. That was a bit of a mad start, Rob. A lot going on there.
We said it's a lot of testosterone trying to filter into two tight corners, and over the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line for the first time in anger then. Trying to see who is that. Is
Leonard
it Du Toit?
Du Toit.
It is Leonard Du Toit. Out front, here comes
Stav
on a
Orland.
Stav Orland on the inside. We saw those two battle immensely in race number 1. Orland can't quite make it stick. Then it's Ethan Hoffman. Then, I think, where is our race 1 winner? Mlimi is down in what, 4th or 5th place at the moment. Carl Townsend,
Wow.
the Cannabis Energy Drink sponsored rider, up inside the top 5. Brilliant start there for Carl.
Sorry, Rob. We got what we wanted. We wanted to see a challenge to Jonathan Malimi. He didn't get the perfect start out the gate. I saw him have a wobble going into turn 1, and as he tipped it into turn 1, he got tagged from behind. I'm not sure if that involved that incident with, that was Luke Grundy that went down. But we now have Leonard Du Toit and Stav Orland in the lead, and they both went down in race 1, so they will definitely both have a point to prove.
Leonard Du Toit's got the perfect track advantage here. I've seen Leonard Du Toit in these situations before in 85s. When he's out front like this, he can put the hammer down and he cannot be beaten. Whether he's now been able to translate that over to the 125, we're going to have to wait and see. Stav Orland there just behind him. Then it's Ethan Hoffman, and then it's Jonathan Mlimi. So it's going to be interesting to see if Mlimi can fight back and get himself into this leading battle. Having said that, with Du Toit, we know that there could be a mistake or two in the armory there of Leonard Du Toit. Stav Orland, he's looked really good in his introduction to national motocross racing this year. We saw him in race number 1, probably at stages the fastest rider on track, just couldn't quite put it together, especially after those mistakes he had early on to challenge Mlimi, but coming to the forefront. Now, another rider down.
Callan Merrick Broski.
That is Callan Merrick Broski, the 777 Ridgeway race bar bike, down, gets back up and going again, but lost so many positions.
Tough break there for Callan Merrick Broski because he was running inside the top 10. That'll promote Garrick Henley up to 9th place, as well as Deegan Bloomfield on the 94 up into the top 10. But a special mention for Kyle Townsend and Kieran Conway, who both got incredible starts on that first lap, getting up into the top 5. But I think they've now both been disposed of by Jonathan Malimi, who for sure will be going on that victory charge.
Yeah, Leonard Du Toit, fastest lap of the race at 2:10.9. Then it's Sev Orland 2:11. Those are faster than what our MX3 boys were doing a few minutes ago. So that is incredible lap time. 3rd place is Ethan Hoffman. 4th place, Jonathan Mlimi. And you said brilliant rides coming from Kieran Conway, Carl Townsend, Nathan Maybury, Blake Young, a Sunday Machunu, the problems he had in race number 1, up into 9th place there. So good ride there from a Sunday.
As we take a look at your championship leader, back to Leonard Du Toit in the lead. He looks really good at the moment, Rob.
He's looking good, and Leonard Du Toit always looks his best when he's wrestling the bike. When he looks out of shape, that's when he looks good. When a calm, mature, kind of steady looking Leonard Du Toit doesn't look natural, doesn't look fast. So Leonard Du Toit doing a brilliant job out front. And Mlimi got himself up into that 4th place, not really make any huge inroads into Ethan Hoffman, and then it looks like he's closed up quite a lot there, but it could be the camera angle that's a little bit deceiving there. Leonard Du Toit is extending that lead over Stav Orland. 3rd place, Ethan Hoffman on the Yamaha. Yamaha are desperate for a good result here today. So far, they haven't had their own way so far compared to the Husqvarna and KTM machines. There's Miguel Duval, bike 26. We knew that he's a big contender in the championship, but still learning the track. Missed out in race number 1, and you can see that's hurting him now in race number 2. Got himself up inside the top 10 now, just behind Garrick Henley. But big championship points lost here this weekend for the rare KTM sponsored rider.
Miguel Duval fighting back with his back against the wall. Unfortunately lost out in race 1, wasn't able to make the start due to technical difficulties, and I think the biggest thing, Rob, is that he lost crucial track time. This track has been very difficult today across all classes, and it's been evolving a lot as the day goes on because it was very, very wet this morning. It's starting to dry out under the Free State sun, and it's really good to see though that he's making his way through the field. He's up into the top 10 now. But I wanted to have a look again at the fight out front. I think the good thing for Jonathan Malimi in his position is that the front guys haven't gotten away. He's there in 4th place. He's right behind Ethan Hoffman. And I think the biggest thing is that he hasn't got into his rhythm yet. He's just done a 2:10.0, which is a 1.5 seconds faster than Hoffman, but crucially slower than Du Toit and Orland out front.
Yeah, Orland sitting the fastest lap of the round. Mlimi goes down. Your championship leader, number 1 plate man, a big mistake over that whoop section. I touched upon it earlier. When you upset this man, he tends to make a mistake, and that's exactly what he did. He did it at round number 1 at Terratopia, race number 2. Just didn't get the start that he wanted, got a little bit ruffled and made a mistake, crashed out. That's exactly what he's done now again. We said these guys have got to put pressure on Mlimi. They've done that, and so far he's cracked under that pressure. Du Toit out front, 209.7. Sev Orland, 209.3. So he's the fastest man on track at the moment. Ethan Hoffman there in third. Mlimi did all that hard work to close onto the back of Hoffman, but down he went, and I think he's managed to hold on to 4th place ahead of Conway and Maybury. Nathan Maybury up into 6th place. Where did he come? Miguel Deval 7th, so dropping Carl Townsend, Blake Young and Lucas Venter down. But so far, good rides there from Maybury and Miguel Deval making their way through the field.
And Rob, in race 1, we saw Du Toit and Orland come together. So it'll be crucial for them in this battle for the win that they don't cost each other time or end up going down as they did in the first heat. Do you think Orland pushes Du Toit all the way for the win, or maybe settles for 2nd place here?
I mean, I would love to put in his put board, just say, Sav, listen, safe 2nd, keep this pace, keep Du Toit honest. It's no point in challenging him right now. Last 5 minutes, pull the pin and put the hammer down and put the move on. But we are talking to young testosterone-driven young men who don't even look at that board that gets put out. The poor fathers and pit crews put these boards out that these guys, I can tell you now, don't even pay the slightest attention to. Du Toit is going flat out. I think from Du Toit's point of view, he needs to close that line, not allow Sav Orland to make any kind of move inside, outside, anywhere. I think this track has pretty much formed one definite line now, and if Du Toit can put his Ridgeway Race Park KTM in that line, Sav Orland's going to have a problem trying to make that pass. So I think Orland's in the perfect position now. I would be telling him, carry on doing what you're doing, give it another 2 laps maybe, and then put the hammer down, strike. And when you do pass Leonard Du Toit, you're not going to pass him easily. He's going to put up a fight. You're going to have to get those elbows out and try and do a proper AMA Supercross type of move.
Miguel Deval making progress. He has now made his way up to 7th place. Next up on the road for him is Nathan Maybury and Kieran Conway. And the way it's looking, Rob, I think Miguel can still bag a top 5 from this.
It's a brilliant ride, considering he had no track time this morning. He's just made his way ahead of Nathan Maybury up into 6th place. I think this is a sensational ride. 2:13.5, only running about 3 seconds off the leaders, except for the limited track time with the problems that he had in race 1, to mentally get himself back prepared after that disappointment and get out there and get up into what is now 6th place. Brilliant. Another contender for Ride of the Day. Brilliant stuff. Leonard Du Toit out front, bike number 84, Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored machine. Sav Orland in 2nd. Ooh, we got another rider down. Can't quite see who that is. 73.
Daniel Brunette has gone down in the 73, Rob. Looked like it was a collision with another rider.
Yeah, it looked like, again, just a classic crash that we've seen pretty much all day. Lost the momentum, got caught in a rut, and down he went. Luckily, it wasn't a big one. Got his bike back up and started. Leonard Du Toit through Bridgestone and FMF corner. He'll come into Aero and Ojo. There's Miguel Deval. Brilliant ride there from Mixter. Rad KTM sponsored machine there. We wait. Big airtime then. Look at this battle just behind him. This is brilliant. Nathan Maybury, Blake Young, Lucas Venter, Carl Townsend. Oh, that corner, that camera angle is so deceiving. It looks like they're just going to take each other out completely. Holding it station there is Maybury on another one of the Ridgeway Race Bar machines. About 150 million of those machines out on track at the moment. Sav Orland, he's pushing hard. Let me tell you, Leonard Du Toit is not making this easy. These two boys are on a serious turn of pace, and Orland doing everything he can to just keep Leonard Du Toit in sight. Closes up a little bit there, loses all that momentum. Now watch how much time this has lost him. He was on the tailpipe coming into that final turn. That is one. That's almost a second and a half he lost in one turn, and that's where you've got to be careful in these conditions, because you've got to line yourself up 3 corners before. We saw a couple of riders early on do it. You can't just decide that corner to make the pass. In the whoop section, you've got to line it up. And at the moment, I think Leonard Du Toit is closing those lines, not allowing Sav Orland any kind of opportunity or any kind of look to put the pass inside, outside. And Du Toit, so far, putting on a very mature ride there. Gets a little bit of out of seat there, but I think that is just part and parcel of this very hard-packed track now.
Yeah, Rob, I hope the kids were watching Cameron Durran MX1 Heat 1, because he showed us, he showed an exhibition on how to make, how to set up a pass and execute it. Rob, I have a question for you. These two look incredible out front, matching each other in lap times, and clearly the 2 fastest riders out on track by quite a margin. Who looks more stylish between the 2?
Leonard Du Toit has looked so good, but the last couple of corners just found himself looking over his shoulder to see where Orland is. And as you know, as soon as you start doing that, you break that concentration. you break that zone. People talk about the zone in motorcycle racing, and it really is. I mean, I've unfortunately only experienced it once or twice before, but when you're in that zone, nothing else matters other than the job at hand, and there's go fast and in front of you. As soon as you look behind you and almost blink, you lose that concentration, you lose that zonal kind of mentality, and I'm just worried that Leonard du Toit is going to lose that now, and Sav Orland is going to strike. And Mlimi, this is a good recovery job so far from him, crashed out of that 4th place that he's still in, lost a momentous amount of time on Ethan Hoffman, closed right back onto him and could potentially salvage a 3rd place here.
The key there for Jonathan was a quick recovery, trying his best to get the bike, get back on the bike, get going, and for his championship, you have to imagine, given the circumstances, he can't be too unhappy with the day, because it looks like he'll go 1-3 if he can make his way through on Hoffman. But we saw how loose Ethan Hoffman was getting in the first heats with those brown pants and red Garnet boots, and I can imagine he's going to get loose fighting for that 3rd place once again.
Speaking about getting loose, I think there's something that's going to explode at the front here between du Toit and Orland. I think there's something that's going to come to the floor here. I think spanners are going to be thrown in the works. I think Orland, the only way he's going to get past Leonard du Toit is by doing a hard move. So I think there is something still to play for here. I think Orland is lining it up as best as he possibly can. I think they're both on the absolute ragged edge, and I think there's going to be something's going to kick off between Leonard du Toit and Sav Orland. You can see du Toit extends that lead over there, but the final section, Sav Orland seems to just be able to close down and put himself in the mix. We wait now for our leading riders. It's a little bit further down.
That's Daniel Burnett on the 73 again on screen.
There's du Toit, yeah, coming through back markers now as well.
Coming through back markers, as you say, Rob. Orland is running out of time in this fight for the victory. About 3 minutes left in this final race for the MX high school class. And one thing I've noticed, Rob, Sav Orland does look quicker than Leonard du Toit at this moment, but I haven't really seen him actually looking for a pass or seeing a door open, because it seems like if Leonard du Toit doesn't make a mistake, looks like he can bring this one home in the lead.
Yeah, and Sav Orland has just got held up. Leonard du Toit almost getting caught up with the back marker. I was just saying Sav Orland got held up bitterly there by the back marker, and that has pretty much cost him a chance at this race. Leonard du Toit's, look at the gap that's open there now. That is just coming through the back marker. So Ridgeway Race Pass sponsored Leonard du Toit coming out the best in that situation. Sav Orland still trying to make his way ahead of some back markers. He's lost a mammoth amount of time there, and that could be the deciding factor in this race now. I think Leonard du Toit, although he's still got some back markers to try and get through, gets through them easy as pie there. So at the moment, if du Toit just keeps this going, Leonard du Toit back on the top step of National Motocross Racing.
We've got 2 minutes left in this MX High School 125cc Class Heat 2. Your race leader is Leonard du Toit on the 84. Second place is Sav Orland, ahead of Ethan Hoffman, who is under pressure from Jonathan Malini, who went down early in the race but recovered and is still running in P4. What a ride from Miguel Duval, who missed Heat 1 with technical problems. He's in 5th place, ahead of Lucas Fenton, Nathan Mayberry, Blake Young, Carl Townsend in the top 10 in P9, and Garrick Henley on the 28 completing our top 10, Rob.
Yeah, some brilliant rides all the way through there. You look a little bit further down, Bruce Romans, Wesley McMahon, Eben van Rooyen, and Kewan Conway dropping down a little bit, so not too sure what's happened there with Kewan. Cole Mayer, Luke Grundy, we saw him crash out earlier on. He's got himself back up into 18th. But Tristan Stevens, Tyler Tansino, still getting accustomed to life in the 125cc high school class. We expect a little bit more there from Tyler as the season goes on, but nothing at the moment wrong with his performance from Leonard du Toit. Coming into that section a little bit out of shape, but like I said, an out of shape Leonard du Toit is generally an unstoppable Leonard du Toit, and that is pretty much what's playing out here in race number 2. A little bit disappointed in race number 1, was in the mix for a top 3, had a couple of incidents which put him out of that top 3, but making amends for it now in race number 2. It seems like when the conditions are at their toughest, this man comes out to play and doing a phenomenal job now at the front end. Sav Orland getting hampered by those back markers again. Du Toit just looking over his shoulder. He just needs to keep focused on what's ahead, and that's in front of him. There is Mlimi.
Has he got past Hoffman is the question.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't see.
He is up to 3rd place.
Yes. Did Hoffman make a mistake, or was there a little bit of an elbow or something there from Mlimi, because Hoffman has dropped way behind the number 1 plate rider.
Ethan Hoffman lost 7 seconds on the last lap to Jonathan Malini.
Yeah, there he is coming around the outside. You're right, there he's lost So something happened there. There is either back markers or Mlimi, an overtake or something. That's unfortunate for Hoffman because Yamaha really needed that. They've been on the back foot all day, and Hoffman has tried his heart out on that Yamaha 125 YZ machine. But we know there's going to be some better days coming for Ethan Hoffman and his Yamaha. He put up a great fight here today, but unfortunately those Austrian machines just proving too good at the moment.
One thing I really like here, Rob, as we take a look at some of the lappers in this high school class, you can generally see the guys are getting lapped are quite small. And I think what's clear there is that the guys towards the back of the field most of them are probably a year or two younger than the guys up front. And you can see that transition, you know, from young boys to young men, how much bigger the guys up front, and that allows them to manhandle these 125s, especially in these big ruts. Look at Jonathan Lemy getting it sideways over there. Those really little guys at the back, I don't think they can do that yet, but you definitely know they're going to be up front in a couple of years.
Yeah, they're just going to improve, and especially watching and being exposed to the likes of Sav Orland, Leonard du Toit, and of course Mlimi, it's just going to help them in their progress. So it's great. Like we've touched upon all day, National Motocross Racing is in a very good space at the moment, and it's because of the support of all the riders, the parents, the photographers there, the video crew that we got here, like I said, Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP, Prepsol, Ridgeway Race Bar, Rad KTM, all these companies, Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna, Rockstar Energy, I mean the list goes on. And you know, it's so vital that we support the companies that support racing. I've always said it, you know, with the superbike racing, King Price Extreme sponsor Clinton Seller. My insurance is through King Price. Whether they aren't as good as My Way or our insurance, those companies aren't putting money back into my sport. So I support King Price Insurance because they support the sport I love. So please, I mean, the Ridgeway Race Bar puts their logo on this young man's bike for a reason, to get exposure, to let you know that they support local talent and local racing. Ridgeway Race Bar has about 100 bikes out there. It really is ridiculous, and it's the best place to go and watch MotoGPs on a Sunday. You can go there, spend 400 Rand or more, and you can win a brand new Honda CBR 1000 RR-R worth 400,000 Rand for spending 400 Rand on fine food, drinks, watching Brad Binder do what Brad Binder does best. I mean, Ridgeway, I'm just highlighting Ridgeway here as one of the sponsors, but there's so many. Make note of them and support those supporting local racing, because this is what we get out of it. Live streaming to Facebook, showcasing the best riders in the country. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about Leonard du Toit now, because you take over.
Yeah, you might be going into commentator's curse territory there, Rob. But Leonard du Toit coming through to start his last lap with a big lead now of, well, not that big, but of 3 seconds. That should be comfortable for him over Stav Orland. But you know, some great points there from Rob, because one thing you got to love about motorsport, especially in South Africa, is that, you know, when we all out there on track, it's every man for himself, but as soon as we're off the bikes, it's a community, and you know, we all thrive by helping each other. And once we have spectators back, we'd love to have all the viewers on our live stream come to view this racing live in the flesh. It's absolutely incredible to see what these guys, these kids, can do on these motorbikes. It's truly impressive. But as we come out to round up our racing for the MX high school class, Rob, what more can you say from this ride from Leonard du Toit?
No, it's been impressive. One thing I can say to newcomers coming to watch National Motocross: wear old clothes, wear old shoes. I've made the mistake of wearing my cool shoes and my cool clothes and then going home and having to throw it away, because you are going to get luminous brown when you come watch these boys and girls in action. This man, Leonard du Toit, flawless in race 2. Made a couple of mistakes in race 1 that I think he would have been hard on himself. He's his biggest critic. He knows he's got the talent. So many people in the paddock know he's got the talent. He just sometimes is unable to put it all together. This performance in race 2 shows the true talent, the true expression that is Leonard du Toit. The true reason why Ridgeway Race Bar went out and said, you are going to be part of our team, because they recognize the talent. And if this Leonard du Toit comes out to play more often, MX2, MX1, look over your shoulder, because this young man is coming, and he's coming with big elbows, a big mentality, and he's coming to dominate.
Indeed, Leonard du Toit running the 84, and I think a performance that Jeffrey Hurlings himself would be proud of. And you have to give a huge big ups to this rider, because he has been under pressure from the beginning from Stav Orland. Stav could not find a way through, and we saw him succumbing to mistakes, Rob, to the point where he's now gifted, well, let me not say gifted, because du Toit has been flawless, as you've said, out front. But Stav, unfortunately, a bit of his own enemy, but You have to give a huge round of applause to this young rider, Leonard du Toit, on the Ridgeway race bar bike as he comes around the last corner to take the race when Asandem Kunu there on the side of the track looks like he's got some problems with his bike, and that is the Heat 2 win for Leonard du Toit.
Brilliant stuff there from Leonard du Toit, and it hasn't been easy because there has been a lot of pressure from him from a young age. Him and his brother were the next best thing. They're going to do this, and it's not easy for these young riders to have all that hype and all that pressure, and a couple of times it's caught the riders out because we forget how young these guys are. Leonard du Toit must be 15, 16 years old doing this. It's incredible, and there's a lot of pressure in national motocross racing. So I think Leonard du Toit, as I said, just showed the true potential that he's got in that race. There was a dominant performance there from du Toit. Stav Orland is just getting better and better. It's another big name. He's showcased again what he can do. Mlimi, much respect to him. We kind of said, what could he do in a situation when his back was up against the wall? Well, his back was up against the wall. They got a terrible start, got bumped at the start of the race, then went down in the whoop section, got himself back up in the number 1 plate into 3rd place, damage limitations there. So Mlimi proving what mentality that he's got and the mental toughness there. Ethan Hoffman just off the podium there in 4th place on his Yamaha. Miguel Duval, one of the rides of the day, out of race number 1 with mechanical, didn't even do 1 lap. Saw the racetrack at 8 o'clock this morning for the last time, climbed on, and has got himself up into 5th place. Brilliant stuff. Lucas Fente in 6th and Blake Young in 7th place. Nathan Mabry in 9th place. Gary Merrick Broski, I should say now. So that is the high school 125cc class done and dusted. We're going to go to an ad break, but make sure you stay tuned for more live motocross racing action here from Phakisa Raceway. Hello and welcome back to our live action here at round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Series from Phakisa Raceway, and it's the 65cc riders heading out on their warm-up lap. They still do use the full track. As you can see, very difficult conditions for these young riders to deal with. We saw them do a brilliant job in race number 1. They really did manage the conditions to perfection. Not allowed jumping on the warm-up lap. Doesn't mean you have to drop your bike, young man. And for that is how difficult track conditions are for these young riders. They've got to keep the momentum going. If you lose momentum, look how thick those ruts are. And I saw during the lunch break, a lot of rider coaches and parents had their kids out on track and literally showing them, don't go there, don't go there. But I could see the kids' faces going, well, if I can't go there, where do I go? There are not many places for these small bikes to go. They've literally got to pick a rut and stay with it. That's going to make passing very tricky. Bradley Cox was telling me earlier on how difficult it is to pass and how proud he was of his young brother Trey Cox, who went down, was in last place and fought his way up into 4th overall in the 85cc class. So passing, we've seen throughout the day, is not an easy thing. So these little 65cc riders, you can see no jumping allowed. They can cruise over those bumps. You get any kind of airtime, COC is watching, and you will get hit with a penalty there. And they're just going to find their way through. But look at those deep ruts, even coming over the jumps, those kickers. This is testing conditions. You can see a couple of riders are going to go for that outside line to miss that first kicker. But even there is a massive rut. If we look at that shot compared to this morning shot, where those whoops were beautifully flat and rounded, compared to now, it's tricky out there. No amount of water I think now can save this track. I think it's past that point, but it's time for these 65cc riders to do battle again. And if it's anything like race number 1, which was phenomenal, in fact, if it's anything like any 65cc race, we are in for another headbanging race.
Rob, I'd like to put you in the shoes of a 65 rider for a second. You're an 8, 9, 10-year-old kid. You're staring at these giant ruts. You go down on the warm-up lap. How do you rebuild your confidence going into the race?
it's hard because you kind of go and you think, well, what did I do wrong? And I just fell over. So it's hard. Like you said, I don't think they really think much about it. It's not like us that overthinks things now at our age and after what we've been through. I think they fall over, dust themselves off, and they just want to get back onto the start line as soon as possible. I think they'll get to the start line, mom or dad will say, listen boy, you've got to just carry a bit more momentum and do something. But these riders out there just want to go have fun. They just want to go, this is why we do bike racing, is for fun. There's no, even if my lighty was racing in this, I know it's hard to say, especially if you're not in it, but I would be, boy, you go out and have fun. As long as you come back with a smile on your face, I'm happy. No amount of money, no amount of trophies can pay for a smile on your kid's face. If I look at my little kid, he doesn't want anything to do with motorbikes, but he does his dinosaurs and he does his tumbling, and he got his first trophy for tumbling the other day for doing roly-polies and stuff. Awesome. And that photo that I have of him on that podium is priceless. I couldn't care if he had won or finished last. That smile is priceless, and I think I see it a lot with his 65. I see a lot of these 65cc riders put pressure on themselves, which sometimes kills me a little bit. I see some parents putting pressure on sometimes, and I don't like keeping my mouth shut, but sometimes you do have to. But it's a very competitive environment, which is hard, I understand. But let the kids go have fun, and that fun generally turns into results most of the time.
Some wise words from, I'm going to call him Bobby Idol here next to me, not Rob Portman. That was some Bobby Idol
blast from the past
right there. But we are getting ready for the 65 Heat 2. Rob, I think we saw probably the most dominant performance of the day, besides Tristan Purdon, from Blade Tilley in race 1. He was unreal, clearing that Cannabis energy drink jump on the back wheel.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. Yeah, Dave Peterson just reminding me it's Bobby Idol, I-D-L-E.
I-D-L-E.
You like it, eh? I don't. Dave Peterson, you still owe me an ice cold Coke. So shut up and go get me my Coke, please. Blade Tilley was phenomenal. You take nothing away from the kid. That was a proper exhibition. Dave's going to buy me a lot of Cokes, he said. There was a proper exhibition on how to ride a 65cc in tough conditions. He was so good, and I think if any other 65cc rider watched the live coverage from that race 1,
like we told him to do,
I don't know if there's much. I think they would have looked at it and gone, we're not going to touch this kid because he was exceptional. Let's hope they did listen to Uncle Rob and Uncle Temba. But they've got a job on their hands. Listen, make no mistake about it. Blade Tilley was phenomenal. He can be very proud of his performance. His sponsors from VLR Racing can be very proud of that performance. But don't count out the likes of some of the other riders that were right in the mix there. And I think, again, it's all about that start. If they can ruffle up Blade Tilley the first couple of corners, we've seen Jonathan Mnimi dominated race 1 in the high school class. Didn't get the start that he wanted. 4th, managed to salvage 3rd. And that's what, if I was a parent, I'd be trying to say, okay, well, if you do want to stop him, you've got to try and get ahead of him as early as possible and ruffle him up. Do not give him clear track because you will not see the kid again.
Well said there, Rob. And, our junior riders are not quite at the levels of the likes of Tristan Purdon, because you see Purdon is unfazed by a bad start. But we saw Jonathan Malimi struggle off the start and then start making mistakes coming from behind. So that's what these 65 riders need to do. Especially you're going to be looking at Jack Pullen, who came second in race 1. He's probably got the best shot of disrupting Blade Tilley's rhythm, but we're going to get excited for this one. Once again, you can see a lot of riders, stacked field. Let's go as we are under starters orders.
Here we go, and I don't even know what the optimum line is heading into turn 1, turn 2. It's a very tricky, tight left-hander that just tightens back up on you. Jack Pullen there, bike 31. Can he disrupt the momentum there of Blade Tilley? Some dads there, you can see getting all excited as they come off the line. Look out for Trent Falsecki as well. Blake Frost, Sven Larsen, Aidan Henley. No, massive crash at the start. Bike number 44.
Daniel Brindley goes down hard at the start of the race. I told you, Rob, these kids are made out of rubber.
Shakes his hands and get going again. A couple more crashes there.
That's Cabello Ledwaba.
Yeah, bike number 305 as well. Carl Burnett taking evasive action. Oh no, a couple more. Where are you going?
Cabello Ledwaba on the 80. He went down on the warm-up lap, Rob. I actually think that's the same corner that he went down on the warm-up lap. So clearly that section of the track giving him some trouble. But look at how cautious our 65 riders are taking it on the first lap, because they all know it's going to be a really long race.
These track conditions are just treacherous. Daniel Brindley that had that crash early on, gets up, shakes his hand, and tells the guy to start his bike. I want to go again. I mean, that is, forget the Avengers, just 65cc riders are Blake Tilley out front. Look at that lead already. Jack Pullen up into second place now, just ahead of Blake Frost. So Tilley out front and comfortable. There he is at the moment, looking very, very comfortable. Bike number 125. Let's just hope a couple of those riders are okay. Just my heart stops when I see a bike bouncing like that. But to see Daniel Brindley just run straight up to the bike again, hats off, young man. You are tough as nails.
These young kids or warriors are out here, Rob, and I'm just going to take a closer look at Blake Tilley, and this is looking exactly the same as the first race. He just looks so good on that bike, so comfortable, so confident, as we see the 22 of Nicole Smith coming through there in third place.
What is Jack Pullen thinking now? I'm sure he's putting the hammer down and doing all he can, but he's just seen that lead of Blake Tilley just extend. Good ride there from bike number 51, a little bit further back. Aidan Hendley, Alex Cooper, 10 seconds, Sven Larson, Casey Tilley just behind them. Ruben Benjamin Kaywood, Christopher Brindley, Carl Burnett, Cruz Martin, Liam Parsons, Evan Frost, Riley Rochelle, Luke Krul, Bequaz Pretorius, Mika Kaywood, Carl Pino, Lebo Leguaba, recovering there a couple of spots, 21st after that little crash that he had, little crash I should say, early on. But Blake Tilley, VLR racing machine, 1, 2, it's a comfortable 2-3 second lead already that he's pulled out, and these again are completely different conditions than we saw earlier. That is bike number 448, is it?
418, Rob.
418, Cruz Martin, oh man, he was right up inside, battling for that top 10. Fortunately, one little mistake, it's literally a race again. Slow and steady will win you the race. You don't have to be the fastest rider. You've just got to get yourself to the finish.
Rob, we've seen a much better start from Jack Pullen on the number 31 motorcycle in second place. Do you think there's any possibilities that he could perhaps force Blade into a mistake or maybe chase him down?
We would hope so for a commentator's point of view to commentate. Blade Tilley did make it very boring in race 1. Other than watching him do what he does best, that's always a brilliant sight, but he made the race boring by winning by a country mile. Jack Pullen has got the pace. He showed in race number 1 there were a couple of laps where he was faster than Blade Tilley. It's the start. He's just got to get closer to Blade Tilley at the start. If he can do that, I think he'll mount more of a challenge. At the moment, he's got to keep Blade in sight. As soon as Blade is out of his shot, I think he'll just lose all that momentum, he'll lose all that drive, and I think Blade will just have this wrapped up. Blade didn't put a foot wrong in race number 1, looking smooth and good here in race number 2, but track conditions are the worst and the hardest, I should say, not worst, the hardest they've been all day, and you can see those bikes are getting kicked and skipped and smacked left, right and center. So you know, anything can happen. We've seen it throughout the day. Anything can happen.
So Blake Tilley has a 4-second lead over Jack Pullen. However, Rob, on that opening flying lap, on lap 2, Jack Pullen was only half a second slower than Blake Tilley. And if he can perhaps stabilize that gap, which it's kind of looking that way, he can gradually start to make inroads into Blade.
Yeah, you could see, I think it's Blade's dad on the sidelines there, just telling him, you've got a nice cap, keep the concentration. Do that and you've got this race done and dusted. We're going to keep watching these shots. You can see Jack keeping himself in the same shot. So he's keeping himself within striking distance. And that's all he's got to do. He's got to keep there so that every time Blade comes past his dad needs to just be saying, the pressure's on, the pressure's on. We spoke about it in all the categories earlier. You've got to keep the pressure on. There is Jack, a beautiful shot of Blade going through, Jack going through. Those are leading 2 riders through FMF and Bridgestone Corner. You can see the Ridgeway set up in the background there. There is your 3rd place man, that is Blake Frost. Lonely ride there for young Blake Frost in 3rd place. Not the same kind of pace as the 2 riders ahead of him, but miles ahead of 4th place, which is Nicole Smith. Brilliant ride there from Nicole Smith. And good ride there so far as well from Blake Frost. On the podium again on the Alfie Cox racing machine.
Excellent stuff, Rob. And I think the critical thing here for Blake Tilley is that he has to understand that he doesn't need to do any more than he's doing now. If he just keeps doing what he's doing right now to the end of the race, it's highly unlikely that Jack will be able to catch up to him. So essentially, he just needs to not make a mistake. He's got he's got track position, he's got the speed, and if there's no mistakes, it's really going to be an uphill task for Jack Pullen to close up that 4-second lead of Tilly up front, as Jack Pullen is 0.7 faster than Blade Tilly on the last lap, Rob.
And it's so weird because you can't see it on these small bikes at 0.7, but Jack Pullen getting the job done, sending the fast lap after fast lap, keeping that pressure on. That's what he's got to do, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. So this man, Blade Tilly, you can see he's got to do that. He's got to keep Blade thinking, wanting to look over his shoulder and keep Blade on his toes. Whether Blade's going to make the mistake or not, we don't know, but all Jack can do now is just keep the pressure on. And that's what he's doing by sending that fastest lap, by Blade looking over his shoulder, seeing that Jake would have closed that gap. That'll get Blade thinking. You've got to keep this man on his toes and thinking, because after race 1, he clearly loves track conditions no matter how they are. And at the moment, we're going to wait for this shot. This is the shot we saw a lap ago. This will give us a good shot to see how that lead has come down or extended. Okay, there we go. So there is... Yeah, he's extended that lead.
Where is Jack
No, where
Pullen?
is Jack Pullen? Jack Pullen has fallen off the face of the earth at the moment. He was 0.7 faster, but has he made a mistake somewhere out on track? Because he wasn't even in the same shot.
Yellow
Double
flags
yellow
waving.
and
The white flag with the red cross.
that could be, yeah, that could be track conditions have changed. It could be a bike in the middle, rider in the way, could be the medic coming.
We really hope that is not Jack Pullen, our second place rider, who had just set the fastest lap of the race and taken out almost a second out of our race leader, Blade Tilly, who, that was the first time today that anyone's really gone faster than him at any point of the day. But it now looks like a comfortable ride home for Blade Tilly, because he is on his own up front. If Jack Pullen has gone down, that will promote Blake Frost up to second place and Nicole Smith into a podium place. As we take another look at Blade Tilly out front, I just love the style of this young rider. The most impressive thing I think you can do on a motorcycle is win a race and make it look easy at the same time.
I saw a lot of people commenting during the lunch break about this young man, Blade Tilly, and yeah, all those comments are warranted. This guy looks like the next best thing. He looks like he's got it. He looks like he's got the mentality. It looks like he's got the ultimate package at the moment from the display that's put on now. That there's the yellow flags, and I think that could be, unfortunately, Jack Pullen involved in that incident. We're going to try and see there. We can't really see anything. So unfortunately, I think that is Jack Pullen out of the race, and this man, Blade Tilly, is left out front to just do what he does best and just looks so good at doing it. He really does. Makes easy work of the back markers, makes those whoop sections look so easy. Standing up on the pegs, absorbing all of it with his legs, letting the bike do the work beneath him. I mean, that is a little 65cc bike, and he's tripling and doubling jumps. He's hitting whoop sections. Yeah, I don't know what more to say about that young man, really.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a look at some of our other riders in this field, because it's been an unreal ride from Blade Tilly. I can see on our live timing, Rob, that Jack Pullen's name is definitely dropping down the timing sheet, which means he has a problem. Blake Frost is now in second place on the 29, ahead of Nicole Smith on the Husky, who sits in third place. Aiden Henley on the Yamaha, number 51 Yamaha, is in fourth place, ahead of Trent Valsecki, who is currently in the top 5, who'd be quite chuffed with the result. Sven Larsen, Alex Cooper, Christopher Brinley, Evan Frost in 9th place, and Casey Tilly make up our top 10.
Let's see, Blade Tilly's dad has, I think, gone and found himself a nice comfy seat, because his son doesn't need any kind of motivation on the sidelines. He's getting the job done here to perfection, is young Blade Tilly. Just love the confidence of this man. He comes over that section and he just does a stand-up wheelie, gets on the pegs, hits the ruts perfectly. Look at that, standing up perfectly. He's turning that bike wherever he wants it, making easy work of the back markers. This kid is on fire at the moment, so brilliant stuff done from him. A little bit further back here, Jack Pullen's name unfortunately dropping down the timing monitors. Let's hope that he's okay.
We've got a battle here, Rob. Aiden Henley, Nicole Smith, and Trent Valsecki. Those are podium positions that they're battling up. That's for P3. Aiden Henley now making his way up into P3.
Trent Valsecki seems to do this quite a lot. Race 1 doesn't quite have a good race. He kind of just needs to get race 1 out of the way. Race 2, he just seems to step it up somehow. He was nowhere near the top 5 in race 1. There he is. Again, just shows you the start. Race 1 didn't get the start, was down in 15th, 16th place. Put himself in a good position now, and now he's running up inside the top 5. So it's one of the key things, if you could tell any rider, is get your start. Your start sets the outcome of your race. You can win or lose your race really at the start. And a lot of riders, if they can just get that going, being the exception of Mr. Tristan Purden, who just doesn't listen to anything anyone has to say about getting a good start. But especially in his smaller classes, I love that. You see Blade Tilly, full respect there for the the yellow flag there, not jumping that jump with the yellow flag there. So listening to the marshals, paying attention, which is brilliant stuff.
Rob, looking further down our field, I'm quite impressed with the recovery ride here from Kabelo Ledwaba on the 80. If you remember, he crashed on the first lap and the warm-up lap, still managing to get his gas up into the top 10. As you take a look further down, there Cruz Martin, Kyle Brunette, Liam Carstens, Ruben Benjamin Kaywood, Riley Rocha, Daniel Brindley, Luke Kroll, Minky Kaywood and Connor Munro complete our top 20. Blake Tilly continues to be your race leader out front. He's got a very, very healthy 15 seconds over Blake Frost, who in turn has a very, very healthy 17 seconds over Aiden Henley, who does not have a healthy lead over Nicole Smith and Trent Valsetti.
No, he definitely doesn't. Just looking again, Jake van Square was on the entry list, didn't make it out in race 1 or race 2 now. Not too sure if he's saving himself because he's literally back-to-back with the 85s. Pretty much just with the 50cc separating them in between. So maybe focusing his attention onto the 85cc class, maybe. But Jake van Square would have certainly been a big contender in this category. Whether he would have been able to touch Blade Tilly out front, we don't know. But at the moment, the podium is that man, Blade Tilly, at the top step of it. And you can see he slowed his pace down, right down, because he's running 2 seconds slower than Blake Frost in second. Aiden Henley just set his personal best there at 2:40.1. Nicole Smith just outside that podium, going to try and fight his way back in there. Falsecki, Larson, Cooper, Brindley, Evan Frost, and like I said, Cabello. A brilliant recovery ride there from him. 124, bike number 124 in shot there. That's Liam Carstens. Again, looking nice, standing on the pegs, doing everything right. Just going to look at those ruts. It's like pick a line and you cannot deceive from that line, because you will get caught out by these double ruts, these thick ruts that have now formed. And unfortunately, I'm not too sure what caught out Jack Pullen, our early contender, but he has been put out of this race and put out of contention for a top 3 overall.
And Rob, how incredible is it to see these little kids challenging the exact same racetrack that our MX1 and MX2 superstars challenge? And when you look at some of the juniors coming through in the 85 Pro Minis and high school class, it's no surprise these kids are doing so well, because they're learning at the highest level from less than 10 years old already.
That's incredible. We saw earlier on some of the younger kids sliding into turns, backing it in, tucking the front to get a turn. Blake Tilly, watching him as well, just hitting every single jump, not scared, putting the bike where he wants it. Just makes it look so easy. It really is. Not allowed to jump on the yellow flag, of course. That is why he slowed down his pace there. But just this kid just looks so good. I mean, and this is him. This is a youngster. When this kid starts maturing, then how fast is he going to be? And that's what we've seen all the way through. The Neil van der Vyfers, the Jordan van Wyks, they've all come from where Blake Tilly is coming from now. And the crop just seems to be coming in National Motocross, which, again, we're going to say it for the 100th time today. National Motocross is in a very, very good space.
Indeed, Rob, indeed. Really enjoying this racing out here. If you're just joining us, welcome to round 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Racing, powered by TRP Distributors. We are watching Heat 2 of the 65cc class. Blake Tilly out front. No surprises there. He's going for the double win. He's on his second last lap, and he'll have a lap to go after this, as we take a look at Kabelo Ledwaba, who we of course mentioned went down on the warm-up lap, went down on the first lap, somehow has dragged that gas back into the top 10. He of course is a rider coming up from the 50cc class last year, and it's really awesome to see the progression of these youngsters, and that there's so many classes from them to progressively graduate there. I mean, sometimes for us in superbikes we have to jump from a 150 to a 600 or something crazy like that, but these kids have a 50, a 65, 85, and as they grow in maturity, the bikes they ride are growing, and that's why you see in something like the high school class there's 30 of the fastest teenagers in the country out there.
But they've got the platform. National Motocross, South African National Motocross has put on the perfect platform in it, and this live Facebook is giving them the coverage they deserve. I remember being a youngster coming through road racing, we had no coverage. There was no way to showcase yourself. You went to sponsors, with a written piece of paper and a cutout from your local school paper to try and get sponsorships. These kids, they can go home now. The moms and dads can take this video footage of Blade Tilly at his finest and go to a sponsor and say, there, I don't have to type up anything. There is the proof in the pudding that this kid has got talent. Give me money. And that is the beauty of this. You know, like I said, this live Facebook, it's there forever.
All around the world.
All around the world, they have access to it. And we just got to hope that the likes of DSTV, Nivea for Men, Colgate, you know, all these companies, Coca-Cola, that we, nice, now I really feel like I was called Coca-Cola. You know, hope that they see these youngsters and start putting money behind them. If I look at the VR46 Academy, they've got Sky. That's our DSTV. Why don't we have a Brad Binder with a DSTV stick on, a Darren Binder, you know, some of these youngsters? We've got to start looking after these youngsters, because otherwise we're going to lose them to who knows what because of lack of funding or just not being able to do it anymore. You've got to get behind these young riders. And what National Motocross are doing at the moment with this platform, like you said, is brilliant, because unfortunately on the road racing side we can't really speak as positively as we can about the National Motocross, which is very sad.
That's so true, Rob. I think there's a lot of racing series in the country and in the continents that could take some notes from our National Motocross racing. South Africa is rich in talent, Rob, especially when it comes to motorsport. And no better example of that right now than our youngster Blade Tilly, who's on the last lap of Heat 2 of the 65cc class. No one has really seen which way he went. Jack Pullen really did his best to have a go at it, but unfortunately he's now out of this race with the DNF as we watch Blade Tilly taking his time, getting through the back markers. And again, Rob, besides Tristan Purden, I'm not sure anyone else has enjoyed riding their motorcycle more than this young kid today.
Yeah, and this young kid, I'm sure the likes of Fred Fincham, Francisca from KTM, the Yamaha team, they're all going to be looking at this kid and thinking, well, let's get him signed up now, because he's can't even say he's a star of the future, he's a current star. Doing this is absolutely spectacular, making his way through the last couple of back markers, and in a couple of turns time he will come across the start-finish line, the Cannabis Energy Drink start-finish line, and pick up a double win for the day. Look at that, he's just able to adjust his line, not phased, not rushing to get ahead of the back marker, being mature, being patient. There we go. As I
takes down the back marker.
Hey, Temba, you carry on talking. I'm not going to say anything for the rest of the day now.
Oh, that's a shame there for another. Two back markers get caught up.
Blade, why did you do that to me?
Yeah, we're not going to speak too much on that shame.
Oh, shame.
Oh, those teammates, Rob, they look like some identical.
They look very identical.
We take a look at Trent Valsecchi on the 110. But congrats to Blade Tilly. What a ride from this youngster. Another impressive thing, Rob, with this kid, he's not one of the biggest riders out there. He's quite small in stature, but his bike control, second to none. Look at him clearing that section on the back wheel. I'm not sure if you and I could do that, Rob, but maybe we should be taking some lessons from the youngsters coming into the day.
Yeah, no, listen, checkered flag is out, and Blade Tilly, I would not even get onto a racetrack with Blade Tilly on a 450 machine, never mind on a little 65. Exceptional ride there, other than that little mishap taking the back marker out on the final lap of the second heat, but a brilliant job there nonetheless from Blade Tilly. Break Frost, well done, young man. Hands up to you there in second place. Aidan Henry will pick up third. We're going to wait for them to come across the line. Nickel Smith, a brilliant fourth, if you can hang on to that, ahead of Sven Larsen, Trent Valsecchi, Alex Cooper, Christopher Brindley, Evan Frost, Cabello Ledwaba holding out that top 10. So that is the 65cc race done and dusted as the rest of the riders come over the start-finish line. Our wishes are with Jack Pullen. We'll try and find out and get some information to see if he is okay after that crash, which I'm pretty sure it was him. We couldn't quite see, but his name tumbling down, the timing monitor pretty much told us that. Here's still a couple of riders battling out for some positions further down. Bike number 42.
This is Christopher Brindley at the back end of the top 10 in a battle with Evan Frost and Cabello Ledwaba for that P10.
Yeah, so still some racing to get sorted out on track. Good ride there from Brindley. It was an all-action start to this second heat of the 65s. A couple of riders getting caught out. And good to see that so far they've all managed to pull through. Checkered flag time then comes out for our riders a little bit further back. Great shot of the Phakisa MX track there. Beautiful shot. Very well supported. All the teams in full flight. I love that out of Africa. Monster Energy truck there really is brilliant to see. But stick around. I think it's 50cc racing coming up after the break. Welcome back, live Facebook land, to round number 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Championship. I hope you've enjoyed all the live coverage we've brought you so far. It's been a long, hectic day of racing. You can see the track is just being torn up left, right and centre. These little 50cc riders will do the short track now. They don't take on the big long track that all the other categories take on. But we saw a lot of carnage in the first heat of the little small bikes. They'll go out on, I think they get 2 warm-up laps, these young little 50cc riders. Brody Bircher, I should say, going through there. I saw Brett, the famous Brett Bircher, with Brody walking around the track during the lunch break, and again just showing him, this is where you need to go, this is what you need to do. So that kind of information is vital to these young riders. And let's see, are they all going to make it through safe and sound on the warm-up lap? Looks like they are. Kretsman there, the race 1 winner, your champion, number 1 plate. Oh, yellow flag. So one rider has gone down on that first little section. You can see they just cut across the track there, and then they come back through here. It's a much shortened track for these young 50cc riders. But it's been brilliant to see these little young superstars in action, boys and girls, that we got competing in the 50cc class. Kretsman was the man to beat, and once he got out front, just put the hammer down and extended that lead. It didn't come easy though, and we're going to have to wait and see if he can get it sorted out in race number 1. I think Maxwell Fourie, Temba, I think Maxwell Fourie, if he can get his start sorted, I think he can put himself in the mix for the winner.
I agree there, Rob, because we saw in race 1 Brody Bircher and Kretsman fighting it out for the lead, but it didn't really come down to pace or mistakes. It just came down to back markers. And Kretsman, your reigning 50cc champion, he simply had the best strategy because he's first stalked Bircher, watched Bircher go through the back markers, watched some of his lines, and he pounced quite late. So I think Maxwell Fourie, if he can get up in that fight, he can definitely get in the mix.
Yeah, and Brody Bircher did nothing wrong in that first heat. Was sliding the bike beautifully, like flat track style, tucking the front end to get it turned. He really was inch perfect around this corner specifically. The one lap, he literally left half a meter open on the inside. Kretsman saw that half a meter, took full advantage, and that's how he won the race. So I think Brett would have said, listen, you, with a guy like Kretsman on track, you cannot leave those little gaps. You've got to force him to the uncomfortable line, which there is now. And that's what I think, again, if I was telling one of the youngsters what to do, listen to Uncle Rob, remember. I would be saying, you've got to force your opponent to the uncomfortable side. There's an uncomfortable line there. Don't let him have his own way. If he wants to pass you, he must do it the long way round. So we're gonna wait and see if Brody Bircher can take all that information that his father Brett has given to him and put it into practice here, because I felt so sorry for him, because led the race, was setting brilliant lap times, didn't put a foot wrong. It was for one little piece of brilliance actually by Kretsman to see that gap and take full advantage of it that lost Brody the race. But I think Brody will come back in full force, and I think we're going to have a proper race battle on our hands once again. And let's hope the likes of Maxwell Fourie can throw his name in as well.
It was a classic block pass from Kretsman to get the win ahead of Brody Bircher. Once again, as you can see, one of our biggest fields on the day here. I think there's over 30 bikes in this field, Rob. That is absolutely incredible, given the state of the economy, the world in general, with the global pandemic. Racing has suffered a lot, but clearly national motocross is on the up. It's thriving, and the most important class you'd want to see with a full grid is the 50cc class, because this is the future of our sport.
Yeah, 100%. And like I said, it's phenomenal to see, and it's all a big thanks to all the sponsors that you see around the track. Bridgestone, Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP, Husqvarna, Pro Taper. They all put their money and their brands behind this to make it the success it is. So get out there and support the brands that you're seeing on this live feed, because without them there simply is no racing, and this is the future. And we've got to look after the riders from this level and regional level. We've got to look after them, because if we don't, we're going to find ourselves potentially in a superbike racing scene where there really is no national superbike, unfortunately. And it's not through lack of trying or talent, it's just wasn't looked after at a point where it needed to be. But national motocross getting the job done, running it superbly. This is the best numbers in the toughest times. We're seeing the best numbers, so they're doing something right. And I think it's brilliant to see youngsters wanting to climb on bikes. I think that's the important thing. They're so easy to get caught up in soccer, PlayStation, like my lighty dinosaurs.
Yeah.
But it's brilliant to see that young guys still want to climb on motorbikes and ride them, and parents want to back their kids and support them as much as possible.
It's excellent. To our viewers at home, if you have young kids and you're interested in getting them in motorcycle riding, I promise you it's one of the best things you can ever do for your child. Beyond the fun you'll have and memories you'll make, it really helps these kids grow up into better people. And we're going to see some of our best 50cc talents. They are now behind the gate. Can Trenton Krensman make it the double, Rob? We are under starting orders.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's a very tricky opening section, especially the track with the way it is now. I just hope that all these riders can make their way through. Fingers crossed. Start gates are down. Let's get going. You can see moms and dads jumping up and down for joy in the background there. Who is going to get that all-important hot shot? Does look like Brody Bircher. Had the prime line on the inside. Kretsman up into about, what's that, third or fourth place potentially. A couple of riders going the long way around. That's a very good option not to get bottlenecked here. You can see that, lose that momentum. That's what happens. But at the moment, is that Brody? Yeah, that is Brody Bircher. I just got new kit on for race number 2. And that's what he needs to do. He needs to get out front, do exactly what he did in race 1. Kretsman already made himself up into second place there. So Brody Bircher, don't get phased by that. Get your head down, close those lines, and force Christopher Kretsman to try and make the move on the outside. Trenton Kretsman, sorry.
And like you mentioned, Rob, Maxwell Fourie did get the start. You saw him right behind Trenton Krensman there on the first lap, but it's going to be absolutely critical for Maxwell Fourie to dig into Trenton Krensman and go with him, because one thing you know for sure is that it's quite likely that Trenton will get back to the back wheel of Brody Bircher as we see our riders coming to the last corner. Lovely block pass up the inside there. I'm not sure who that was, but he went up the inside of rider 460, I believe is Xavier Victor. But we take a look at Brody Bircher. I'm pretty sure Brett's a proud dad watching out there, Rob.
Oh, you got to be. I think all the parents watching there, all the kids out there must be very proud. I'm very proud of all these kids, and I've only met a handful of them. It's awesome to watch these young kids in action. It really is. It's, you know, it pulls at the heartstrings watching this, because we've been involved in it for so long. It's been a tough time, of not only during COVID, even before that. It's been tough on the motorcycle industry in general. But to see this and to see so many youngsters getting into the sport, like you said, it's a sport we love, it's a sport we grew up on, and it teaches you so much, so many life skills that I've learned from motorcycle racing. And yeah, I just want to see these kids get off safe and sound, go home tonight. You know what I love about these kids? They rock up to the track at 4 in the morning in their motocross kit.
Yep.
They leave in their motocross kit, and their parents are like, you can get changed now, the racing's over. That's cool, I'm going to stay in my... I remember when I was young, I didn't take my kit off. I kept it on until Monday school. Went to school on Monday in my kit. Went and got my trophy in the hall and just showed my chick my scratch levers from scratching. Chicks love bikers. Don't ever forget that. You know what I mean?
Indeed, Rob, indeed. And, you know, one amazing thing for these kids is that, you know, we've both raced as youngsters. And when these kids grow up, they will remember these are some of the best memories of their lives, because, you know, we call this the grassroots racing, and very little pressure on these kids. They are 99% encouraged to have fun, and it's just awesome to see. Great sportsmanship from these youngsters as well. As we see Aiden Retief coming through there on the 42. He didn't get the best start, but we know Aiden has good pace, and he's currently faster than Maxwell Fourie ahead of him. So Aiden will be on a charge for the podium. He's got Ross McKenzie behind him, Dale First in P6, Casper van Sale in 7, Luke van As 8 ahead of Raiden Walls. Difficult round for Raiden this weekend, Rob. He looked a lot stronger at PE.
Yeah, he's a little bit off the pace there. Quade Walker, bike number 21, unfortunately just making a mistake. They're getting stuck in the way of our leading riders. Both riders are able to get around there. So Brody Bircher, you see, already coming in between that lap traffic, and that's what hampered him in race number 1. Looks like he got through there. Okay, looks like Kretsman maybe got held up. Yes, he did, but held up by those back markers that they just got through now. So you can see there's two worlds of pace here. There's these boys out front setting lap record. Look at this. Watch us slide it in, tuck the front, get it turned. I mean, that is spectacular to watch from a 8, 9-year-old rider, having the skill to know it's a tight corner, to slide the rear end in, to square the corner off, trust his ability and the bike enough to tuck the front, get on the gas and pick it up. I mean, it's incredible. What are these kids going to be doing? And that's what you're seeing in MotoGP with the Quattararos and that coming. And people say Rossi's over in that. It's not. It's just that the level has been taken. Where is Brody Bircher going to be in 5 years' time? Can you imagine the stuff that he's going to be doing on the bikes that are going to be available to him? I mean, these little 50s. That's a super bike from 5 years ago.
I'm not sure if I'd go that far, Rob, but let's take a moment to appreciate that our race leaders are overlapping riders on the 3rd lap of the race. That is absolutely crazy, but as Rob has mentioned here, Brody Bircher and Trenton Krensman in a complete world of their own at the moment. The likes of Aiden Retief and Maxwell Fourie will be looking to pick up their pace and close down the gap to the leaders at round 4. However, in this battle for the lead, we see an identical repeat, Rob, of race 1. Brody Bircher getting the start, Trenton Krensman working his way up to the back of Bircher. Now, the question is, will Krensman try and get ahead of Bircher and duck early, or be patient and wait for the opportunity to make the pass like he did in race 2? In race 1, excuse me.
Yeah, he's got one thing on his mind, and that is get in front of Brody Bircher and win this race by 100 seconds. I think all these youngsters, that's what they have in their mind. Krensman looks like he's got the extra speed. When he gets held up by a back marker, he's able to close that gap almost at will. Brody Bircher's doing a fantastic job to just hit every line. I think he's listened to his dad. He's not making any mistakes. He's closing the line, not allowing Trenton Krensman any kind of space to potentially look at a move again. Just hit those lines. Force Krensman to the outside, force him to the uncomfortable part of the track where he could potentially make a mistake, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. There, you've got to close that line. You see, again, on the inside, Brody Bircher left that much space, opened the gap, and Krensman now takes the lead. So, a little bit of a mistake there from Brody Bircher. Take nothing away from him. It wasn't really a mistake. It was just Krensman taking advantage of a tiny gap that was available.
I think one thing that's, in a weird way, hurt Bircher with getting such great starts is that he hasn't really had a lot of time to have a look at the back wheel of Krensman and study him. Krensman has spent a lot of laps as we take a look at Kendrick Kroll on the 72 as our leaders come through. But I like what I'm seeing here, Rob. Brody Bircher's not letting Krensman get away. And as we know, with the back markers, anything can happen and a door can always open for Bircher to get back in the lead.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. He's going to try and keep himself on the back wheel. Where Krensman goes to overtake back markers, Brody Bircher's got to try and go. And he's already lost quite a big toe there already. So unfortunately, Brody Bircher getting hampered a bit by those back markers. But the beauty of watching these two riders is this is in the 50cc class. We're going to see these kids in the 65cc class next year and bring their talents there. So there's this endless pool. It's like this factory of just talent coming through national motocross riders here. Looking further back, Maxwell Fourie holding down third place. Quite comfortable at the moment though, but he can't rest on his laurels too much. Aiden Retief is coming. There's Krensman. You can see back markers are thick and fast coming through. They're just trying to see, is he going to make it? Tries to go on the inside there. Where's Bircher? There comes Bircher. So still pretty much close together, but Krensman making his way through the back markers a little bit easier than Brody Bircher. Casper van Zyl holding down 5th. Raiden Wools in 6th. Ross McKenzie, Luke van As, and then Joshua Peters Newman. Dale Förster, Ricky Kotze and Lo Rademeyer in 12th place there, a little bit further back. Back to the front of our riders. Brody Bircher still trying to make his way through the back markers. Did a good job there. He's got to just keep his composure. It must be so hard for him. He must get so frustrated under that helmet, but just try and keep your composure and just put the pressure on, keep the pressure on and hope that Krensman makes a mistake. But seeing Krensman not only this year so far, but in his entire career, doesn't seem to make mistakes easily.
Trenton showing why the number 1 plate is on the front of that bike. You know, I think the only thing that Brody Bircher can really improve on is his race management as we see him get back to the back wheel of Trenton. The only difference I've noticed today, Rob, because they basically evenly matched on pace, is that when Trent is making passes on his competitors and back markers, he seems a little bit sure of himself. But here we go. We love to see that from Brody Bircher. I think I can hear his dad Brett shouting in the background, and Bircher goes down.
Oh, unfortunately, a little bit too much front brake, too much lean angle, tuck the front in. Oh man, commentator's curious. You got to shut up now because now you the commentator. I was it earlier. That is such bad luck because you want to pat the guy on the back for the move that he just put. Oh, another rider down. That's one of the back markers, 91. Let's have a look who that is. A little bit further.
Kaylin Oosthuizen.
Kaylin, that's 13th place that they're lapping up to already. So Kaylin, the lady rider, look at that. Ponytail flapping out the back, gets up, dusts herself off and gets back on the bike.
Made of rubber.
Yeah, made of rubber. Look at this. There's Bircher. There's
Brody Bircher is a
He
man
hasn't
on
lost
a mission.
anything. He has not lost anything. Such a pity because, like I said, you want to applaud him for that move he put on Krensman, and then just tuck in the front was such bad luck. But he's picked it up and he's going again. That is the best thing he can do. And he's seen that he can catch up to Krensman and make that move. Krensman looks over his shoulder and he'll also be getting a little bit frustrated with the back markers, but that's bringing Brody Bircher right back into the mix. There he is. This race is far from over.
you have to give kudos to Trenton Krensman, because the reason why he's leading this race at the moment is that he's been patient. The tiniest bit more patient than Brody Bircher, but what I love that I'm seeing here is you can see Brody's learning and adapting as the race goes on, and at the moment he's matching Trent. Time running out for Brody to get to the back wheel of Trent. There's 2 minutes left in this moto. Our race leaders are Trenton Krensman and Brody Bircher. Maxwell Fourie is still in a comfortable P3 with a 8-second lead over Aiden Retief. Casper van Sales made his way up to 5th place. Improvement from Raiden Wools on the 345, who's come up to 6th place. Ahead of Luke van As, Joshua Peters Newman, Dale Furster and Lo Rademeyer completing the top 10. At this moment, Rob, Brody Bircher, I think the only option is Purdon mode, full send.
He's got to go full send. He's got to hope that some back markers get in the way of bike number 1, this man Kretsman. You see a couple of, wow, that's national motocross racing for you. There's a parent standing in the middle of the track. If that happens in superbike racing, you get shot. They've got snipers up in the control tower and they just shoot you. But here at National Motocross, you can just do that. I love it. And that's why we get such amazing pictures here at National Motocross, because the photographers literally climb on the back of the riders. You can see them there with yellow bibs. That is how close. Oh, another rider going down. Look at this bottleneck. Brody Bircher's got to take advantage of this. He's got to get and go. That's exactly what he's done. So Brody Bircher keeping himself in the mix of this race. Brilliant stuff from our 2 leading riders.
1 minute and 20 seconds left in this moto. It's a game of pick a line at the moment, Rob. It's not even about speed or who's got the pace. It's just who can deal with the back markers. But these young riders will definitely be getting some amazing experience from this in the future, because it's not really a normal situation. I mean, you do see this sometimes in Supercross and really short circuits. You know, leaders overlapping the field up to P5, P6. But I don't think I've ever seen something like this before, where the front 2 are just so far ahead of the rest of the field, Rob.
Well, me as a parent, I would love these conditions and these elements being thrown to the likes of Krensman and Bircher. You want to come to race and you want to learn. At national level, it's about learning what's going to be thrown at you. You've got to adapt, and they've had to adapt, and they're doing it brilliantly, which is another tick in the box of the learning curve that is motorcycle racing. And that is why we come here, bike 21 with problems, unable to get that bike started. It's a little bit further down there. That is Quade Walker, unfortunately having some problems in this race. But both Kretsman and Brody Bircher, hats off. They have dealt with everything that's been thrown at them, and they are making it work. And that's what me as a parent, me as a fan, I would watch this and go, are they learning? Yes. Are they adapting? Yes. Are they dealing with it? Yes, they are. And they're taking the elements and they're working with it. And sensational racing once again from these guys.
I have to say, Rob, a huge credit to Brody Bircher and Trent Krensman, who've given us amazing entertainment this afternoon. I mean, these are the types of battles that you see from the likes of Stewart and Reed, you know, or Webb and Roxon, and you can see Trenton Krensman, he's not even racing forward anymore. He's just keeping an eye on Brody Bircher every time he goes into a corner to make sure that he's blocked off that inside line, that there's no way through for Brody, because these guys have had quite the job on their hands. I mean, besides the track conditions and some of the insane ruts that these 50s are having to tackle, they're finding parents in ruts, they're finding back markers in ruts. You know, huge credit to these riders, Rob.
No, it really is. I feel like leaving the commentary booth, giving both these guys a big hug, because it's been sensational. They put on such a show, like I said, at such a young age. The bike skill that they've shown, sliding it in, it's just been brilliant. Last lap time, Kretsman looks like he's got this done and dusted. Brody Bircher has put up a mammoth fight. I think Brett and everyone involved, the whole Alfie Cox racing team, will really be impressed with the performance that their rider Brody Bircher has put on. This man, Kretsman, has proved once again why he's got that #1 plate on his bike to the checkered flag. Here we go, Kretsman, a little power wheelie over the line. Well done to Kretsman. Brody Bircher in 2nd place, and like I said, there's quite a gap until our 3rd place rider, almost 38 seconds behind. So our top 2 riders, I think, lapped almost up till about 8th or 9th place, even 8th or even 7th or 6th place there. That is the difference in skill level at the moment between those 2 riders out front. Maxwell Fourie should be coming across the line any second now in 3rd place, ahead of Aiden Retief. Casper van Sales just behind them. Raiden Wools a little bit off the pace here this weekend. Let's hope he can recover for the next round. Luke van As with a good ride up into 7th place, ahead of Dale Furster, Joshua Peters Newman, Lo Rademeyer and Ricky Cortes still trying to sort themselves out on this very
Kendra Curl getting it sideways, keeps the bike going. One more thing there, Rob. Trenton Krensman and Brody Bircher. Brody Bircher with his personal best lap on the very last lap in the middle of traffic. Trenton Krensman only 1/10 of a lap off of the fastest lap of the race. Just a different level from these guys, and eventually a 46 second gap over third place.
Yeah, they were in a league of their own today. There's no doubt about that. Kretzmann and Brody Bircher just showing off immense talent there. So a brilliant way to end off the racing for the 50cc action. Remember, we've still got the 85 Pro Minis and MX2 coming up after the break. Welcome back to the live action of our national motocross here, powered by Cannabis Energy Drink and TRP with Prepsol. And I'm an emotional guy, Temba, and I just saw a 6-year-old Campbell Dupree push his bike across the start-finish line, and his dad grab him and give him a big hug. I want to go home and hug my baby. I want to go home and hug my babies. That is what national motocross is all about. I mean, I know that family very close. I've watched Campbell Dupree. I spoke about it earlier. 6 years old, clearly a problem or something, to push your bike across the line just to finish, and then your dad to be there. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about.
That's true grit, Rob.
Yeah.
True character. You know, you not often, but you see it once in a while at World Championship level, where guys are fighting for a lot of money for World Championships, but passion and pride, yeah, from a little 6-year-old, especially when, you told me the story of Campbell from where it all began. Incredible to see that from that young rider. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross here at Phakisa Freeway MX Park, powered by TRP distributors. You can see on screen now the 85 class and Pro Minis going for their sighting lap. We had quite an entertaining race here in race 1, Rob. A lot of contenders in this class, an incredibly stacked field, but it was that man, my man who I backed pre-race, Neil van der Favor, who came out with the W in race 1.
Yeah, and the rest of the field will be looking at that and going, that is not a good thing. A confident Neil van der Favor is a fast Neil van der Favor, is an unstoppable Neil van der Favor, and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team, that is the rider that they signed in race 1, and it's going to be one hell of a job for them to try and beat that young man in the second heat. It's going to be, we saw race 1 was absolutely epic. I think race 2 is going to be pretty much the same. Watch out for Trey Cox. We spoke about him. I put my 50 Rand on him. I won 50 Rand for the whole shot. Fortunately got caught up in an incident in turn 1, went all the way to the back end of the field to last place. That's 26th or 27th place. I said, oh man, best he can maybe get to 7th or 8th.
Yeah.
Checkered flag came out, the kid finished in 4th place. I saw Bradley Cox during the breaks, and he said to me, I couldn't believe it. I also said 7th or 8th, and when I saw the kid in 4th place, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So watch out for Trey Cox. I think he's got some unfinished business to do. Jordan van Wyk, we saw the pace that he had, unfortunately made a mistake that cost him. So there's some big names. I'm not gonna use my money in this race because I need petrol to get home.
Save it, Rob. I think you want to get home with the ice cream. Well, not an ice cream, you know, I'll call it. Maybe some hot chocolate when you get home.
Oh, yes.
But this has been one of my favorite classes to watch today, just because, especially the Pro Mini field. It's got a lot of talented kids. We have our reigning 85cc champ in Liam Buerta and our reigning national 65cc champ in Neil van der Favor, which can just give you an idea, and so many other riders in this class who are capable of winning a race. The likes of Vian Duproy, Trent Falsecki is also up here from the 65. So I'm really, really excited to see how this race is going to pan out. It wasn't a straightforward win for Neil, so it'll be very curious to me if his competitors around him don't make mistakes, or what he can actually do, because Jordy van Wyk was in the driving seat quite early on and unfortunately made a mistake which cost him that race 1.
we haven't even spoken about the man from Zimbabwe, Emmanuel Baku. He's another name that we've got to throw into the mix. Finished second in race 1. A more matured ride than we've seen in past from Emmanuel Baku. Tricky conditions, and we kind of thought the kid's got a mistake in him. It's tricky conditions, and he didn't get caught out. One of the few riders that didn't make a mistake and put himself into second place. They're quite a way off the pace of Neil, so let's see if he can just wind it up a little bit and get closer there. I think the main thing for Neil was he kept himself clean, he kept away from incidents, and he was able to focus on his own race and get out front and go. And I think that's what helped Neil. If he finds himself in a 3rd or 4th place position, he's going to have to fight through, and we've already seen it's very hard to pass around this track. Look at those rats in there. It really is tough track conditions out there now. There's no doubt about it. MX2 coming up after this to round out the day's racing action, and that is going to be epic as well. But this 85cc class is going to be a true test of rider skill and maturity.
And as you can see on screen, something we haven't seen yet today, the Pro Mini and 85 riders is struggling on the sighting lap.
Yeah.
You know, it was only earlier really the 65 and 50 riders who were having a difficult time on their sighting laps, but you can see the 85 and Pro Mini riders really struggling, and we had said in race 1 it would be a war of attrition, even more so in this case, because as you can also see, the track is really drying out, and especially off the start, it's very, very dusty at the moment. You know, a lot of dust in the air, and it's going to be, I think, same as race 1. I think Neil was probably the smartest rider, among the quickest, of course, but I think whoever's got their head screwed on the tightest in this race is going to come out with the P1.
I 100% agree with you there, Temba. I think it's going to be all about maturity in these tough conditions now. And these little 85cc bikes, you'll see the white number boards are the Pro Mini riders, and the red number boards are the 85cc class.
Correct.
Us superbike riders have finally figured that out. We just thought there were like 500 championship leaders after race 1, but we figured it out now. We're getting good at this now, I think. Us two superbike riders, us fanboys, really enjoyed the racing action that we've been exposed to 2 days so far. And like I said, there's still the 85s, 85 Pro Mini, which we're about to watch, and then the almighty MX2s coming out to round out an impressive day's racing action. Lining up on the Bridgestone start grid then, and into this first tricky section. We've seen it catch out a couple of riders in the first heat of 85s, caught out the likes of Trey Cox and a couple of other riders. Again, get yourself through turn 1 and turn 2 and take your race from there. You are not going to win the race in the first 2 turns.
Wise words there from my colleague Rob Portman as our riders are getting prepared behind the starting gate. In the middle of your screen next to our flag marshal, you can see Trey Cox on the 37 Red Bull KTM. The Cox name, of course, a staple in off-road racing in South Africa. Trey following in the footsteps of his older brother Bradley and his father Alfie. Keep an eye out for him, because I'm certain he'll have a point to prove. We've also got Vian Duploy over here on the 199, who also had some problems in race 1. Emmanuel Bako coming out of Zimbabwe, flying the Zimbabwean flag proudly. It's been a bit of a long day, Rob.
It is.
But
we haven't had our Coke.
We haven't had our Coke yet. You know, it's on. Emmanuel's on the 21. Keep an eye out for him as we prepare to get this race underway. After this, we've got the MX2 heat coming after this, our final race of the day. Stay tuned for that, the best riders in the country. But here we go for our 85cc and Pro Mini Juniors.
Yeah. I don't know whether to close my eyes or watch. It's like a horror movie to me, or like those thrillers where you want to see what's going to happen but you don't at the start of these races. But let's see what's going to happen into turn 1, Bridgestone corner. The gates drop. All kinds of sliding and kicking and bucking. Trey Cox with a really good start. He goes to the outside line there. Interesting choice there from Trey Cox. Goes the long way round and trying to cut back across. All the riders seeming to take that down, but it does look like Trey Cox. No, on the inside, Jordan van Wyk. Oh, did all the riders make it through safe and sound? It looks like they have. So Jordan van Wyk, Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored Husqvarna on a machine. Couple of tank slaps there from riders a little bit further back. See some riders being forced to the outside line. They're not where they want to be, but it is Jordan van Wyk out front. Behind him, Trey Cox. Now, Trey Cox fought his way from last place to 4th place. He's now in 2nd position. What can he do? Where is Neil van der Vyver, your race 1 winner? He's found himself a little bit further down as well. Didn't get the start that he wanted. Emmanuel Baku is right in the mix there as well. I have a feeling this is going to be an almighty battle at the front end of this race. Where is Neil van der Vyver? Look out for bike number 18. Can't quite see him there in that shot. There's Van Wyk. There is Cox. Oh, jeez, there.
Baku in 3rd.
Baku 4th. Where is Van der Vyver?
Looks like it's been a terrible start to race 2 for our race 1 winner, Neil van der Favre. Rob, I just want to talk to you quick about that start. Trey Cox, I think that's the first time I've seen someone directly go for the outside. Do you think that was the quickest option, or do you think he's going for a safe option going into the first lap?
I think he had some inside information, maybe from Tristan Purdon or someone within the Red Bull KTM team, telling him, listen, go that outside line, don't try and cross rut and go on the inside, go the outside line. And it seemed to work in his favor, because it's put him right in that prime position there in second place. Jordan van Wyk had the prime line. He also seemed to go a little bit wide. What did Van Wyk have for lunch? This kid is, oh, look at that.
Vian Duploy
whipping it one leg off. I mean, that is spectacular. I still cannot see race 1 wheel winner. There's Neil van der Favre. You saw him there on the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine. He is miles back. He's in 16th place, is Neil van der Favre.
You know what, Rob? One day when I grow up, I think I want to be like the juniors in national motocross.
I think I want to be like 13-year-olds.
Yeah, I think so. There's truly some heroes out here.
Yes.
Jordy van Wyk, what a comeback from him, Rob. We saw a couple of mistakes costing him, but he still managed to bring home the podium in race 1. He's in the same position that he started racing, and surely he's going to learn from his mistakes and be more consistent this summer.
And the nicest kid you'll ever meet. I swear, when I look into his eyes, it's like listening to the Beatles. He's just the softest, kindest kid I've ever met in my life. So respectful. A lot of these kids are just, hello worm, hello uncle. As much as I hate being called worm, you know it's a respectful thing, and it's brilliant. I love seeing the likes of Jordan van Wyk just thriving, because he's such a good kid. But they all deserve it, and they're all showing why they are the country's best at the moment. Jordan van Wyk is the tiniest little guy in the world. Here he is on an 85cc machine, running at the front end, doing a brilliant job ahead of Trey Cox. They on Orland up into 3rd place. No, it looks like it was bike number 10. I think that was up there. I couldn't quite see, but it is Orland in 3rd place on our timing monitor. No, I thought so. Emmanuel Baku up into 3rd place ahead of Orland Buerta. In fact, Orland's dropping down the field ever so slightly, so he's obviously lost a couple of positions. Coming through the whoop section there, you can see the massive lead after, what is it, a lap and a half that Jordan van Wyk's got so far.
I think Jordy van Wyk's trying to make sure that even if a mistake comes, he's going to be in the lead. He's really putting out a big gap at the start of this race. Neil van der Favre, Rob, is in 13th place. You have to wonder, he must have had some problems there off the start, because he was dominant in race 1. You know, as we got to the closing stages of that heat, he's now got to do the Trey Cox ride through the field, and I'm very curious to see what he can do.
He lost 19 seconds on that opening lap at 2:20.5 for Van Wyk. Van der Favre 2:31.9. That is a mammoth task that he lost there on the opening 2 laps. And he's got to try and make it up. Look at the air time these riders are getting over the Cannabis energy drink jump. I absolutely love that shot coming from our cameraman. There we go. Buerta again just giving us a nice little whip as he comes over there. We wait to see where Van der Favre is. Bike number 18. He hasn't even come across that massive jump yet. Where is Neil van der Favre? There he is.
There he is in the red kit.
He's not making any inroads. This is the thing. You think by now he would have cut his way through this field. He's got himself to 13th, but he's not making huge inroads, and you kind of want, rider down, one of the gas riders down there, the medic being called on there, so hopefully good to see the rider moving. That's always a good sign. Is that
Could that be Orland?
Or is that Orland? Yeah, you're right, it could be Orland.
That looks like Orland there. I recognize the dreads under the helmet.
Yeah, Kadleko didn't even make it to the start there, so you're right. Kadleko had the big crash in race 1, you're right. So it could be Orland crashing out on the gas machine. Let's hope that he's not too seriously injured. Trey Cox there. You can see those kickers just kicking those little 85cc bike all over the show. Cox, your championship, it's a red board, so he's a championship leader because he's got a red board.
Yes.
No. They all got red boards in the Pro Minis. We're just going to say Trey Cox is the championship leader. We're just going to give it to him. Red Bull KTM rider. Jordan van Wyk out front, but he doesn't have a red board.
Rob and I are not going to confuse ourselves with technicalities. We will just commentate on the racing
what
we can see on screen. That is Jordy van Wyk,
he's pulled
your
away.
race leader. Look at the style, Rob. You know, I think at this point I'm giving Vian Duploy 10 out of 10 points for style. But Jordy van Wyk clearly not far off there. And pretty cool to see, Jordy van Wyk and Trey Cox are no strangers to each other because they are classmates at school. So I'm sure when they get back to school soon, whether that's online or at home, they'll be talking about how much fun they had this weekend racing out here at Phakisa Freeway in Welkom. We see another yellow flag accompanied with the white flag with the red cross which means there's a rider hurt there in the track. We think that might be Alon Orland, but we will give you some confirmation when we are certain of that as we watch Jan Dupoy come through that section there.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see. There's Neil van der Vyver that's just come across the line now, so he's up into 11th place, so picking up a couple of spots over the laps, but he's miles away from this leading trio. Trey Cox coming under pressure now ever so slightly from Emmanuel Baku, so Baku closing onto the back end of the Red Bull KTM rider Jordan van Wyk. There's another rider that a lot of teams will be keeping their eye on, thinking we've got to get this kid signed up, because if he's doing this so early on in his 85cc Pro Mini career, who knows what he's going to do on a 125, onto an MX2 and onto an MX1. Brilliant stuff here from the Ridgeway Race Bar rider. There's the Bridgestone corner. There is second place. There is third place. So Van Wyk's got a comfortable lead over Trey Cox. And in third place, that man, Emmanuel Baku, holding station there in third, trying to close onto the back end of Trey Cox. This will be good damage limitations for Cox after a disappointing race one, crashing out and going to the back of the grid, but salvaging fourth place somehow. I don't even know how he did that. But to pick up second place here, I think he'll look at that and go, considering what happened, it's good championship points, but a lot of these riders will be looking at this dominant ride so far from Jordan van Wyk and thinking, oh my goodness, we got Van der Vyver, a young superstar, we got Van Wyk, a young superstar, we got Trey Cox, we got Emmanuel Baku. How are we going to stop these little youngsters coming through?
Of course, at the rate it's going, we may have two rookie winners in our Pro Mini class here if Jordy van Wyk can bring the win home. But a great damage limitations ride, as you said, from Trey Cox, Rob. And you have to wonder what could have been for Trey had he not crashed out on the first lap in race one, because you would imagine he would have been ahead of Van der Vyver when Jordy van Wyk made the mistake, and that could have been a bit of an easy race win for him there.
I think Trey Cox definitely would have been in the mix, like he's proving here. He's got the pace. Van Wyk has stepped it up. There's no doubt about that in this second heat. He really has stepped up the pace. No one really has an answer to him at the moment. He doesn't look like he's going to put a foot wrong, although we have seen mistakes come late on in all the other categories. Massive airtime there from the Ridgeway Race Bar rider. Look how tiny that man is. I mean, give the man a burger. You know what I mean? Has he ever seen a McDonald's before? It's nice. You know what I mean? Get some weight on you, get more traction. But at the moment, not altering him at all. He has just got his head down, bum up, getting the airtime, not doing anything too flash, just getting the job done at the moment is Jordan van Wyk at the front, and it's an absolute joy to watch him. He's pulled away from Trey Cox in second place. 747, going like a 747 at the moment, and just flying away from the rest of the field. Such a stylish young rider is that man, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Husqvarna 125cc machine in the near future for that young man, potentially a factory Rockstar Energy one waiting in the wings for him.
And having a look at our live timing here, Rob, the gap between Trey Cox and Jordy van Wyk has now stabilized, and Jordy, Trey and Baku are basically lapping at the same pace, less than 3/10 in and between those three riders on the last lap. Now Trey Cox, there's 4.5 seconds up the road to Jordy van Wyk. He's got 5 minutes. Jordy can't rest, because if he makes the slightest of errors, Cox and Baku will be right on him.
Well, Van Wyk would know all too well from race number one, where he was leading, looking comfortable, had that little tangle, made a mistake and went down and cost him the race win. So Jordan van Wyk knows all too well, especially now with the back markers coming. We've seen it all day long. Back markers have been a massive spanner in the works. So Van Wyk's got to get himself through the back markers as easily as he possibly can, as mature as he possibly can, and hope that the likes of Trey Cox and Emmanuel Baku don't do the same and get halted. And it just keeps him, he's got a comfortable buffer there at the moment. Trey Cox keeping him within sight, but not quite close enough to be within striking distance. So Cox also got to look at this and think and hope that he gets held up ever so slightly by the back markers into the whoop section, into those tricky sections like they're coming into now, and that Trey Cox can just find enough time. Emmanuel Baku's dropped off there in third place, so he's lost a bit of time there to Trey Cox. So it's all about, can Trey Cox gets held up ever so slightly there by one of the back markers. Nothing too serious, but that can't happen too often, because he doesn't want to lose the momentum that he's got at the moment, holding onto the tailpipe of Jordan van Wyk.
While Trey Cox has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2:19.9, which is 1.6 seconds faster than 1.2 seconds faster than Jordy van Wyk was last lap. He has now cut down Jordy's lead to 3 seconds, and in turn he has pulled 3 seconds over Emmanuel Baku. So that clearly means that Trey Cox is the man on the charge. He's the man with the pace right now, 4 minutes left in this race for Jordy van Wyk. He really now is going to be under pressure from Trey Cox. He'll know that Trey Cox is closing up on him. They'll be letting him know on his pit board. In 4th place is Vian Duploy, and I would like to let the supporters of Alan Orland know that he is still in this race. He is still in 5th place. He was not the rider that went down. Luca Maynard is in 6th place behind him. Liam Buerta, your reigning 85 champion, is 7th in the Pro Mini class, ahead of Ryan Adler. Neil van der Faver, Rob, has made his way back up to 9th place, but still only in the 224s, which is 5 seconds off of the pace of Trey Cox. What do you think has gone wrong for him today?
Yeah, I don't know. As we look at the rider that went down, I think that's the same rider that went down earlier.
On the gas.
Yeah, looks like he's hurt his arm there, but good to see rider is up and okay and nothing too serious other than that arm. Trey Cox getting the job done here. You can see definitely closing that gap now down to Jordy van Wyk. Neil van der Faver has a head scratcher. I have no idea. It could be the start. We touched upon the whole day how important the start is. Just maybe just not enjoying the track conditions out there. He is a small rider like Jordy van Wyk. Van Wyk's making it work for him. Maybe Van der Faver's just struggling with track conditions, because certainly it's nowhere near the same kind of Van der Faver we saw in race number 1.
True that, Rob, and I think we have to remember that Neil van der Faver is only a rookie in this championship. Only his third round on a big Pro Mini bike, and this is part of the learning process. You know, they say experience is the most expensive education, and you can never buy it. You can only get experience by going through the process, and surely we'll see Neil van der Faver back and stronger again. Ooh. Rider number 41 is down. That is Jake van Schoor, Rob, who we expected to see in the 65 class, but here he is out in the 85s.
Yeah, we thought he was saving himself for a big challenger in the 85s, not wanting to waste too much energy in the 65s, but unfortunately crashing out there. Had a good race 1, but crashing out there, but getting back up and going again, so losing a couple of spots only, which is not too bad. Bike number 199 coming through the field there. That's Vian Duploy in pretty much no man's land, having a lonely race there for him, just outside the top 3 there, behind Emmanuel Baku, just ahead of Orland as well. So let's wait and see then. Our front runners, Jordan van Wyk, what is that gap looking like? There's van Wyk, massive airtime as he comes over that start-finish jump into this very tricky section where the riders can pick inside or outside line. There is, no, that is Maynard. That is bike number 200. That's in the 85cc class.
I believe that is Matthew Carrera.
Matthew Carrera, yes.
On the 200. And Rob, let's give a special mention to Luca Maynard, who has absolutely dominated the 85cc class today. He won race 1. He is a long way ahead of the second place 85cc rider. To give you guys an idea, watching at home, Luca Maynard is 10th on the road on the 85cc, and he's got a string of Pro Minis behind him. And the next 85 is in 19th place, rider number 5, Tyler Peterson. Quite the performance from Luca.
That is, especially coming into this round where Peterson was starting to build momentum and looking unstoppable. And looks like he's coming in there now and just going to upset the apple cart. There is Luca Maynard. Coming through 747 is Jordan van Wyk, still leading. Now it's back marker time. So this is going to be the tricky time. Oh, bike number 5 trying to just close that line.
That's Tyler Peterson getting lapped by Jordy.
Getting lapped there from, it just shows you the difference between Pro Mini and 85cc, and that makes the job that Luca Maynard's doing even better, that he's able to challenge inside the top 10 of the Pro Mini. So brilliant job there from Luca Maynard. And there we're going to see who is that now. Is it Trey Cox still trying to close down on Jordan van Wyk? Oh, a rider there. Looks like just going down, stalling the bike, trying to get started again through the whoop section. Beautiful shot there. There is the gap. Jordan van Wyk on the blue bike, yellow helmet in first place. Trey Cox, red pants, white top. That is second place there. Alfie Cox, or should I say Red Bull Racing KTM machine there. Jordan van Wyk, it's 2 laps time then. We're going to come 2 laps time. Time is up. Next time they come across the line, there'll be 1 lap remaining. Van Wyk has put on a masterclass. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse that we've done all day long for some poor riders, but Van Wyk is looking flawless here. This is Jordan van Wyk at his absolute best. And if this Van Wyk comes out to play more often, the rest of the 85cc riders have got a big problem. Well, I say a big problem on their hands. They've got a small problem on their hands because the guy's so tiny.
Sounds like a little big problem, Rob. A little
exactly,
big problem.
Exactly.
And, what a ride from Jordy van Wyk. I'm actually struggling for words here because he was doing this up front, but he did not look this dominant in the first race. The other guys were keeping him in check. and it was his mistake that gifted the guys the win. But Jordy van Wyk showing his class, showing why he's one of the most talented up-and-coming youngsters in national motocross racing. We saw him showing these kind of performances in the 65 class. Unfortunately, on the 65s, Neil van der Feyve was a bit stronger than him, but Jordy on the Pro Minis is clearly a match for Neil, holding his own. And I just think it's so awesome to see two Pro Mini rookies who were front runners in the 65 class on their way to sharing a win apiece today. But like Rob said, we will not jinx Jordy van Wyk with the commentator's curse. We'll just enjoy watching him coming around on his way to start his last lap. But quite an impressive ride from this youngster on what looks like another Ridgeway Race Bar motorcycle there, Rob.
Yeah, Ridgeway Race Bar in the house, full representation. They've had great representation in all the classes. They've had a good day so far, has Grant and the team from Ridgeway Race Bar. It's been a brilliant day, and Jordy van Wyk looks like he's going to just bring the trophy home. There's Neil van der Feyve. I mean, Neil, he's up into 6th place, but wonder what happened there. You know, it's so detrimental. We've spoken about it so many times today. You've got to get that start. Van Wyk got the start out front with Trey Cox, and that is where they are, 1st and 2nd at the moment. Baku was a little bit further back. He's in no man's land at the moment in 3rd place, although we don't know. We haven't seen him in a while. There is Baku. He's still on the tailpipes there, not too far behind Trey Cox. So there is 2nd place and 3rd place right on his way. There, brilliant shot there of Trey Cox coming out the right-hander with Emmanuel Baku in tow. So the battle for 2nd place not done and dusted yet. Jordy van Wyk looks like he's got this done and dusted at the front end, although last lap around, Trey Cox was almost a second faster than Jordy van Wyk, as was Emmanuel Baku. So Van Wyk maybe just consolidating here, keeping himself in the front end here. Look how rutted that section is. Now David Goosen had a beautiful inside line there in the MX2s. Don't think he's got that option anymore. It's so rutted there. Here we come over the Cannabis energy drink line for the final time today. The 85cc riders. Beautiful airtime there. He just looks flawless. He looks so smooth, looking effortless. Here's the 747 of Jordan van Wyk. Ooh, 2nd place. That looked like it was heating up. Looks like Emmanuel Baku was right alongside Trey Cox. So that battle is going to go down to the wire. There is Trey Cox. There is Emmanuel Baku. I think Van Wyk has got this done and dusted. That battle for 2nd, 3rd. Let's wait and see what happens there and what plays out between those two KTM riders.
And Rob, our top 3, similar to the 50cc class, are 36 seconds ahead of Björn Duproy in 4th place. Honestly, Jordy, Trey and Emmanuel all deserve to win this race because they haven't said a foot wrong. They've been matching each other blow for blow with pace. Their lap times are within a second of each other, their fastest laps in this race. But like you said, and you emphasized it before the start of this race, the start is critical, and it was Jordy van Wyk who was the fastest out the gates in both heats today.
Yeah, and he's made amends for the race 1. There's a couple of little mishaps in race 1. No such problems in race 2 so far. Only got a couple of corners to get around now. And Jordy van Wyk, Ridgeway Race Bar sponsored rider. Here he comes into the final turn for the final time today. Big round of applause to this young man. Across the line, he's going to be ecstatic with that. Across the line, and he takes the win. Who will hold 2nd place down? Will it be Trey Cox? Yes, it will be, ahead of Emmanuel Baku. No answer for the Red Bull KTM rider. That is Jake van Schoor that we saw earlier on go down. He's making his way through the field. He's in the 85cc class, coming through Oggio and Aero corners there. Brilliant racing all the way through the field. Like I said, the top 3 in a league of their own almost. Björn Duproy in 4th. Neil van der Feyve. Is that van der Feyve?
That is
yes,
Neil
it is.
van der Feyve.
Got up into 5th place, and down he goes in the later stages of this race. Unfortunately, is he going to lose a couple of positions? I
believe he's a lap ahead of Trent Valsecki, and that was Jake van Schoor who just went ahead of him. Wow, Rob, completely opposite fortunes for Neil van der Feyve.
It just shows you what can happen here in national motocross. It's kind of like MotoGP at the moment. There's no script. You can't say, oh, bike number 96 down there. It's a little bit further down.
Cody Goosen.
Yeah, Cody Goosen going down. Good to see the Yamaha rider getting back up and going again. Always great to see. Checkered flag is out there for our 85cc riders, and what a masterclass they have put on in both of their riders today. What a masterclass has been in all categories, and it's going to end today with the masterclass that is the MX2 category. So that's going to be absolutely fabulous. I cannot wait for the final battle of the day. I think Tristan Purdon, I think we're going to see a different Tristan Purdon come out, being the last race of the day, consolidated that energy, and I think he's going to come out in race number 2 to try and get himself. But we'll join that after the break. Join us for the final race of the day. Can Tristan Purdon get ahead of David Goosen? we go. The moon is out in full force over the riders here at round number 3 of the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Series, proudly powered by TRP, Prepsil, and all the associate sponsors. Brilliant shot there. Yeah, that is pretty much what the Welkom Town and old Orendal Rus is about. Goldfield, Harmony Gold Mine, we should say. Yeah, it's been there. I remember racing the old Goldfield circuit here as a youngster. Unfortunately, that circuit not around anymore. What a fantastic road racing circuit that was. Absolutely loved it. But that mine has been around from day one, and it's great to see that it's still going, the Harmony mine there. And speaking about harmony, I don't think there's going to be much harmony between our MX2 riders for the final bit of racing action today. I think we're going to see a different Tristan Purdon come out. I think he's got the job done in MX1. Didn't quite have it all his own way in MX2 race 1, but he's going to leave it all out there now in race number 2. Saliers there on the Yamaha coming out. There is the man that's got all the work to do. The man from Cape Town,
Anthony Reynard.
It's just been a terrible day for the number 1 plate man in the 450 and the MX2s. Let's see if he can just end the day off with a glimmer of hope and a little bit of something to take back with him to Cape Town. But it's going to be hard to get ahead of Goosen, who's loving the Husqvarna 250cc machine. A Tristan Purdon that's going to come out with fists ablazing. Don't count out Cameron DeRoe. Had serious turn of pace in race number 1, the second of the Red Bull KTM riders. And don't count out that man, Mr. Dalton Fenter, who's got a little bit of revenge that he needs to do on Tristan Purdon. And yeah, look at those ruts. I mean, okay, I don't know how these guys and girls get through those ruts. It's incredible. And for the final time, look at that. Look at that. It looks like something out of a zombie movie. An apocalypse movie.
Unreal, Rob. Some knee-deep ruts there. I'm so excited. I'm so gassed for this race. Anything is possible, as you said before. MX2 race 1. All sorts is possible. Yeah, we definitely will be looking for Dalton Fenter, who was up leading the race early on. He was up in the podium places, but he got shuffled backwards and then eventually had contact with another rider that dropped him down. And we know that he'll be going out on that Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha, out looking for a podium. But I think the man who's got to go and do a job there is David Goosen. He won race 1. He did it from the front. At certain stages of race 1, Cameron Darrow and Tristan Purdon were hunting him down like zombies. I can say that, relentlessly, non-stop. But David has shown that if he gets out front, he's very, very good at managing the race. Cameron Darrow has shown us that he's got pace today, and Tristan Purdon has showed that when he decides he's ready to go, he's the fastest man out there.
Yeah, he just pulls the pin and he goes. But I think always the last heat of the day, I've seen it a couple of times from Purdon, where he does actually get a good start and he puts the hammer down from early on because he doesn't have to conserve energy. It's the last race of the day. He can let it all hang out. So I'm interested to see that man, bike number 41, a very clean looking Red Bull KTM machine for now. Give that a couple of corners and it'll look luminous brown, as they all do after a couple of corners. But watch that guy. I think he's got a point to prove here. He's got the red plate leading the championship, the man to beat in MX1 and MX2. There's no doubt about it. But the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna machine underneath the bum of David Goosen has looked very good here. And I think that extra little bit of lightweight, I touched upon it, David Goosen saying that Husqvarna machine compared to the Yamaha he rode last year is just so much more lightweight, and I think that's a key role in these really tricky conditions. Mark Carty making the step up to the 450s this year. From the 450, he made the step up to the 450s, back on the 250 for this race. Let's hope that he has a little bit of better luck than he did in the 450s. Unfortunately, not finishing that race. Yes, Claudio, did you buy Cokes? Did you get Cokes? No. Okay, I'm not getting a Coke because I don't shave. Claudio, I'm happily married with 2 kids. When do I have time to shave? Just bring me my Coke.
I think we should make an open request at this point to anyone at Phakisa Fiwe who's watching this Facebook live stream. Please find Rob and I.
I'm going to be a typical South African and I'm going to go on strike until I get my Coke. I think that's what we need to do. But no, I don't want to miss any bit of this final bit of racing action for the day. It is going to be epic. I am sweating like a piece of cheese on a windowsill here with the excitement. And again, it's just the big question. It's MotoGP. When people say, who's going to win MotoGP? Don't ask me stupid questions like that. Don't make me slap you in the face. And this is what's going to happen here. Can David Goosen do it? Yes, he can. Can Tristan Purdon do it? Yes, he can. Can Cameron DeRoe do it? Yes, he can. Can Dalton Fenter do it? Yes, he can. And that is the beauty of national motocross at the moment. 2 years ago, it was, this guy's going to win. I remember commentating 2 years ago, and I would look around. I didn't have to look at the TV. I didn't want to look at the TV because there was nothing happening. Now you cannot miss a second of the racing action because it's all action all the time. We are under starters orders now. Final heat of the day, MX2 race number 2. Let's see who's going to make it into turn 1 with that all important whole shot. Looks like Goosen has got another good start. Husqvarna machine, Cameron DeRoe on the inside. Yes, he does. Oh, Anthony Reynard losing out big time there. He tried to go on the inside line. He had to back out of it. It is Cameron DeRoe. Then it is Dalton Fenter. Brilliant stuff there from the out of Africa rider up into second place. David Goosen in third. Tristan Purden in fourth place. So let's see what the Red Bull KTM rider has got now. Anthony Reynard behind him there, trying to make a move on the inside. Not able to make it stick, but our top 5 riders exactly where they need to be at the moment. Goosen probably the biggest loser there because he's got to try and make his way ahead of that man, a very fast Cameron DeRoe, and an even faster, more determined Dalton Fenter.
Dalton Fenter getting a bit sideways there. As you said, a big job for David Goosen on his hands. And one thing we've seen that David's been incredibly quick today, but he hasn't had the easiest job of it making overtakes. He got stuck behind Jesse Wright for quite some time in MX1 Heat 1 and eventually got passed by Purden and Darrow while being stuck behind Wright. But he's in a good position. I think it says a lot about Tristan Purden's starts that fourth is a relatively good one from him. Much better than he did in the first race, and it's basically a case of we're just waiting for the Purden machine to get wound up, and once it's unleashed we're going to see what he has. But Cameron Darrow, he's the man to watch in this race. The first half of the first race, he was incredibly quick. Fastest man on the track, faster than Purden himself. Tristan Purden can't rest on his laurels because if Cameron Darrow gets a gap, you know, he's still got to overtake David Goosen to get him and Dalton Fenter. And those aren't easy guys to get past.
Yeah, and it's not easy, and the track conditions out there aren't easy. We've seen that it's becoming increasingly harder to make those passes with the track the way it is. There literally is 1 or 2 lines forming, stand-up wheelies as he goes through the ruts. I mean, that is just beautiful to watch. Cameron DeRoe, Red Bull KTM, bike number 58, stand-up wheelies as he just aims that bike into the ruts and gets the job done. Brilliant style. Yeah, he's looking so determined. Look at the gap that he's already got out front. He did this at round number 1 at Terratopia when I commentated there as well. Got out front and I kind of thought done and dusted. Slowly those riders started to wheel him back in, and Goosen and the likes of Dalton Fenter are going to try and do that. But like you said, more importantly, Tristan Purden was a lot further back than this, and he closed that gap down. So this race, you look at it now and you think, oh, race done and dusted, top 4 split out. This is MX2 National Motocross. There's still plenty of drama to come in this race.
Some very factory looking Fox kit there for David Goosen on his Rockstar Husqvarna. But to our viewers at home, take a moment and enjoy watching Cameron Darrow. He is so stylish on that Red Bull KTM. He's just got an amazing start out there, a rider on the 58. You know, not the biggest guy out there, but he can certainly handle himself on a motorcycle. As Rob said, on the back wheel through these ruts. I'm very curious, Rob, to see what Dalton Fenter is going to do, because we saw this from him in Heat 1, but he faded towards the end. It's going to be very important for him to manage himself through this race. He's got to focus forward, race forward, go with Cameron Darrow, and not worry too much about the charge that's probably going to inevitably come from behind.
Yeah, and we've seen that the Yamaha machines have been a little bit off the pace here today compared to the Husqvarna and KTM, especially in the bigger classes. So you can see Anthony Reynard there, bike number 1, just not enjoying the track conditions out here at Phakisa Raceway, and he's still behind Tristan Purden there. There is Purden, there is Anthony Reynard, bike number 1, all the way from Cape Town. Sensalo Yamaha machine not having a good weekend at all. Out front, Fenter doing a brilliant job to hold onto the back end of Cameron DeRoe. And every time they come through the whoop section, I get seasick, and they just make it look so easy, especially this man, Cameron DeRoe. Look how effortless he's just moving himself around on that bike again, stand-up wheelie as he comes through the rutted section there, looking really, really good at the moment. There's Goosen, there is Purden, there is Reynard behind him. I don't think Reynard's got any kind of answer. We've seen Reynard come through the field on more than one occasion in his racing career. I just can't see it happening here. Hasn't had the pace on that Yamaha machine, so I think a 5th place is probably the best that he can hope for if nothing happens to the riders ahead of him. But having said that, we've seen it all throughout the day so far. You cannot script any of this racing. It has been just drama full throughout every single class, and that man at the moment, there's DeRoe holding the lead. 2nd place, Dalton Fenter. 3rd place, There is Goosen. There is 4th place. Tristan Purdon, yeah, he came from a lot further back than this in race number 1 to challenge for the lead.
Indeed he did, and Cameron Darrow is honestly flying out front, Rob. To give you an idea of how quick this guy is going, he just did a 2:05.0 on the last lap. The fastest lap of the day was from Tristan Purdon on his 450. He did a 2:03, so for Cameron to be less than 2 seconds off on this track, which is completely destroyed, on a 250, it really shows the kind of form that he's in at the moment.
Yeah, he's clearly just enjoying the track conditions out there. Massive airtime. Looks like they're jumping over that fence onto the main road racing circuit there, but they're not. They're still on the dirt track. There's Purdon right on the back end of David Goosen. So Goosen and Purdon glued together in that battle for 3rd and 4th place. There is Dalton Fenter still holding down 2nd place. And at the front end of this field is still that man, Cameron Darrow, 2nd of the Red Bull KTM machines. Purdon starting to look like he's getting into his rhythm now, starting to stand on those pegs, starting to whip the bike a bit more. Here he comes. Look at the extra speed that he carries going into this section there from Purdon. He gets held up there by David Goosen, does the Red Bull KTM rider, and he's starting to get comfortable now. This is when you see the Tristan Purdon mentality start coming out, the Purdon masterclass starting to show its way, and David Goosen's just got to hold that hope that Purdon cannot make that move, and if he does, David Goosen's got to try and stick to the back end of him because he knows where Purdon's going, and that's to the front end of this field.
At times it looks like Purdon has NOS on that Red Bull KTM of his, because you know he just looks okay, and then in one lap he looks incredible. What's really exciting me in this race so far is that all of our top 4 riders are lapping in the 205s. You can clearly see that they are quite evenly matched from Darrow all the way to Purdon, but it does look like the Purdon charge is starting. I like the term that Rob came up with earlier today, Purdon mode, because it looks like the Purdon mode is about to be activated. There's 11 minutes left in this motor. The rider's on their 4th lap, but bet, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see something special from the 41 of the Red Bull KTM.
And 15 minutes plus a lap doesn't sound like a long time in the saddle. Let me tell you, you go try and do 2 minutes on that bike at the pace that these guys are doing around this track, and you can't do it. So 15 minutes is a big toll on the body and the mind at the moment. Cameron Darrow beautifully handling that whoop section. There's Dalton Fenter. Brilliant shot there of our leading riders coming through. Fenter doing a phenomenal job at the moment because the Yamahas have been off the pace, and he is right up there in the mix on the Out of Africa Monster Energy machine. No real answer at the moment for that man out front, Red Bull KTM, Cameron Darrow. There's your leader.
Standout performances today from Dalton Fenter and Jesse Wright, Rob, and you may have to think that it looks like the Out of Africa team has got their Yamahas better set up than the Tintwala Yamaha of Anthony Reynard, our reigning champion.
Yeah, Reynard just looks out of sorts. It might not even be a bike problem. It might just be a rider preference, not enjoying the track conditions. Purdon trying to go around the outside. This is where Purdon, we're going to stick with this shot because this is where Purdon just closes the gap. I think we're going to see a change up here for 3rd place. I think we're going to see a Red Bull KTM go around the outside of Goosen. No, Goosen, brilliant stuff. They're closing the line, not allowing any kind of space. They're going around the back marker as well. Brilliant stuff there from Goosen, because I was pretty sure there was going to be a move there from Purdon. But Goosen, again, closing that line, making Tristan Purdon go out of his comfort zone. And that is the only way you're going to beat that man.
So hard to overtake David Goosen.
Where's Purdon?
Mistakes.
Purdon made a mistake. Oh no, he's right there. Sorry, I thought that was the back marker in the way. Purdon still right there. Brilliant stuff there. Tristan Purdon still right on the back end of Goosen. But this is what they've got to do. They've got to force the man into an uncomfortable situation. And that is what Goosen's doing at the moment.
And out front, Cameron Darrow has increased his lead to 3 seconds. He has done every lap of this race in the 205s. The only rider to do that so far. And with 9 minutes to go, unless Purdon mode gets turned into Super Purdon mode, it might be tough for Tristan to get all the way back to the victory from this point, especially when you look at the way that Cameron Darrow is riding out front.
Well, the lap times are still in the 206s, so unless Purdon drops it down to the 201s or 203s at least, which I don't think is possible, to be honest, unless this guy falls off the end of the earth, Cameron Darrow looks like he's got this done and dusted through the whoop section. He looks the most comfortable through that whoop section, does Cameron Darrow. He really does look like he's got that sorted. Dalton Fenter in 2nd place, starting to look like he's taking strain on that Yamaha. I think we're going to see the Rockstar Energy machine a little bit closer. Yes, definitely closing that gap now on the Out of Africa machine is David Goosen, and he's bringing along Tristan Purdon along for the ride. So we're going to have a 3-way battle for that 2nd and 3rd final spots on the podium.
Two very, very experienced riders. behind Dalton Fenter. He will have his work cut out ahead of him. But I just want to add something there, Rob, about Purdon mode, as we see David Goosen closing up on the back wheel of the Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha. Of course, he was on that bike last year. He'll very much know where that bike is strong and weak, how it works. But one thing about Purdon mode, Rob, at times Tristan goes so fast at the end because he's setting the quickest laps of the race. But sometimes it's a case of everyone slows down and he just maintains his pace. Do you think that could be an outcome that we see here?
Yeah, well, we're seeing it now with Dalton Fenter, who's certainly dropped off his pace, and that's allowed David Goosen and Tristan Purdon in. You can see he was almost a roadblock as they came through that section there. That is where Goosen and, Fenter and Purdon collided in race number 1. So Fenter not having the confidence to go through that section at full pace. Here comes David Goosen now, right on the back end of the Yamaha rider, who seems to be fading now in this middle part of the race, and it doesn't look like he'll have an answer to hold onto that second place. Whether it's fitness, whether it's just like you said, the other riders stepping up their pace, we're not too sure. But certainly Fenter, that massive margin, that comfortable gap that he had in second place is now gone. And David Goosen is right on his tail, and Tristan Purdon is coming along for the ride, although Purdon doesn't look like in a hurry to try and make that move on the 2 riders ahead of him.
You really hope for David Goosen's sake that he doesn't get passed by KTM while stuck behind a Yamaha again. You can be sure that Dalton Fenter will be making that Monster Energy Yamaha as wide as possible. That'll be as wide as the rig you can see in the back of the shot there. And for sure you can expect that Tristan Purdon will be looking for an opportunistic pass, because if Fenter and Goosen get tangled together, every chance that Purdon could get a 2 for the price of 1 special.
Yeah, exactly, and this is just helping Cameron Duro's cause. And here we go on the inside. Goosen, has he lined it up? Yes, he has. Purdon tries to go the long way around the outside, but a change up then for second place. Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. David Goosen gets ahead of Out of Africa Monster Energy Yamaha rider Dalton Fenter. And let's see if he can extend that lead. I think Cameron Duro has checked out of this race. He's got that whole Whoop section as a lead, and it's pretty much this battle now for second and third place. I don't think Fenter already. Tristan Purdon's made that move on Fenter. So Fenter is a sitting duck at the moment on that Yamaha machine. He doesn't have any answer. You can see he's just had to settle there now for 4th place. And here we go. Tristan Purdon now lining up a move on Goosen. This is where he just has that turbo button, like you said, the NOS button. Here he does, scrubs the turn perfectly. Is he going to go around the outside and close the line of Goosen? Yes, he does. Oh, I could see that happening. Tristan Purdon, I could see it. He lined it up over the Cannabis Energy jump, and he just closed the line. David Goosen had nowhere to go. And that's his Tristan Purdon mode activated. Has he got enough now to close on the what is a 10-second gap to the leader and his teammate Cameron Duro?
And we just saw a small mistake there from David Goosen. He ran off track onto the grass. You have to imagine, Rob, that he's tired of seeing the sides of that Red Bull KTM coming past him.
He's got to be, especially the way that he did there. He closed the line. He had the inside line. He wasn't giving Purdon any space. Purdon just railed it around the outside and closed the line, and that forced David Goosen to roll off and potentially crash out. So I think Goosen thought of it, looked at it and went, well, third's better than landing on my head. So just keep the bike upright. That's exactly what he did. There's your race leader now. 2 Red Bull KTMs. Kieran Fitzgerald, Red Bull KTM team manager, in pit lane, rubbing his hands together as his 2 boys getting the job done here in MX2, the final race of the day. Cameron Duro, Red Bull KTM, second place. Tristan Purdon, Red Bull KTM. Now this is where the task is going to get hard, because Tristan Purdon's going to be trying to close down on a rider that's on the exact same machine that he is. This is the whole Whoop section. We saw that Duro had the whole Whoop section lead. Yeah, he still pretty much does. So Cameron Duro maintaining that gap at the front at the moment, but with just over 4 minutes remaining, you don't think that is plenty of time, but in Tristan Purdon time, that's a lifetime.
I mean, Purdon mode has definitely been activated. Tristan Purdon 1.8 seconds quicker than Cameron Duro on that previous lap, but Cameron Duro was the biggest winner of the fading form of Dalton Fenter, because in 1 lap he managed to pull out 4 seconds over Goosen and Purdon, and that's now given him a comfortable lead that he just has to nurse over 4 minutes. It's easier said than done when you've got Tristan Purdon chasing you. I'd much rather be in here with Rob than out there with Tristan Purdon, but Cameron Duro has been on incredible form today, in podium pace on both bikes, and I really think he deserves a win today, Rob.
I watched Cameron Duro in this morning's practice session, and after 2 laps on track, I could see that Duro was looking comfortable, he was looking fast, he was looking determined, he was looking confident, and that's now playing out in race number 2. We saw glimpses of this in race number 1. Let's make no mistake about it. Just David Goosen was able to just be more consistent and bettered him. Coming through the back markers there, that's a little bit further back. Sebastian Phelps gets done and dusted easily there by Cameron Duro, but Duro did nothing wrong in race 1. He just couldn't get ahead of Goosen. This race, he got ahead from the word go, and he hasn't looked back since. And he's got a comfortable margin, although nothing's really comfortable when you've got Tristan Purdon in second place. But it looks like Purdon has extended that lead now over David Goosen, so it's starting to spread out ever so slowly. And looks like our top 3 is done and dusted, heading into the final stages of this race.
We're about to wrap up our day of racing here at the Cannabis Energy Drink National Motocross Racing here at Phakisa Freeway. In 4th place in your MX2 Heat 2 is still Dalton Fenter, was running up in 2nd place early in the race, but his pace has faded as we've got to the latter stages of this moto. Anthony Reynard on the Tintualo Yamahas in P5 ahead of Mark Carty. Christian Saliers, the MX2 rookie up from MX High School, Liam Gilchrist, Sebastian Phelps, Sherwin Mamba in 10th place, and Michael Baker bringing up the rear of the field. I don't think there's any relation to Blaze Baker over there, but we know the Baker surname in South African racing. As we take a look at Tristan Purdon, he's now narrowed that lead down to 7 seconds. He has just done a 2:05.3, which is 0.3 of a second slower than the fastest lap of this race. This track is dead, Rob. How's he doing this?
I don't know what to say anymore. It's probably the worst guy to commentate on Purdon, because you kind of think he's out of it, and then he puts those kind of lap times in, and I don't know, the guy is just phenomenal. He's confident in his own ability, he's confident in the motorcycle underneath him, and you look at the move that he put in this section here on a rider like David Goosen. You shouldn't be putting those moves on that man. That is a world-class rider. They're all world-class riders, and this guy is just making it look so good. Look at that. He's just putting that motorcycle where he wants it. The question is, why can't he do that in the opening laps? Why does it take this long for him to get going? It's worked for him. Listen, take nothing away. Don't fix something that's not broken. But in a race like this, I don't think he was expecting this pace from Duro, and I think that was the biggest thing. He's closing down the gap. There's no doubt about it. Whether he's got enough time, there's going to be, about 4 more laps left after this, because there's just over a minute remaining, plus 2 laps. I don't know. Anything is possible when we see Purdon mode activated.
And no doubt Red Bull KTM team manager Kieran Fitzgerald will have noted that Purdon needs to work on his starts, because as good as Tristan Purdon is, we always know in motorsport there's room for improvement, especially in this amazing sport of national motocross. The lap times from Tristan Purdon are absolutely unreal, and I think mentally, Rob, looking at the relationship between Purdon and his competitors, I can't remember at any point besides the early stages of MX1 Race 1 where Cameron Darrow passed Tristan Purdon. I don't recall anyone passing him at any stage. He starts at the back and he goes forward, and that surely has to be demoralizing for his competition, that whenever this guy gets past him, I can't hang with him, I can't even pass him back.
That is the problem. David Goosen will be looking at, look at that gap. I mean, Cameron Duro had the whole whoop section not so long ago.
2:04.8, Rob, fastest lap of the race.
And what did I say? He's got to get down into the 2:03s, 2:04s, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's got the hammer down. There's no holding back now. He doesn't have an MX1 race coming up after this. He can just let it all hang out. He knows he's got a comfortable second place. Even if he just has a little tumble now, he could potentially pick up, but still hold out second or a podium finish. He's got one thing on his mind now, and that is his teammate out front. That number 58 has turned into a target. He doesn't even see a number. He just sees a red bullseye on the back of his teammate Cameron Duro. And 2 laps remaining. We said it wasn't possible. I didn't think it was possible. There is first place. There is second place. It is very much possible.
That's essentially over 6 seconds in 2 laps, Rob. If you're in the Red Bull KTM garage now, what are you putting on the pit board of Cameron Darrow? Because you have to think when Purdon gets there, there's not really much you can do about him.
You just put Purdon, or
Purdon
41.
push.
Purdon push, PP. Do a PP right now. I don't know what you do. Cameron Duro looks at, I mean, they all know what Tristan Purdon does. I think the pit boards tell him, listen, Purdon mode is activated. You've got to do whatever you can. And look, Duro is doing everything he can possibly out there. He's riding as hard as he possibly can. Unfortunately, at the moment, he's riding hard with some back markers thrown in the mix. This is going to be a huge spanner in the works.
Oh,
look at this. 1 lap remaining after this, and this race is not done and dusted. Tristan Purdon has been given a lifeline there by the back marker. Cameron Duro is giving all he's got. Unfortunately, all he's got is 3 seconds slower than that man in second place, his teammate.
to all our viewers all around the world, do not go anywhere. You're not going to get better action anywhere in the world right now. We've got our last lap showdown. It is the Red Bull KTM of Cameron Durrah on the 58 versus the Red Bull KTM of championship leader Tristan Purdon on the 41. Tristan Purdon has just done a 203.6 on a 250 on a track that is completely obliterated. That is the fastest lap of the day. That is faster than he went on the 450, Rob. This guy's a monster.
3 laps ago, he couldn't buy a 205, a 206. How do you, in a couple of laps, find 5 seconds a lap quicker on a track that is deteriorated? There's no water, it's hard packed, it's got ruts everywhere. You shouldn't be able to do this. Tristan Purdon is a machine. He comes out of a factory. I'm pretty sure he comes out of the KTM factory the way he rides at the moment. And Cameron Durrah, you got it. I feel so sorry for these guys because he's done all the hard work out front. You've literally got to hang on for another 1.5, 2 kilometers, and you can pick up the race win. But look at Purdon scrubs there. He keeps the momentum going. Is he going to?
Oh, Tristan Purdon!
Tristan Purdon!
What a save!
Oh, if I don't want to be Red Bull KTM team manager at the moment because he'll be saying, "Take it easy, boys. Just take it easy." And Tristan Purdon nearly rides into the back of his teammate. Look, I don't know if that was a good move because he's lost a lot of time there. That could have been clever from Cameron Durrah, going, you know what, I'm going to stop it in this turn right here. Tristan Purdon, he's on another level at the moment. He really is. Put the man on a motorbike, give him the last couple of laps, and he goes. There's still
This is not over.
No, it's not over. There's still enough time for him to make this work.
And you know Tristan Purdon, he is not going to let this rest. He did not just eliminate a 10-second lead to settle for second place. You can see he is cutting all sorts of shape on that Red Bull KTM. We've got 2 corners to go. Cameron Durrah holding on for dear life. Tristan Purdon.
No, he's got it. He's got it. Even with Purdon mode activated, there's no ways that he can make the stick. Yeah, he can't do it. Cameron Durrah, stand up, young man. A brilliant race win to hold off the charge from Tristan Purdon. Tristan Purdon, I don't know. I don't know what more to say about that guy. Hot second place. He was 15, 20 seconds behind, running 205, 206 lap times, 203 lap times with a couple of laps remaining. It's just ridiculous. David Goosen is going to hold down 3rd place for the Husqvarna. That's going to be a 1 and a 3 for David Goosen. A 2 or 3 and a 1 as well from Purdon. What is the overall result there? Is it Dalton Fenter?
We will bring those overall results here. I'm just looking on shot. You can see in the background, Tristan Purdon is absolutely gutted to not have won that race. You can see he left nothing out there. And I think he can go to bed at night and sleep peacefully because he knows he left it all out there. I mean, Rob, to give you an idea of the unreal speed of this guy, he followed David Goosen for about half of that race and he finished the race 38.1 seconds ahead of David Goosen, which he essentially pulled out in about 4 or 5 laps. What does the competition have to do to beat this guy towards the championship? Because, you know, Cameron Durrah took a heat win off of him today. But you have to imagine the moment that Purdon gets his start sorted, it's game over for everyone.
Well, that's what he's doing. He's winning the mental battle at the moment. He's mentally destroying the competition with those kind of rides. David Goosen and Cameron Durrah will look back at that and go, okay, yeah, Goosen won race 1, Durrah won this one, but you know, look where the guy came from. So he's mentally getting into the heads of the other riders, and that is the dangerous part for the rest of the riders in MX1 and MX2, is they cannot let this guy mentally beat them, because at the moment he's doing just that, and that is why he's got the red number, the red plates on both of his bikes.
We have to give credit to Cameron Durrah. What a flawless ride by him, led from the start, and on the last lap, Rob, he pulled out a 205.1, which is less than a tenth slower than his quickest lap of the race. So it's clear that he was also leaving nothing out there. But what an amazing result for Cameron Durrah. He really deserves it. Showed incredible speed, consistency, and using his head today. But just to go through our field, Cameron Durrah was your race winner ahead of Purdon with the Red Bull KTM 1-2. David Goosen came through to take 3rd. That's a double podium for him today. Dalton Fenter 4th. Anthony Reynaud 6th. Anthony Reynaud P5. Mark Carty 6th. Kristen Celias in 7th, ahead of Liam Gilchrist, Sebastian Phelps, Sherwin Mumba, Michael Baker. I've been Tema Kumalo bringing this from you today. Rob, can you sum up an incredible day of national motocross racing for us.
Yeah, thanks Temba for joining me in the live commentary booth today. It's been absolutely epic. It's been phenomenal. Big thank you to all the sponsors, Pro Taper, Twin Air, Bridgestone, all brought to you by TRP, Cannabis Energy Drink, Prepsol, everyone involved with putting on this amazing event. There is the beautiful moon. What a way to end an incredible day's racing action. Thank you so much for everyone for joining in the live feed, for sharing it, for supporting it. Thank you to all of our cameramen, officials, everyone involved for what has been an incredible day's racing action. Yeah, please drive home safely. Remember, you can watch this and like and share it anytime on Facebook, and make sure you join the rest of the 2021 National Motocross Series powered by Cannabis Energy Drink, TRP and Prepsol. Thank you so much for watching. Keep well, stay safe, and we'll catch up with you next time. From myself, Rob Portman, and Temba Kumalo, it's good night and goodbye. Thank you.